Welcome to Holoreads. Today's story explores love, doubt, and the quiet collapse of the human mind. In Devils Within Us, Sabahattin Ali reveals how fear, insecurity, and pride can slowly poison a relationship. This is not a story about evil from the outside, but the darkness we carry within. Now, listen carefully.
The Devil Within Us by Sabahattin Ali. 1. On the deck of the ferry departing from Kadikuri to the bridge at 11 o'clock in the morning, two young men sat side by side, talking. The one sitting on the seaside was a plumpish young man with light brown hair and a pale face. His brown, myopic eyes, which always seemed half-closed behind tortoise-shell glasses and moved slowly over objects, turned from time to time to his companion and to the sea stretching out on the left under the sun's rays. His straight, somewhat longish hair fell from under his hat, which was pushed back, covering his right eyebrow and part of his eyelid. He spoke very rapidly, and as he talked, his lips pursed slightly, giving his mouth a pleasant shape. His companion, on the other hand, was a small, thin young man with a pale face, whose arms moved constantly with nervous gestures and whose eyes shot sharp glances at everything. Neither of them looked more than 25 years old, and both were of medium height. The plump one was speaking without taking his eyes from the sea. If I hadn't held myself back, I would have burst out laughing. As the history professor lined up question after question, the girl got confused and kept turning her head as if looking for help from all sides. Since I knew she hadn't opened the notes even once, I said to myself, she's clearly been caught out. Then my eye happened to fall on Umit, sitting behind her. What do I see but him making signals to the professor with his eyebrows and eyes? He got what he wanted, too, my friend. The professor asked a few superficial things, answered them himself, and passed the girl. Is he very taken with Umit? He's taken with every girl, as long as she's somewhat worth looking at. Then, striking his hand on his companion's knee, as if continuing his story, he said, "Life bores me. Everything bores me. School, professors, lessons, classmates, especially the girls. They all bore me, to the point of making me sick." He paused for a while. He fiddled with his glasses and continued. "I don't want anything. Nothing seems attractive to me. I feel myself growing more apathetic day by day, and I'm pleased about it. Perhaps after a while I'll fall into such a great lassitude that I won't even be able to feel boredom. A person should do something that, or else do nothing at all. I think, what can we do? Nothing. In a world millions of years old, the oldest thing is 20,000 years old. Even that's a somewhat exaggerated figure. The other day I was talking with our philosophy teacher. I broached the subject quite seriously and tried to investigate the reason for our existence. He couldn't answer the question of what the hell we came into the world for either. He went on about the pleasure of creating, the truth that life in itself is a wisdom, but it's all rotten. What are you going to create? To create is to make something out of nothing. Even the cleverest mind among us can't go beyond being a warehouse of a lot of knowledge and experience stored up by those before us. What we want to create amounts to nothing more than changing the form of these existing goods and putting them on the market. I don't know how this ridiculous business can satisfy a person. When there are stars whose light takes 5,000 years to reach us, trying to be immortal by writing works that, at best, will rot in libraries 50 years later, and whose author's name will finally be forgotten 500 years hence, or spending one's life kneading clay and chipping at marble so that 3,000 years later one's armless, legless statue will be exhibited in a museum. None of this seems to me like very sensible work." He murmured slowly, giving his voice a solemn air. "It seems to me there's only one thing we can really do, and that's to die.
Look, this we can do, and only then will we have used our will to accomplish something complete. You'll ask why I don't do this thing. I told you just now, I'm in a terrible state of lethargy. I'm too lazy. By the law of inertia, I'm just drifting along. Ah! He opened his mouth terribly wide and yawned. He stretched out his legs. An elderly man sitting across from them, reading an Armenian newspaper, immediately drew himself in at this expansion and shot a cross look at the young man. His companion hadn't paid much attention to all these words, perhaps because he was hearing them the 10th time. He had continued to let his eyes wander about and to mutter from time to time, frowning as if trying to gather certain thoughts in his head. When the one beside him finished his speech, he said with a meaningful smile, "Omer, do you have any money? Let's have a raka this evening." Omer, with a knowing manner, quite unsuited to his deep words of a moment ago, answered, "No, but we'll fleece someone. It would have been easy if I'd stopped by the office today, but I have no intention of doing that." The thin young man shook his head with an air of importance. "Omer, they'll sack you soon. Is it right to skip work this much? Besides, all the offices are looking for excuses to throw out clerks who attend the university. The situation of people like you who work at the post office is even worse. Time is more expensive there than anywhere else, or it should be." Then he added, laughing, "No wonder the letters we send from Beyazit arrive at Eminönü in 48 hours. Long live diligent clerks like you." Omer answered quite calmly, "I have nothing to do with letters. I'm in accounting. I fill ledgers until evening, and in the evenings sometimes I help the cashier. Counting money is a sweet thing, Nihat dear." Nihat, as if suddenly coming to life, said, "Interesting thing. Money is an interesting thing anyway, generally speaking. Very often I take a lira from my pocket, put it in front of me, and gaze at it for hours. There's nothing extraordinary about it, a lot of skillful lines, just like the geometric drawing assignments at school, perhaps a bit finer and more complicated. Then a picture, a few lines of abbreviated writing, and a signature or two. If you lean over it a bit too much, a heavy smell of grease and dirt also hits your nose. But what a tremendous thing this dirty paper is, my friend. Just think. For example, on any given day, a terrible inner boredom chokes you. Life seems dark, meaningless to you. A person starts philosophizing, like you were blathering just now. In fact, little by little, you can't even do that, and you don't even want to open your mouth. You think no person, no amusement could revive you. The weather is oppressive and meaningless. It's either too hot, or too cold, or too rainy. Passers-by stare at you stupidly and run around after worthless things with their tongues hanging out a foot like goats chasing after a tuft of grass. You pull yourself together and try to analyze this foul state of mind. The insoluble knots of the human soul spread out before you like a riddle. You cling to the word depression that you've read in books like a lifesaver, because for some reason we all have a mania to attach a name to all our troubles, material or spiritual. If we cannot do this, we go completely mad. Although, if people didn't have this mania, doctors would starve to death.
While you're clinging to this word depression and floundering in the boundless sea of inner boredom, you run into an acquaintance you haven't seen for a long time. The moment you see that his clothes are fairly decent, you immediately think of your own pennilessness, and if you're lucky, you borrow a lira or two from your unsuspecting friend. Then the miracle begins. You see that your inside has suddenly brightened, as if a strong wind had stripped away and carried off a layer of fog from your soul. You feel a lightness, an expansiveness. The old oppression has flown away with a flutter. Your eyes look around with satisfaction, and you too start looking for a friend to chat with. There you have it, my dear fellow. 2 dirty pieces of paper accomplish what volumes of books and hours of contemplation couldn't. Because you can't bring yourself to accept that our soul does a somersault for such a cheap price. You may run after nobler causes, a cloud that's risen a few hundred meters higher in the sky, or a cool breeze blowing on the back of your neck, or a clever thought that occurs to you at that moment may want to seem like the cause of this change. But between us, the thing is completely the opposite. It's thanks to the 2 liras that entered our pocket that it's become possible to see that the weather has cleared a bit, to feel the coolness of the breeze, even to think clever things. Get up, my dear fellow. We've arrived at the landing. One day we'll either go mad or rule the world. For now, let's try to find money for Raku and drink a few glasses to our brilliant future. 2. When Nihat finished his words and stood up, he saw that Omer hadn't stirred from his place. He touched his hand to his shoulder. Omer started slightly, but didn't change his position. The other bent down to see if he had fallen asleep and saw that his companion, fixing his eyes on one of the benches on the opposite side, had cut himself off from his surroundings as if watching something extraordinarily interesting. He turned his head in that direction and searched with his eyes. He couldn't see anything. He put his hand on Omer's shoulder again. "Come on, get up," he said. Omer didn't answer. He only screwed up his face with an expression asking to be left alone. "What's going on? Where are you looking?" Omer, finally deciding to turn his head and, as if delivering news of a disaster, "There was a young girl sitting over there. Did you see her?" "I didn't see her. What of it?" "I hadn't seen her either until now." "Are you talking nonsense?" "I'm saying I'd never seen such a creature until now." Nihat screwed up his face as if annoyed and standing up again. "Despite all your big words and your legendary intelligence, you'll never be a serious person." After this sentence, a line of mockery remaining at the corner of his lips continued for several seconds, then gave way to an indifferent expression. Omer had also risen. He was stretching his neck and rising on tiptoe, searching. At one point, he turned to Nihat. "She's still sitting there," he said. Then, fixing his eyes on Nihat's face, "Leave off the chatter. At this moment, I'm living the most important minutes of my life. My feelings have never deceived me until now. Something tremendous has happened or is about to happen. The young girl I saw over there seemed to me like someone I've known since before I was born, since the time when the universe was being formed. How can I explain it to you? Should I say things like, I fell madly in love at first sight, I'm burning, I'm on fire? But the strange thing is, I have nothing else to say. In fact, I'm astonished at how I'm standing here chatting with you. For even a minute of my life from now on to pass far from her means death to me. Don't be surprised that I now look at death, which I was praising to the skies just now, as something terrible. Why shouldn't you be surprised? What do I know? I'm not going to give you explanations. What's the use? Only, without being a know-it-all, give me some advice. What should I do? I'm facing a frightful situation. If I lose sight of her once, I'll spend my whole life until I die just searching, and no doubt this period will be very short. I'm rambling, but I'm speaking extraordinarily truly. The possibility of never seeing her again is the most terrible and, unfortunately, the most likely. Think, at this moment I can't even remember her face, but I'm certain that in a place deeper than memory there has existed since times beyond the mind's grasp a portrait of her as sharply engraved as if carved in stone. If I were to mingle with this crowd with my eyes closed, a force would certainly take me straight to her without any mistake. After these words, which he spoke with extraordinary speed, he actually closed his eyes and took a step forward. With his left hand, he was still holding Nihat's wrist. Nihat looked astonished at the owner of this arm that was trembling violently. Although he was used to every kind of madness from him, this violent excitement seemed somewhat foreign to him. Unable to find anything to say, "What kind of creature are you, Omer?" he said. Omer's sweaty palm squeezed Nihat's wrist tighter. Look, she's still there. Don't you see her?"
When Nihat turned his head in the direction Omer was looking, he saw a dark-haired young girl sitting on one of the benches that had completely emptied. Beside her there was an oldish fat woman, and they were talking. The girl was holding a thick bundle of sheet music in one hand and leaning on the seat with the other. There was an elegant movement in the way she tilted her curly-haired head on her slender neck. The first noticeable characteristic was the expression of strong will that her chin brought out. Between her words, which couldn't be heard from where Nihat stood, she would fall silent as if she had delivered a definite judgment, then begin again as if delivering another judgment. Her gaze was somewhat dark but natural. Indeed, her whole posture and manner showed complete naturalness. Her hand, which from time to time rose from where it was leaning, and after making a gesture slowly descended to the oilcloth of the bench, had fingers thin enough to be called slender and were pale in color. Her nails were cut short at the base and were thin and long. After letting his eyes wander over the girl for a while, Nihat turned his head to Omer and looked at his face as if to say, "So what? What's special about her?" Omer, in a broken voice as if he were delirious,
"Don't say anything. Your face shows what gem you're about to lay," he said. "I've made my decision. I'll go straight over, take the girl by the arm, and—" He was silent for a while, thinking. Then he murmured, "And I'll say something, I suppose. Perhaps she'll start talking before me. She'll certainly recognize me the moment she sees me. There's no other possibility. And when she recognizes me, she won't be able to hide it. Come, let's go together if you like. You stand a bit behind me. Listen to us. Our conversation with a girl we met in worlds whose origin we don't know will certainly not be ordinary." Saying this, he pulled Nihat by the arm. Nihat freed his hand. "Do you intend to cause a scandal on the ferry?" he said. "What kind?" "The girl will immediately call the police, and the police won't hesitate to take a vagrant like you to the station. Do you think, for God's sake, that the world is full of nonsense like the inside of your head? Will you never be able to open your eyes and look at yourself and at people? Is your whole life going to be spent chasing after fantasies, dreams, quixotic aspirations, deceiving yourself and imagining that you and others will do extraordinary things in this world where nothing but ordinary things are done? Just now you were saying a person can't do anything in the world. Now you're attempting frivolities that very few people in the world could do. I don't understand what distinguishes you from an ordinary madman." Omer stiffened his neck as if he had been insulted. "Now you'll see. Your bird brain can't understand the dark and deep relations between people. Wait here." Saying these words, he walked toward the young girl. Nihat involuntarily turned his head toward the sea, said, "Oh no," and began to wait for the first sounds of the scandal that was about to break out. Omer, walking slowly with his eyes fixed on the young girl, suddenly shook his head as if waking from sleep. Just as he approached the girl, a woman's voice right at his ear said, "Oh, Omer, how are you? You haven't been seen." When he turned his head in that direction, he saw that Emine Hanum, a distant relative of his, was sitting beside the young girl. Emine Hanum continued, "Goodness, you've been looking over here for a while. I stayed sitting thinking you'd come, but you just wouldn't stop talking. Come on, we'll be left on the ferry." Both women rose and walked. Omer, confused about what to say, was trying to collect himself. "Well, how would I know, Auntie dear? Does time permit? With lessons, with work? Besides, you know me. You're not going to find fault with me," he said. Aunt Emine laughed. "Goodness, who's going to find fault with you? What good can come from a person who doesn't write even once a year to his own mother and father? Come on now, since we've run into each other anyway. Tell me, how are things?" Omer answered without taking his eyes off the young girl. "Same as always, nothing new." By this time they had stepped onto the bridge. They all walked together toward the Istanbul side. Omer's eyes, sliding past his aunt's fat neck, met the gaze of the young girl who was walking beside them without joining the conversation. The girl studied him for a while with a sustained, distracted look, as if trying to remember something without blinking, then turned her head forward. Omer watched the shadow of her long lashes falling under her eyes for a while longer, then turned to his aunt and made a sign with his head, meaning, "Who is this?" Emine Hanum, with a refinement peculiar to Anatolians who have lived a long time in Istanbul. "Oh, didn't I introduce you? But you two know each other. Do you remember Majide? She's your mother's great-uncle's granddaughter, dear. Of course, when you left Balıkesir, she was only this big. She's been with us for 6 months. She's studying piano. She's also going to a school." She turned her head and looked at Majide. At this point, the girl, shaking Omer's hand, said, "I go to the conservatory," and turned her eyes forward again. Omer, racking his brain, was trying to find and pick out from among his relatives whose number exceeded 100 and who were now scattered across Istanbul, Balıkesir, and many other places, his mother's great-uncle and his granddaughter. When his eyes fell on Aunt Emine, he noticed that her face had taken on a somewhat sad and bewildered expression. He asked. She made various signs meaning it can't be said in front of her. When Omer leaned his head down curiously, the fat woman quickly murmured in a faint voice, "Hush, don't ask what's happened to us. Come see us and I'll tell you." Her eyes moved as if wanting to convey many things. There was an expression in her gaze trying to convey interest and pity for the girl. After casting a quick glance at Majide, who was walking on her right, she turns to Omer and murmured, "The poor thing doesn't know yet. I can't bring myself to tell her. Her father died a week ago. I don't know what I'll do." Omer felt something like joy suddenly flash inside him, and just as quickly he felt a terrible shame because of this feeling. He thought that it wasn't very honest to regard this death as an event that would help him. But inside us we had a calculating side that, without entering into any connection with our moral side, judged events, drew conclusions, and took measures, and, if not in word, then in deed, that side always won, and what it said was done. Aunt Emine, attributing the several seconds of silence that passed while Omer was thinking these things to the sorrow he felt at the death of a relative, said, "Come see us one of these days. It's a long story, I'll tell you." They had come to the tram stop at Eminönü. The woman and the young girl parted from Omer. The young man looked after them for a while and, without admitting it to himself, waited for Majide to turn her head. But she, with her slender, beautiful body on her low-heeled pumps, glided away and, jumping on a tram that arrived just then, extended her hand to Aunt Emine. Omer, still following them with his eyes, jumped when a hand struck his shoulder hard. Nihat had taken on an attitude as if about to fight and was waiting for an explanation. When he saw that Omer didn't open his mouth, he said, "What a fellow you are! I turned my back to see the disgrace you were going to cause on the ferry, and then I looked and you were nowhere to be seen. Then I saw you on the bridge, walking along, chatting with them in a friendly manner. I followed behind. The girl apparently is one of those, eh? And the fat woman has the complete look of a tradesman's wife." Omer laughed.
"You wouldn't think any other way. That blessed head of yours can't rest without fitting everything to an existing measure. This man didn't know that woman. He went up and talked to her. The woman didn't turn him over to the police, so she must be one of those. That's that. Nothing else is possible. There are no extraordinary events in life. Everything is the same as everything else. That's all." Poking his companion's head with his hand, "If I were going to have a brain this flat, I'd rather have none at all. There's nothing by way of imagination." Nihat, not even paying attention to these words, asked, "All right, my dear fellow, what happened then? The moment you went up, did the girl throw her arms around your neck saying, 'Why, where did you come from, you who were my mate in the dark worlds during the formation of the universe?' Even if I believed this, I couldn't believe that fat woman would receive this metaphysical acquaintanceship very calmly." Omer, as if revealing a secret, "We turned out to be relatives, my friend," he said. "I was so busy looking at the girl I didn't see the world. The woman beside her was our very own Aunt Emine, and the young lady is Majida Hanum, a close relative. She goes to the conservatory. Her father died a week ago. She doesn't know yet." Nihat, shaking his head, "May God grant long life to the living," he said. Then, with a mocking look, asked Omer, "Is this the extraordinary meeting outside existing measures? My boy, however much you want to do unusual things in the world, life keeps putting ordinary events in front of you. I'm afraid this will continue to the end of your life, and you'll depart to God's mercy without accomplishing a single thing to make the world gape." "I'm delighted, really. So the girl you said you'd established friendship with during the formation of the universe turns out to be a relative. You probably played together as children. Probably a few lines of that old childish face came to life in some corner of your memory, and your brain, which always works at 41 degrees of fever, immediately wrapped the thing in mysterious veils. You're a comical fellow, that's all." Omer shook his head. "Yes, our meeting really did take place in a very commonplace way, but my feelings toward her are still the same.
I'm certain that a bond beyond our wills binds me to her. You'll see how often I'll visit Aunt Amine's house from now on." Nihat burst out laughing. "And this very original love of yours will end up as a cousin affair, won't it? You'll be known as the only young man who seduced his aunt's ward. What can we say? May God grant you success." Omer didn't answer. They changed the subject, and discussing where they would drink that evening, walked towards Bayezid. Third, Majide had been noticing for several days that the household's treatment of her had become strange. She also sensed that this wasn't a sign of anything good. But everyone she asked met her with the answer, "Oh, come now, what's the matter? What would we hide? It's your imagination." Aunt Amine had sidled up to her a few times, taken on the air of someone about to say something, then wandered off muttering nonsense. She wasn't on very good terms with Amine's daughter Samiha anyway, or rather Samiha thought Majide was very conceited, and thinking she had to act aloof to not remain in an inferior position was creating an unnecessary coldness. Uncle Galib, who returned late, tired and worn out from his shop near Yagi Skele, had lost the habit of talking with the household years ago. As soon as he ate his dinner, he would take the newspaper in his hand and begin to spell out the large Latin letters that had raised him from illiteracy to literacy in a short time. As for Nuri, Amine's son, who was in the final year of the military academy, since he came home only once a week or even less often, it was impossible to learn anything from him. Majide didn't press these relatives any further with questions, relatives she had never become close to despite living in the same house for 6 months. Her life here was no different from a boarding house. In the mornings, she took her sheet music and left. In the late afternoons, before it was even dark, she came home and shut herself in her room. Perhaps this aloofness was the reason Samiha was so resentful of her. Because Amine was occupied with her own world, her own friends and amusements, she didn't pay much attention to this quiet young girl living in her house. She would describe her to the guests, who usually came during the day, as if she were an example of her family's nobility and praise her, particularly mentioning that she was versed in music. But she herself was the first to doubt Majide's musicianship, Majide who had never once entered the gatherings where men and women assembled some evenings and made music and enjoyed themselves in a rather traditional style, and who, despite all the urging, hadn't shown even a bit of her musical skill. Because the shop at Yagi Skele had not been doing very well in recent years, although they didn't let on to outsiders and continued to put up acquaintances from the provinces sometimes for weeks and months, they were in considerable straits. And for this reason, they often waited impatiently for a certain sum of money that came month by month from Majide's father. In fact, Uncle Galib looked at Majide no other than as the reason this 40 lira came. But the way of this household, accustomed to running at the tempo of a provincial notable's house, is not the kind to be set right by such sums of 40 or 50 lira. The debts it had once plunged into were tightening around the man's arms day by day, and the poor fellow, still trying to wriggle out of them with the merchant methods of 30 years ago, was becoming completely confused. Because he had been used to getting out of every difficulty quickly in the old days, he hadn't yet given up hope. But today neither did he have the energy of those days of youth, nor were there around him the merchants of those times all like himself. The market, especially the oil and soap trade, was in the hands of cunning, knowledgeable, young, and above all, rich people. Tradesmen who couldn't keep up with them were crushed and pushed aside, and this struggle, which had been going on for about 10 years, had not only melted away the few pieces of land and a few hundred olive trees that Galip Effendi had in his hands, but had also carried off 2 of the 3 houses standing side by side in a back street of Shezadebashi. Some of Aunt Amine's gold coins and pearls had also found their way to the Sandal Bidistani recently.
However, the distress of Aunt Amine, who would sit and cry whenever the subject of their bad situation came up, and who would get headaches and palpitations when forced to sell another of a provincial notable's wife's seemingly inexhaustible jewels, never lasted more than 24 hours. At the first opportunity, she would gather around her a group of Istanbul flatterers with nimble tongues and have parties with music. These friends, who in the old plentiful times had made their living from this family, and who now, although they sensed the decline, wouldn't leave, were under the influence of 2 contrary feelings. On the one hand, they didn't think it right or humane to leave their old benefactors in difficult times. On the other hand, knowing that all their sources hadn't yet dried up, they didn't want to look for another place to attach themselves until they had eaten the last crumb. As for the fellow townsmen, who from time to time came up from Balıkesir and didn't think it bad to commemorate their old sponging there by eating, drinking, and enjoying themselves for a few more months in Istanbul, they were landing on the household's tottering budget like sledgehammer blows. Majida saw and understood all this, but didn't find it extraordinary. Ever since she could remember, hadn't she seen and heard the same things in her father's big house in Balıkesir? There, too, wasn't the talk always about difficulties, about the crop not being harvested this year, about such and such a field being mortgaged, about such and such a vineyard being sold? Her own mother, too, would get headaches when she broke a gold coin. Her own father, too, when he came home in the evenings, would sit without speaking, his knees drawn up, pulling his prayer beads and sinking into mental calculations impossible to untangle. More than these troubles that had been going on since her childhood without end, something else astonished her. What endless fields, vineyards, houses, olive groves, and gold coins these were. These fortunes that had accumulated from generation to generation and begun to melt in the mill of changing times just wouldn't come to an end. While debts were taken and paid, while fields were sold or planted, daughters were married off with weddings no worse than the old ones. For relatives' weddings, diamond earrings and pearl necklaces were found and produced from somewhere. In this chaotic life, Majida had grown up and been educated more by the impulse of chance. If she hadn't died of one of the various diseases that visited the house in her childhood, it was a chance. If after finishing primary school she hadn't been kept at home but sent to middle school, that too was a chance. If her father hadn't been so lost in inextricable affairs, he might not have believed the words of a few school teachers who advised him to educate his daughter and might have married her off at 15 like her older sister. Majida's life escaped from being the plaything of chance only in the second year of middle school. Because they had sent her to school rather late, at 9 years old, by the time she reached the 7th grade, she had turned 16 and had grown up considerably. Because the heavy atmosphere and domineering manner of a notable's house showed in her bearing, her classmates didn't approach her much. She occupied herself only with her lessons and led a life completely left to itself. There was no one either to take an interest in her studies or to tell her to behave in such and such a way. From time to time, her mother would start to say something about whether her clothes were too revealing or too modest, too tight or too loose, then shrug her shoulders as if to say, "None of my business," and go to her room. Because almost all families sent their daughters to school, she didn't find anything extraordinary in Majida studying, but she didn't hide from herself that she would prefer her to marry right away. The notable's house, consisting of several rooms and storage rooms around a dim vestibule, and again a lot of huge rooms arranged around a wide hall upstairs, was taking on a more and more foreign shape in Majida's eyes day by day. The life at school, the things told by the books she read and the lessons she heard were completely separate from her house, which was as if it had turned to stone 50 years ago and remained in place far from reality, and from the life there. Her clothes scattered here and there in her room, her books piled in confusion on the shelves of locally made walnut wardrobes with carved doors and fronts, didn't belong here at all. A lot of novels and stories that she read one after another, many of which she threw from her hand with a strange disgust, were bringing to life in her mind a life about which the goodness or badness she couldn't pass judgment, but of which the difference and greater reality compared to the one she was in, she clearly saw. Her contact with other classmates at school was rather limited. This came partly from loving solitude and partly from not liking the things they talked about. These various girls between the ages of 13 and 16 would open among themselves topics that would make an adult person blush crimson, and despite always seeming to despise the boys who were their classmates, they would hold forth very knowingly about them.
Even if Majida listened to these conversations with a curiosity she couldn't control, the moment she was alone she felt a great disgust and resolved never to go near her classmates. In the beginning there was also some incomprehension mixed with this disgust. She couldn't understand her classmates who, putting their heads together in groups in the school garden, always said with a curl of the lip that Ahmet's lips were thick, Mehmet's hands were white and soft, that such and such a teacher looked a bit cross-eyed at such and such a girl, that the sewing teacher would never find a husband, all their thoughts revolving around such topics. These subjects seemed meaningless and unnecessary to her. Later, especially after reading many books and forming certain fantasies and new worlds in her head, she began to find such discussions disgusting. Every word of her classmates, even every dream about the future, was soiling one of the beautiful worlds her broad imagination had given birth to. Although she too passed various pictures of the future before her eyes, she kept them like precious objects, even was afraid of thinking about them too often and spoiling their shapes. Just at this time, in the middle of the 7th grade, an adventure she went through separated her even more from her surroundings. But it wasn't really right to call this event, which was born and grew entirely within her and not the smallest sign of which leaked outside, an adventure. 4. Since primary school, Majida had attracted attention for the beauty of her voice and her talent for music. When she was in the 5th grade, her music teacher was an elderly gentleman named Nikati Bey, who made the rounds of more or less all the schools in Balıkesir. When he entered the classroom, he would take out his clarinet from its case, play monotonous school tunes, and have the children sing haphazardly. Somehow, Majida caught the eye of Nikati Bey, a man who combined verses written by certain school principals and teachers who themselves dabbled in composing and were interested in literature, verses faulty in meter, rhyme, and meaning, with music that never rose above the ordinary, a man who in artistic passion had secretly caught fire, but unable to break the yoke of his lack of talent, had over time become easygoing and grown bitter at the world. Nikati Bey made it his business to work with Majida. He talked with her father. In the evenings, after school hours, together with 1 or 2 other private students, he began taking her to the teachers' union and having her practice on an out-of-tune piano.
In a short time, Majida showed progress that astonished even her classmates. In the year she finished primary school, they had her play the piano alone at the concert given by the final class. She showed the greatest skill that could come from an 8-month beginner's hands. Since those in the hall consisted only of parents and a few teachers and officials, and since not a single person among them had the slightest idea about music, they applauded her with quite genuine admiration. Majida continued to take lessons in this way in the first year of middle school, too. Since Necati Bey himself couldn't play the piano very well, these lessons, which lasted about 2 years, didn't result, as often happens, in the student becoming a half-baked musical know-it-all, but continued as a course of study that led forward. Around the time they moved up to the 2nd year of middle school, Necati Bey was transferred to another town. During the vacation, Majida could occupy herself with the piano hardly at all. She neither wanted to go to the teachers' union alone, nor, even if she had wanted to, would it have been looked upon well by those around her. When school opened, she saw that a new young music teacher had come. This was a tall young man named Vedri with black, short hair and a round face. His face had an expression as if it were always smiling, and this caused the girls to start making fun of him from the first day. At first, Bedri got terribly angry at this. In class, his face would turn crimson. He would stand for minutes without saying anything, biting his lips. But a little later, his face would take on that smiling look again. Moving his eyes over the students again and again, he would continue explaining and sit down at the piano. The music classroom, which was large and always cold, was the most suitable place for the children to let themselves go. The boys would play the roughest practical jokes. The young girls would find the opportunity there to talk and then try to stuff their handkerchiefs in their mouths to stifle their laughter.
The young teacher, whose harshest word never went beyond, "Please, is that becoming of you?" would try to suppress the noise by striking the piano harder or by immediately starting a song to be sung all together. At such times, the school principal, Refik Bey, would sometimes appear in the glass-paneled door of the classroom, look with contemptuous eyes at this undisciplined teacher, invite the children to silence with his furrowed brows, and be met with sycophantic grins. Gradually, Bedri began to find these things natural. Most of the children were such spoiled and badly raised creatures that it was impossible to bring them into line with nice words and requests. Besides, except for a history teacher who gave terrible beatings and a language teacher who had gained a reputation as the zero giver, no one's class passed in peace. Even the principal's own classes were pandemonium. Learning that the same situation existed in the city's other schools, Bedri gave up and chose to occupy himself seriously only with the few who were interested in his subject, leaving the rest to their own devices. Machide was among these enthusiasts. At first, she hadn't attracted much attention because she sat quietly in a corner, but a short while later she gathered all of Bedri's interest. The young man would speak with excitement to the school principal and other teachers as if he had discovered something about this extraordinarily talented student, saying that she absolutely had to be trained. The teachers who listened to these words with great curiosity and approval would either smile behind his back or look at each other meaningfully. As for Machide, with a habit left over from the times she took lessons with Necati Bey, she had perhaps never once looked carefully at her teacher's face. When they were together, her eyes and mind were entirely on the sheet music, on Bedri's fingers, or chasing after vague daydreams into which she would drift from time to time. What they talked about hardly ever went beyond the piece they were working on. In both of them was the blindness of people attached to some form of art and carrying, consciously or unconsciously, an artistic passion inside them. This obliviousness, regarded by those around them and very often by themselves as stupidity, would perhaps have continued between this teacher and student, but the school principal, Refik Bey, helped both of them turn their eyes and thoughts to matters other than music. One day in the late afternoon, while the children were going home, teacher Bedri was sitting in the teacher's room writing a letter to his mother in Istanbul. When the sound of the children's footsteps in the corridor had thinned out, he quickly put the letter in an envelope, sealed it, wrote the address, and dashed outside looking for a student. Since he slept at the school and didn't intend to go out that evening, he wanted to give the letter to one of the children whose way passed in front of the post office. He looked from the street door towards the garden. Everyone had gone. He turned back to go himself, picked up his hat. Just then the sounds of a piano came to his ears from the music room. "Machide must be here. I'll send it with her," he said. He walked in that direction. Just as he opened the door, Machide had closed the piano lid and picked up her bag. "I practiced a bit, sir," she said, wanting to leave. Bedri made way for her and said, "Drop this in the mailbox as you pass the post office." The young girl put the envelope in her bag and, bending her knees slightly, said, "Goodbye. Don't forget the letter in your bag." "I won't, sir." Machide went out into the garden and walked quickly along the sandy path. At that moment, Bedri, returning to the teacher's room, saw that the principal had burst out of a dark corner of the corridor, passed quickly by him, and run towards the garden. Although Refik Bey's haste in passing by as if he hadn't noticed him astonished Bedri, he didn't think much about it. The next evening was Machide's lesson day. They were to work together for an hour after school. Going to the music room, Bedri saw that all 6 students to whom he gave private lessons in this way were there. "It's not your day. Why did you stay?" he said. But inwardly he was also pleased by this extra interest of theirs. The girls exchanged meaningful glances. Machide, near Bedri, had bowed her head, blushing crimson. One of the 2 male students said, "The principal ordered it. From now on, we're not to take separate lessons. We're to work all together." For a moment, Bedri looked at those before him without understanding what they meant. Then he shrugged his shoulders, opened the sheet music, and listened first to Machide, then to the others, saying to the remaining, "You come tomorrow evening too," and went out of the room. He wanted to see the principal and ask the reason for this new order.
When he couldn't find him in his office, he turned back and went outside to get some air. His 7 students were walking 5 or 10 steps ahead with their bags in their hands. He caught up with them. They walked together for a while. Contrary to usual, this evening they were all silent. Bedri said, "If you're all together in the lessons, of course it will be more useful, but on condition that you pay attention and don't start chattering and become completely harmful." The children continued to be silent. Bedri, turning to Majid, said, just for something to say, "You didn't forget the letter, did you?" The young girl suddenly turned crimson. She fell into terrible confusion. The other children were also looking down, blushing and biting their lips so as not to laugh. In a barely audible voice, Majid said, "The principal took the letter, sir." Bedri stopped where he was and asked, "What do you mean?" "I don't know, sir. Yesterday, before I'd even gone out the garden gate, he came running after me. He asked for the letter you'd just given me. As I was giving him the envelope, he asked, 'What's in the letter?' I said, 'I don't know. Bedri Bey gave it to me to mail.' Then he read the address on the envelope. 'All right, run along and don't carry letters to the post and such again,' he said. Then he sent the letter with Enver from the 3rd class. Bedri said nothing. They had come to the market. 'Well, goodbye,' he said, and parted from his students. He entered a coffee house that the teachers usually filled. It seemed that all his colleagues, including teachers from other schools, were there. Some were playing poker, some backgammon, a few were watching the players and helping both sides. He saw that the principal was shuffling cards in a far corner. He had tucked his right foot under him and put his hat beside him. From time to time, he scratched his hairless head with his left hand, then busied himself with the cards again. When he saw Bedri in the distance, at first he pretended not to see him, but as soon as he noticed him advancing toward him, he turned his head in that direction. "Won't you come and join us, my friend? Come over here. What will you drink?" he said, hospitably. Bedri said, "Thank you. I won't drink anything. I just want to talk to you for a moment." The other teachers looked with annoyance at this spoil-sport who rarely came to the coffee house. The principal said, "Certainly, my friend. Shall we just finish this game? Is it urgent? Very well." Turning to one of the spectators beside him, "Here, play a hand for me. Be careful, I'm 2 games behind," he said. He got up. They went to a relatively quiet corner. At first, Bedri couldn't find anything to say. The principal was quicker. "I suppose you're going to ask about that letter business. I've been waiting since morning for you to come. When you didn't appear, I said to myself, he must have understood his mistake too. My dear fellow, you've traveled a lot and seen a lot, but we have experience too. In small places like this, a person must calculate his steps very carefully or they'll make you the talk of the town. This isn't Germany. You were in Germany, weren't you? No, Vienna. Well, it's all the same. This isn't Europe. True, we want to be like Europe, but slowly." Bedri cut off the principal's words with a sharp, nervous gesture. "Why are you saying these things?" he said. After a pause, he added, "Why did you take the letter? Or after reading the address, why didn't you give it back instead of sending it with someone else?" He had come here to have a real quarrel with the principal. He felt the moment approaching. The principal put his hand on his shoulder and said in a voice very much like sincerity, "To save you from a difficult situation, from gossip that would immediately spread everywhere." Bedri, his voice trembling, said, "Are you taking me for a fool? No one but you saw me sending a letter to the post with that girl, and even if they had seen, I cannot imagine that such an impropriety would occur to anyone but you." He leapt from his seat. His face had gone pale. "Even having to talk about this matter, having to explain myself to you, gives me terrible pain. To remain under such a base accusation."
The principal pulled him by the arm and sat him down. His voice still had that calm, sincere tone. "It may be true you're angry," he said. "Only be assured that I did nothing but my duty. Be assured that I thought nothing about you but goodwill. Only I must keep in mind that the community is not like this, and that the majority will pass judgments with ill will. You put me in a disgraceful position before the students. If I had not done this, you would have been in a worse position. How am I going to look the students in the face? Oh, come, these are ordinary things. They're not worth getting so upset about. It's enough to act with a little care." He stood up. The game he had been watching with his eye had ended, and the friend he had left in his place had lost. To cut the talk short, "We'll talk at length at school tomorrow. In time, you'll agree with me." Then, as if it had just occurred to him, he added, "Oh, I didn't think it proper for you to give the children lessons separately in the evenings. Certain talk has reached my ears. It's a co-educational school, you know. We mustn't shake the parents' trust. Excuse me," and he walked away. As he began to play, he said to his colleagues who were looking at him with questioning eyes, "It's nothing. Does he think everyone's a fool or what? What things have passed through our hands? Can you just let wolves like this loose among young girls? From time to time we have to show them our eyes aren't blind." He took the cards in his hand. "All right now, this time I'll get the better of you," he said, shuffling, and as he dealt, he murmured as if talking to himself, "I've been a principal for all these years. I've never had an incident at any school I've been at. Am I going to get myself in trouble at this age for this dandy?" Bedri had remained where he was. The terrible sentences and heavy insults he had prepared on the way, even the quarrel he had intended to start, had come to nothing. It was impossible not just to defend himself, but even to curse a person who defended with such naturalness a baseness his mind couldn't grasp, a slander he was ashamed even to think about. He immediately understood that every word he said would be met with an answer impossible to counter. The sad impossibility of being able to defend himself against a person who took ill will as a given and didn't allow that a person could be upright, sincere, and honorable had tied his hands. He left the coffee house quickly and returned to the school. He didn't feel like playing anything. Rummaging in his suitcase, he took out a book at random and tried to read.
When Majide parted from her classmates and returned home, she went straight up to her room. She put her bag gently in a corner. She calmly took off her jumper, washed her face, then went back to her bag, took out a geography book, and sat down on the cushion to study. Although she had read the same page twice, she hadn't understood what it was about. Her thoughts kept slipping away in other directions. She clenched her teeth and frowned as if struggling with someone. Her chest was rising and falling rapidly, and her fists were trembling. Finally, she flung the book in her hand to one side, threw herself on the cushion, and began to cry, sobbing. To keep her voice from being heard, she was furiously sinking her teeth into the straw pillow. This self-restraint was increasing her rage all the more and bringing a terrible headache. She was crying from rage, only from rage. She was angry at everyone. At Bedri, first of all, at the principal, at her classmates, at herself, and those around her. What right did they have? What right did they have to humiliate her, to make fun of her, to cause all these disgusting events? Going to school seemed to her a terrible thing. Not going and telling the reason she wasn't going, or thinking of this reason being whispered among others, seemed even more terrible. Last evening, after the principal's treatment, she had tried to control herself and had succeeded, but today at school she hadn't missed the attitude her classmates had taken toward her. The incident, which had immediately spread through the school, had caused those who thought Majide's silence was conceit, or who couldn't tolerate her talent, to go openly on the attack. Near her, so she could hear, things were being said like, "Oh my, what things have been going on without our knowing, thank goodness for the principal," and glances were becoming 10 times more meaningful. She wasn't proud and conceited, not at all.
In fact, perhaps on the contrary, her self-confidence was still very weak. But despite this, she couldn't understand how these children could give so much importance to someone else as to occupy their whole minds with her. What could occupy a person as much as herself, as much as her own thoughts, troubles, fears, and shortcomings? Yet all her classmates seemed to have magic spectacles before their eyes that prevented them from seeing themselves. Such stupid blindness couldn't be explained any other way. She felt a deep contempt for those around her. She considered it an injustice to herself to become excited enough over this to change the course of her life. "Whatever they do, I won't even pay attention," she said, and got up. She washed her face at the tap on the landing. When she came back to her room and sat on the cushion, she picked up the book she had thrown from her hand a moment ago and went over the next day's lesson with considerable calm. Only from time to time her eyes would drift. The image of her treacherous-faced classmates would pass through her mind, or Bedri would stand before her with his embarrassed and angry manner. But each time, Majde would shake her head slightly and raise her eyebrows, pushing these things away, and return to her lessons. The next day, school didn't seem as changed as she had feared. Even while still on the way, she had established that there was no discomfort inside her. Her feet were hopping quickly over the broken pavement as if she were going to receive good news, with a meaningless feeling. Before class in the morning and during the breaks between lessons, she saw that the girls had found other things to occupy them. She saw that the incident of 2 days ago would be forgotten much sooner than she had thought. She remembered, perhaps with a little sadness, but with a relieved breath, that she had never held an important place among her classmates, that she could never be the center of great and lasting attention. Within a few days, life took its old form. Now 7 people were taking music lessons together. Bedri was somewhat more distracted, somewhat more nervous than before. From time to time he would shout over small things, but a little later he would look around with soft glances, as if wanting to be forgiven. His manner toward Majide in particular was as diffident as it was compassionate. He seemed to guess how much the young girl had suffered because of him. He wanted both to give her the feeling that nothing was the matter and to make her understand that he was not at fault in what had happened. From time to time, when they ran into each other in the corridor, they would fix their eyes on each other for a very brief glance, and at that moment they would realize they agreed on certain matters. When the children were in class, Bedri would sometimes pass in front of the classroom. At these times, Majide would sense that he slowed his steps, and his eyes, looking through the glass-paneled door into the classroom, were searching for her. A closeness between 2 people who had suffered the same injustice was beginning to be established between them. Majide, in particular, was under the influence of Bedri's heavy, distracted manner. In the late afternoons, returning home, she would sometimes fall behind and watch Bedri's tall figure, his slightly drooping shoulders, his head always bent forward, disappear down the slope as he went into town on some errand. Although she didn't want to admit it even to herself, his talking too much with other girls really annoyed her. At such times, she would ask herself, "I wonder if the principal wasn't right." But remembering that all these changes had begun after the principal's intervention, she tried to clear herself in her own eyes. Although her classmates seemed to have forgotten that incident, they continued to use any occasion when Bedri and Majide happened to be side by side or exchanged a few words as a pretext for meaningful glances. This situation bewildered Majide completely, but for some reason it was drawing her closer to Bedri. Now in every class her eye was on the glass of the door, and her heart beating fast, she waited for him to pass through the corridor. When she heard footsteps outside, whatever position she was in, her head would turn. Although she was quite afraid of doing anything that would attract the other children's attention, she would meet Bedri's glances for a long time and feel a strange pride in her courage. However, neither her own nature nor Bedri's manner seemed likely to allow these feelings to grow any further. The young man never used the opportunities and possibilities to speak, whether during the evening lessons or during breaks or on the way home from school. On the other hand, at an entirely unexpected moment, he would try to express many things with a furtive glance. He too was no longer indifferent.
The principal had turned his eyes, unwillingly, on Majide. Now, as much as the young girl's astonishing musical talent, her figure, her pair of hands, and her eyes in which many things were hidden concerned him. It was impossible to confuse this 16-year-old girl, in whose words and manner there was no affectation at all, who looked at a person long and steadily with a courage and an openness rarely seen in a woman, whose eyes expressed many things, but who at the same time knew how to control them with a very natural will, with the school's other students. He waited impatiently for the times he would work with her, but in these hours whose dreams he had dreamed the night before, he didn't show Majide even half the interest he showed the other children. In this there was perhaps the influence of a justified fear, a desire that no gossip should come to the girl. He had no intention of carrying on a student-teacher flirtation of the kind seen sickeningly often in every school. At the same time, it was certain that Majide, unlike the other children, was not so lacking in talent as to occupy a person for hours. But beside all these reasons, there was something that kept him away from the girl more strongly than these, and in truth drew him closer. Bedri was an artist not accustomed to always controlling his feelings. He was afraid of falling in love, of truly and madly loving. If he could, he would have treated the girl differently to keep her away from him, to ward off this danger. But he couldn't go that far. He couldn't keep himself from gazing at Majide with infinite tenderness and admiration at moments when he thought no one noticed. Nor was he at all unhappy to see that these weak moments of his were sensed by the girl. Majide's not showing her feelings particularly pleased him, because any sign of satisfaction from the young girl would certainly have upset him as much as an unwilling, cold response. While these two people who found themselves so close to each other spiritually were floundering, one in the childishness of her age, the other in the childishness of his artistry, the end of the year came and school closed. Bedri returned to Istanbul to his mother's, Majide to her wooden, big house. Neither had any tangible memento left except a few photographs taken together with the other children in the school garden or on the May 5th outing. Only in their minds, not each other's image, but the powerful memory, indeed something of a continuation of the feelings they had once strongly felt, remained for a long time. When Bedri was going to the station, he had gotten into a carriage. On the way, he saw Majide walking with a few classmates. The children greeted their teacher by bowing their heads. Although both Bedri and Majide avoided even turning their eyes to each other at that moment, they thought they had gazed at each other long and hard. When schools opened in September, a different music teacher came. It was said that Bedri had stayed in Istanbul. That year passed, leaving almost no trace in Majide's mind. The new teacher, who was also very young, continued the children's private music lessons. Majide gave a few concerts with a group of students and was applauded. She took exams in a lot of subjects, she couldn't understand what they added to her mind, and finished middle school without using her father's influence in any subject except French. Now everything was complete. What was to be done after this, neither her mother, nor her father, nor her teachers, nor any girl's mother, father, or teachers knew. Like everyone, chance would determine her fate. Perhaps after a while they would want to marry her off to someone. She would refuse. They would put forward another. She wouldn't want him either. The struggle wouldn't last very long before the young girl's causeless stubbornness would end. She too would finally say, whatever happens, and bow her head, and something would happen. So life was a foggy, pitching sea in which 2 steps ahead couldn't be seen. Since we were to be the play chance of chance, why did we have a will? What good were the feelings filling our chests and the thoughts stirring in our minds if we couldn't use them?
Rather than coming into the world with the desire to shape our lives and our surroundings, wouldn't it be more comfortable, more sensible, to be empty and soft enough to easily take the shape life and environment gave us? While Majide was trying in a foggy way to think about and answer such things, the days were piling up on top of each other like stalks cut by a sickle. She tried to console herself with the piano. It had been possible, without much insistence, to get her father to buy an old, out-of-tune piano that had once passed from a Greek's house to the Abandoned Property Administration and had recently been put up for sale at a cheap price. This poor instrument, placed in a corner of the large hall on the upper floor with its rusty candle holders pointing at the low ceiling, gave Majide only sadness. She had seen the only benefit of the music lessons she had taken until now as proving that there was music in the world capable of stirring the human soul, but she hadn't been slow to understand how far she still was from it. When she opened a piece of sheet music and began to practice, the melodies she had once heard from Bedri and later from the other teacher who wasn't as good as he, would come to life in her ears, and faced with this merciless trick of her memory and imagination, she would helplessly slam down the lid and get up. She hadn't taken up music like her other classmates so that it would help raise the level of the husband they would find. She didn't look at it as a girlhood dress to be cast aside after marriage. She clung to it as a close friend she would carry with her all her life, as the meaning of that life. She was spending the hot days of summer lying in the dim hall, sinking into endless thoughts, going on vineyard and garden outings organized by her mother with the neighbors, joining in the games of wild friends, and waking from this temporary forgetting herself with an even stronger inner boredom. At this time, again by chance, another direction was given to her life which she was tired of even thinking how it would continue. Aunt Amina, who had come from Istanbul to Balıkesir, both to visit and to take another look at whether there was anything left to sell, had become enchanted with this dignified, beautiful relative so unlike her flighty daughter. Especially when she learned that she was studying music, she raised the roof. With an air that suggested she looked with some pity on the relatives who had stayed in Balıkesir, "I swear I won't leave Macide here. Is this a girl to be wasted here? In Istanbul she'll both study and see the world, and instead of going to seed here, she'll go around and have fun with Samiha," she said. Then, seizing her girl's mother and father at their most vulnerable point, "You can't find your daughter a husband here except a civil servant, whereas she deserves doctors, engineers. Just let her stay with us for a few years and you'll see," she added. Macide was crazy about this cheerful, friendly aunt. Each time she came and went, she squeezed Macide's cheeks tightly, told her about Istanbul and the friends she would find there, and answered Macide's question, "I wonder if I could go to the conservatory," with, "Oh, is that even a question? You can go wherever you like." Aunt Amina seemed to Macide like a plump, oldish angel come from heaven to save her. Her mother and father didn't object much. Since the season was approaching autumn, they had some money left from the harvest. They made a few Istanbul outfits for Macide. They added to her and Aunt Amina's luggage a tin of green olives, several tins of honey, and 2 small rugs, and put their child, whom they would never see again, on the train and sent her off. At the station, only her mother cried. Her father contented himself with fiddling with his collarless shirt from time to time, and when the train departed, frowning and shaking his head slightly. The Eye. Nihat and Omer walked slowly from the bridge towards Babi Ali Gadesi. They wanted to go to Bayazit, looking at the bookshop windows. They were climbing the slope in silence, a slope on whose 2 sides good and bad books in tasteless covers were displayed alongside liver kebab and artichokes in olive oil. As they passed near the post office, it occurred to Omer to break the devil's leg and stop by the office today, but the lunch break was approaching. Going would be ridiculous. He dragged his feet with a strange sadness that he thought came from a sense of duty and found meaningless. He paid 15 kurus for one of the magazines lined up beside the water tap on a tobacconist's counter. After glancing at the names of the writers, he folded it and put it in his pocket. Nihat was distracted all the while. Although they didn't have enough money for a lunch, he didn't even notice that Omer had paid 15 kurus for a magazine. In the avenue, which was very empty before noon, they didn't run into anyone they knew. When they came to Bayazit, they sat at one of the coffee houses beside the mosque. There was no one here. In one of the far corners, 2 poor science faculty students were busy cramming their lessons furiously. Further on, towards the avenue, a bearded wreck of a theology student was smoking a water pipe and surveying his surroundings with cunning eyes. They sat for a while watching the passers-by in the square, the trams, the beggars. Finally, Nihat raised his head as if waking from a dream. "We need money, my friend," he said. "Understood. In a little while we'll find a friend among those coming to lunch and ask him. A lira will be enough, right?" Nihat looked at him with contempt and anger. "Not that kind of money. Real money.
money to do business with. Are you going into trade? Leave off the chatter, my friend. Your head doesn't understand these things, just as mine can't grasp your meditations that roam the skies. I certainly don't intend to remain a philosophy faculty student until the end of my life. Then don't remain a student, become a graduate. Do you think even if I graduate it will satisfy me? Omer becoming a bit more serious.
Really, Nihat, he said. Lately you've become a somewhat mysterious fellow. You say strange things, you're friends with all sorts of people I've never seen, especially that tartar-faced fellow you were with the other day. I didn't like him at all. What is all this? Nihat surveyed his surroundings with a suspicious look, then said, Be quiet. You're a chatterbox. Don't stick your nose into things you don't understand. Keep on saying clever things and building fantasies. When you wise up and return to reality, we'll talk at greater length. After thinking for a while, as if he had changed his mind, However, I'll talk to you one of these days. Let me just say this much. We need money. You need it? Who are you? How much is needed? Don't ask who we are for now. The money we want isn't a fixed amount either. Money is always needed, constantly, without ever stopping. Omer laughed and said, I'm beginning to get curious. Nihat cut off the conversation with his hand. Enough. I said I'd talk to you. Wait. Now let's think about lunch and then about this evening. Until 2 o'clock, they surveyed those coming to the restaurant across from the coffee house. Although there were 1 or 2 acquaintances among them, there was no one close enough to order them a meal. Finally, giving up hope, they filled their stomachs with a samit each and a tea. Since it was school vacation time, these coffee houses were filled with teachers who had come from various parts of the country to Istanbul to amusement. These summer customers, who came 1 or 2 at a time in the afternoon and met other friends here and spent their time until evening playing backgammon, would get up in groups after deciding where to go at night and make their way to Beyoğlu's cheap beer halls, just as they had come. After dark, only students and those who hadn't been able to save money for the vacation during the school year would remain here. Omer and Nihat sat until evening, changing places from time to time because of the sun. Both were lost in their own world. Nihat was giving free rein to his mind full of plans and schemes. Omer was thinking many contradictory things without settling on anything specific. Several times he reached into his pocket wanting to read the magazine he had bought a while back, but he couldn't get past the titles of the articles. Striking the pages he had folded in his hand on the table, he muttered, God, is there nothing to save a person from this inner boredom? Very often it was like this. His whole mind would suddenly empty, a heaviness would settle on his chest and throat, and he would feel the longing for certain violent desires whose nature he didn't know. Nihat said, If you knew what you wanted, you wouldn't be bored. Omer answered as if pleading, Tell me something to want. Tell me something worth dying for, and I'll seize it with all 4 limbs. Nihat laughed. See, you immediately go astray. Nothing in life is wanted for the sake of dying for it. Everything should be for our living. Let me even go further, for our own living. You're so stuck in the emptiness inside your head that you want to plunge into a second emptiness by immediately looking for something to die for. To live better than everyone, more grandly than everyone, to live ruling over people, powerful, perhaps even a bit cruel. What else is there to want in the world? Devote your life to this goal, and you'll see how you'll suddenly come alive. Nihat's thin face had suddenly flushed. His quick-moving eyes had begun to shine. Omer murmured without disturbing his lethargy in the least, You really have begun to change, Nihat, or I haven't known you very well. What passions were hidden inside you, it turns out. But aren't you too selfish? Perhaps your words are true, but there's a place inside me that doesn't want them to be true. A waiter in a white apron turned the electric switch. A lot of bulbs hanging on wires stretched among the trees suddenly came to life with a yellow light. Just then 4 people came, arguing heatedly, and squeezed in next to Omer and Nihat's table. Nihat, turning to them, said, Where do you grace us from, masters? Among the newcomers, one who stood out for his short stature and nervous movements answered with another question. Are you here? Then he added,
What a silly question, isn't it? We see you're here. Why do we ask, I wonder? A peculiar meaninglessness of Turkish. No other language in the world has this ability, the ability to talk for hours and express nothing. Another of the newcomers, also short, narrowing his eyes whose color couldn't be told behind thick-lensed glasses, said, "Are you aware that in your question you're busy increasing Turkish's capacity for this?" Omer screwed up his face and murmured, "Oh no, the witticisms have started again. The times when my head is empty seem more meaningful to me than these endless jokes." Nihat said in the same low voice, "Consider that both of them are famous men of this country. There must certainly be some virtue in the words of a great poet and an even greater writer," and joined in Omer's snickering. Of those who had come, no one but the first two who had spoken opened their mouths. Nihat sidled up to one of the others and they exchanged a few words. The other nodded yes with his head. Nihat immediately turned to Omer. "Done. We're safe for this evening," he said. Omer heaved a sigh. Seeing that this news didn't please him much, Nihat asked, "What's the matter? Didn't you like it? Are you aware how wretched we are? Why? You talk as if you've never drunk freeloaded raka in your life. For God's sake, be quiet. My whole life, our whole life, is disgrace. So you were a monument of virtue? No, but this much is certain. I don't want to be the way I am today. A completely different life, a less ridiculous and meaningful life, that's what I want. Perhaps it's possible to search and find this, too. But there's such a devil inside me. He always makes me do things completely different from what I want. It's useless trying to escape from his hands. Not just me, we're all toys in his hands. Even your plans for ruling the world, I'm sure, are his product." Unable to be patient any longer, Nihat cut off Omer's words. "For God's sake, leave off these mystical lectures. I understand your trouble. Only if I tell you to your face you'll be angry. Tell me. You want to get married." Omer looked disgusted and said, "Idiot."
Then he took the magazine out of his pocket and began to leaf through it. Nihat, turning to the thick-spectacled gentleman who had been speaking a moment ago. "Well, Ismet Sherif Bey, today's article of yours was exquisite. We have no other writer who attacks his enemies with such sharp weapons and powerful logic. Every week we wait impatiently for your articles." Omer, raising his head from the magazine, "Are you reading a reader's letter?" he said. "Am I saying something wrong?" "No, but add this too. At the head of the enemies our friend Ismet Sherif floors is himself, since a month later he always asserts, more strongly, the opposite of what he said a month before. The first opponent he kills is again Ismet Sherif. Isn't that right, Emin Kamil?" The great poet who had been talking a moment about Turkish's capacity for meaninglessness and who seemed to be in a state of argument with Ismet Sherif on every subject, said, Of course. Ismet Sherif, trying to straighten his head, which had tilted slightly towards his left shoulder as a result of a wound received in childhood, said, "Those who don't understand that life is a chain of changes and that every change is evolution are bigoted minds." And not seeing the need for another answer, he fiddled with the scar on his neck. This rather large wound, opened on his neck by a stray shell fragment when he and his father were in Edirne during the Balkan War, was the most important event of Ismet Sherif's life. This had not only become the subject of his greatest novel, but together with his father, whom he said had died heroically in a sortie from Edirne with his company, had played the most important role in the formation of his character and mind. Now, with the articles he wrote once a week for one of the big newspapers, he touched on all political, economic, and literary issues inside and outside the country, and ended each article with a sharp judgment and remedy that followed a clever chain of logic.
The poet Emin Kamil, who very often walked, drank, and thought together with this great writer and thinker, but who at the same time considered it his duty to object to every idea and every word of his friend, was an heir with no job or occupation. He spent the greater part of his life sitting at his father's farm near Yeşilköy, hunting, keeping dogs, and making music lovers happy by writing a few deeply meaningful poems a year. Since he had nothing else to do, in recent years he had taken an interest in Buddhism. He had cut his hair at the roots and walked barefoot around the farm wanting to reach nirvana. Then he had given this up and for several months had been an admirer of the Chinese philosopher Lao Tzu. He walked around with French books on Chinese philosophy in his hand, trying to explain life and people according to them. Although he had an intelligent and sensitive side, he was distressed at not being taken very seriously among his friends, and tried to make up for the pain of this by surveying his surroundings with a proud contempt. Nihat and Omer had once put out a youth magazine and had come to know these two masters by asking them for a lead article and a poem. Although the magazine had long since gone under, and new ones that likewise quickly went under had taken its place, this friendship continued. Although Omer was no longer occupied with such things, Nihat still had connections with various magazines. From time to time, he would publish articles called Youth Movements in the newspapers Ismet Sharif wrote for, and his writings, whose meaning wasn't very easy to understand and gave the impression of attacking an enemy he didn't name openly, would be hotly debated by some young people. As for the young men who had come with Ismet Sharif and Emin Kamil, they had dropped out of their studies and taken up journalism. Since their Turkish wasn't good and they knew almost nothing, they could not get beyond being reporters. They would sit silently in the master's company and pass the time admiringly laughing at the jokes they endlessly cracked. Ismet Sharif suddenly leapt from his seat and said commandingly, "Come on, let's go." His often-seen domineering manner made a sad contrast with his neck which lay meekly towards his left shoulder. They all got up together. Omer left the money for the tea he had drunk on the tin table. Nihat paid his own money too. The others, after a small argument, had decided to go to a tavern nearby in the Koska area that they had recently discovered. They all walked together. This low-ceilinged place, which from outside looked more like a tinker shop than a tavern, had no one in it but a few elderly evening drinkers with unshaven faces and 2 or 3 tradesmen, plus a musician in dark glasses sitting on a chair beside the counter with his oud leaning against him, and a boy of 10 or 12 wearing shoes without socks on his feet. These seemed to be resting after playing for a while. The boy with the long, sallow face immediately caught Omer's eye. In his manner, an innocence he had yet to shed and a shiftiness and cunning he had yet not fully adopted were mixed. As he moved his large brown eyes around, he was trying to assume a sick, pitiable air. But when from time to time he forgot himself and looked with anxious eyes at the oud player beside him, or when his eye caught the various metse the Armenian tavern-keeper was carrying to the customers and sighed with longing, he took on a truly pitiable, heart-rending look. They all squeezed around a small table. The tavern-keeper immediately brought a carafa of raki in a tray, along with small pastries, bean salads, and fried pickerel. They began to talk amid the noise of the music which had started again. The poet Emin Kamil was philosophizing about the boy who was singing. Ismet Sharif was trying to expound on our national wounds in the manner of an article. The journalist youths continued to remain respectfully silent. At one point, Nihat began to tell those present what Omer had done that morning. Omer took out the said magazine from his pocket again with an annoyed air and set about reading. Nihat's story had begun to make those at the table roar with laughter when Omer, suddenly, his eyes shining, struck the magazine in his hand on the table. "Look, look," he said, "there's a poem here. It says so clearly the things that drive me mad. You don't understand me. I'm sure the one who wrote this will understand me." Picking up the magazine from the table again, he began to read. This was a poem called The Devil by one of the well-known poets.
Omer read with his voice trembling and like a man who wanted to pour out all his insides, looking now and then into the eyes of those across from him. The poem spoke of a devil who chased us with his shadow, who whispered from behind, whose ice-cold hands roamed over the back of our neck, who didn't let us escape anywhere but seized us tight, of a power that made us shiver and tremble before it like a skinny child. When Omer finished the poem, his forehead was covered with sweat. "Look at these lines," he said, and read again a few verses from the middle of the poem. "Him I've known since childhood, since my first dreams. When I walk alone, he is the step behind me. Fear of him, inside me, creating a timid world." Omer repeated as if shouting, "Yes, yes, fear of him, creating this timid world inside me. I'm not this. I'm going to be something else. If only this fear weren't there. If I weren't afraid of this devil whom I'm sure will never let me do anything fully or well." Emin Kamil, shaking his head and blinking his eyes nervously, "Why are you angry? Why are you complaining?" he said. "How do you know that what you call the devil inside you isn't your most precious part? Those like you who have no sense organs but their 5 senses can never escape from this constant fear. If you could reach the real causes and origins, you would see that our weakest part is outside us. It's the 7 colors that blind our eyes, the sounds that deafen our ears, what we eat that rusts our mouths, our endless running that first excites and then stops our hearts. The superior person is one who values not his outside, but his inside." Nihat couldn't restrain himself. "You don't seem to be neglecting your outside very much either, master. Despite all the wisdom of Lao Tzu, you're leading a rather sweet and salty life." Emin Kamil was about to answer, but Ismet Sharif was quicker, turning to Omer. "It's nothing extraordinary. This devil is in all of us. Our artistic side is his child. It's he who takes us outside daily life, who makes us realize our humanity, that we're not machines. What Emin Kamil says is nonsense. Inside and outside aren't different. These are nothing but 2 aspects of one idea." Omer had drifted off to other things and wasn't listening. Nihat, raising his glass to his mouth, "However, you are not very different from Emin Kamil," he said, "especially in immediately taking things seriously and philosophizing about them. You are alike. You still haven't learned our Omer. A small thing can carry him to tremendous excitements. He thinks he sees a world behind a small leaf and lives without seeing the big world. He's convinced there's a universe inside him whose origin he can never learn." Then, turning to Omer, he added, "When you turn to life, to reality, to your interests, neither devil nor prophet will remain inside you. Learn how simple a machine your body and soul are. Determine what you want and start advancing towards them with determination. You'll see." Omer shook his head. "I don't understand any of you. I can't find an answer to give either, but I'm sure I'm not mistaken. There's a power that draws us to do things we don't want. This is certain. We ought to be different, better. This is also certain. How to reconcile these, I don't know." Nihat laughed. "And you won't learn till the end of your life." The tavern had emptied. Ismet Sharif, whose crooked head had begun to sway after the 3rd glass, and Emin Kamil, whose nervous movements had increased, had sunk into a heated argument. It wasn't clear whether they were rejecting or accepting each other's words. Both were using words of great meaning, intricate sentences. They would pause at certain points in their words and check the effect they had made. Sometimes they would both start to speak at the same time and go on without listening to each other. Omer tried to understand what the argument was about.
He noticed that words from the upper class like perception, contemplation, criterion, system, consciousness were mixed with samples of intellectual slang like "I'll be damned," idea mongers, politics peddler, ideal profiteer. God, how much these people repeat themselves, he murmured. Nihat asked, "What did you say?" Omer, who had accustomed himself to openly pouring out everything that passed through his mind and heart to his friend, this time, for the first time, found it unnecessary to tell him what he was thinking, and shaking his head, "Nothing, I wasn't aware." The six-sided wooden wall clock across from them showed 11. Grabbing his hat, Omer said, "I'll be right back," and rushed out into the street. He walked with quick steps as far as Laleli. Here he turned right and walked towards Sheikh-Zadebashi through a broken street passing between burnt areas and scattered houses. Nihat, remaining in the tavern, asked the journalist beside him in alarm, "Hey, wasn't tonight's bill on you?" The other, struggling to raise his heavy eyelids and head, nodded yes. After taking a deep breath, Nihat murmured, "Then why did our crazy boy run off?" 7. When he knocked on Aunt Amin's door, it was nearly midnight. All the rooms of the house facing the street were dark. Only a faint light came through the glass panel above the door. There must be people sitting in the hall, he said. Visiting these relatives whom he hadn't called on perhaps for a year at such an inconvenient hour didn't seem at all strange to him. Since the old days, even when he was attending high school, whenever he stayed out too late to return to school, he would come here, sleep a comfortable sleep recalling his childhood in a bed the old servant Fatma made up in one of the empty rooms, and in the morning usually leave without being seen by anyone. This time he had made the decision to come here suddenly. What was being talked about in the tavern seemed inexpressibly empty and cold to him. He felt the desire to go to an environment completely separate from this world, more natural, closer to the earth. He knew that his aunt's new Riche house wasn't the place he was looking for, but he didn't want to admit even to himself the real reason that drew him here. Fatma opened the door as usual. The old spinster who had borne the burden of this house for 30 years stood before him with her kitchen-smelling clothes and her always smiling eyes.
The sincere joy she felt at seeing Omer was evident in her every manner. "Come in, young master. They haven't gone to bed yet," she said. Then, making way, "Don't ask. Things are bad this evening, but let them tell you themselves. Come in." When Omer climbed a few steps, he found Uncle Galip and Aunt Amin in the oilcloth-floored hall. Galip Effendi, straightening up from where he had been dozing, was trying to greet the guest with a smiling face. Aunt Amin, with her white headscarf and reddened eyes, was moaning, "Come, come, dear Omer, don't ask what's happened to us." Omer immediately understood the matter. "Did you tell her?" he said. We told her. Besides, even if we hadn't told her, she was beginning to understand. This evening she threw her arms around my neck. "I'm a big girl. Why do you hide things from me?" she said. "Leaving me in suspense like this upsets me more. For God's sake, tell me whatever it is," she said. She made me swear, and I let it slip. You should have seen the girl who said she'd control herself. Heart-rending. She threw herself on the cushions, screaming. Then, without even listening to our consolation, she ran away, went upstairs to her room, locked the door behind her. She turned off the light. A little later, her voice stopped too. Omer asked in alarm, "Didn't you go to her room and look in on her?" "Of course we did, but as I said, she locked the door. Goodness, I was in a panic. I was scared to death, thinking maybe she'd do herself harm. I pounded on the door. 'Auntie dear, leave me in peace. Let me rest my head a bit. Let me sleep,' she said. I don't know, she's a strange girl. At such painful times, a person looks for someone to share her troubles, but she looks for a place to escape to." She passed her hand over her eyes, which were tearing up again. "My nerves are on edge too. My head's been splitting since then. After all, it's a father's death. But what can you do?" Galip Effendi murmured, "The deceased's situation was also quite bad." Aunt Amin shot him a look, showing she was angry that he thought about the situation even at such a time of mourning. At that moment, Omer felt he was truly sorry for the poor girl. He remembered his own father, who had died 4 years ago. His life spent in Istanbul at boarding schools had prevented him from really knowing his father.
Although he had gotten used to looking at him as someone who sent him money from month to month and whose home he went to during vacations, the news of his death had really shaken him. A person felt a lack, a nakedness, as if one of the walls of the room he was sitting in had suddenly disappeared. He didn't want to believe that something that until the day before had existed as naturally as our arm or a leg had suddenly become nothing. Omer said with a thoughtful air, if only her education didn't remain unfinished. Uncle Galip, starting up from his sleep, immediately answered, let's see if their situation will permit. Aunt Amine repeated her look of a moment ago and thought once more how her husband's old philandering and the open-handed generosity befitting a provincial notable had been erased over time and replaced by a meaningless stinginess. If Amin Hanoum weren't there, not even a morsel of food would be offered to the guests and townspeople who came to the house. But she was pushing this terrible moment back a little further with all her strength, all her will, saying, I'll cough up blood and say I ate cornelian cherries. Rather than fail in hospitality to a guest, we'll fast as a household, that's better. However, there was yet no fasting as a household. The raki he had drunk on an empty stomach had given Omer a strange heaviness. He yawned several times. Fatma, who was sitting on her knees in a corner, leapt up. Your bed is ready upstairs, young master. Omer, trying to stretch, said, I'll go then, and got up. Aunt Amine said with a reproachful air, don't you dare leave again without being seen by us. This time I'll be offended. God give you rest. Omer climbed the wooden, creaking staircase and entered the small room facing the street. A large mattress spread on the floor covered the middle of the room. He looked for the switch to turn on the light, then gave up. The street lamp burning right in front of the window lit up the room completely. He sank on a chair near the door. His head was beginning to ache, and inside him there was a causeless sadness. He let his eyes wander around. Almost nothing had changed in this room he had known since the old days. A cheap but excessively fancy room set, consisting of a sofa with collapsed springs and 4 creaking chairs, still held its old place. On the floor was the same old but beautiful ushak rug. On the divan by the window, the same calico covers and straw pillows. On the wall, the same Bismillah plaque, and in a corner, on a small table, the same portable gramophone with records in torn sleeves. Omer felt even more oppressed amid this jumbled furniture. Then he thought of his aunt, who, despite her sorrow, hadn't forgotten her Cole and Rudge, and his plump cousin Samiha, who was surely now sleeping a carefree sleep in her room, and was amazed at how well they fit here. They too, like this room, like their whole house, hadn't yet found where they belonged. Inside them too, the Bismillah plaque and the Sonia record stood side by side. Getting up from the chair where he sat, he went to the window and opened the pane. It was a cool spring night. He hoped the cold air coming in would help his headache. In the sky, reddened by the city lights, scattered clouds were racing. From a few streets away came the screech of tram wheels. When he turned his eyes across the way, he saw that the high walls surrounding a large mansion's garden, which had been there for years, still rose in the same place unchanged, and he was astonished.
Everything in his life changed so quickly that when, after some time had passed, he saw objects still in the same state, it surprised and saddened him. The thoughts inside his head were in constant motion, shapeless and too scattered to grasp, just like those sparse clouds in the sky. But gradually they gathered themselves more. They continued to chase each other in the form of various memories, desires, passions, hopes. At this point, he noticed he was saying things to himself. Despite all his effort, he couldn't remember what he was saying. A center not subject to his will was working in his head, and when he tried to turn his attention there, it immediately disappeared into the mists. He rested his head on the windowsill. His eyes were half closed. The branches of a few trees in the opposite mansion's garden, reaching over the wall, were swaying in the night, with soft movements like smoke rising from a chimney. For a moment, he felt himself drifting away from the tram noises, from the electric light, from the night, toward a green and bright place. He was walking among poplar saplings on a narrow path. On his right, foamy water was flowing in a channel a step wide. On his left, there was a gentle ridge extending downward, and on it, vineyards surrounded by hedges of blackberry and wild rose. He saw very clearly the stumps standing like crouched people, and the cherry saplings with their red fruit on them. After a while, the path came to a short slope. Now the trees and bushes on both sides had become so thick and high they hid the surroundings. At the top of the slope, there was a fairly wide clearing. Large walnut and elm trees completely covered the sky, and the light filtering through the leaves was decorating a small pool at one edge of the clearing with a constantly changing mosaic. So the water flowing from the edge of the path he had come on originated here. He walked in that direction. The pool disappeared under mossy, ivy-covered rocks. Around, there was no sound but the rustle of the leaves and the sweet splashing of the water bubbles rising from the bottom of the pool through the sand. The shrill cry of a tram wheel made him start. In an instant, he began to burn with a terrible curiosity. Where had he seen this landscape, this green path, and this water springing from among rocks and forming a natural pool? He gathered all his memory. He tried to bring before his eyes the places he had visited since childhood, the beautiful landscapes that had settled in his mind. He couldn't remember this place at all. Where was it? He searched everywhere, from the Dorsen Bay forests to the Kasda pine groves and springs. He thought of the places he had traveled by carriage and on foot. Was he alone on this tree-laned path, or were others with him? He couldn't remember this either. He racked his brain till it nearly cracked. The places that came to life before his eyes with so much detail were not a fantasy. He knew he had certainly seen these places, but when? "I wonder if I saw them in one of my dreams," he said. No, this was no dream or anything. He had passed along that path. He had seen the cherry trees and vineyard stumps with his eyes. Inside him, a tremendous desire to see that place again, but not being able to remember where it was, he was writhing in helplessness. This failure had annoyed him. He turned his eyes back to the room. This often happened to him. While reading a book, he would seem to recognize a few lines there, but he couldn't remember where or how he had learned them. Or while saying something to someone, a place inside his head would whisper to him that he had had this same conversation with the same people and the same words at another time, and Omer, forgetting what he was saying, would start to investigate this. Several times he had wanted to think he had seen these things in his dreams. Perhaps some strange power was showing him some events in dreams beforehand. Then he found this thought ridiculous. But it was also certain that certain events, certain things he was doing for the first time in his life, certain words he had said or heard were not foreign to him. He knew he had done or seen or heard these things at a time he couldn't determine, but certainly at some time. He rested his head wearily on the calico-covered straw pillow. Inside the house, it was quiet. Closing his eyes, in his imagination, he toured all the rooms. Fatma surely had spread her mattress on the oilcloth-floored hall downstairs and sunk into that light sleep of hers. One of her feet, with their cracked heels, had come out from under the edge of the blanket. She had clasped her hands, grown big from work, over her breasts that had shrunk and withered without anyone touching them. Her black hair, escaping from her dirty kerchief, had scattered on the pillow. Her chest was rising and falling calmly, and her mind, which had forgotten how to think, was perhaps trying not to lose entirely the ability to function by being occupied with dreams about her mother and father whom she hadn't seen since the age of 7. It wasn't very pleasant to imagine the way Uncle Ghalib and Aunt Emin, sleeping in the room overlooking the garden on the lower floor, were lying. Their bodies, two huge masses of fat sinking the mattress, had turned their backs to each other. Uncle Ghalib's white embroidered front nightgown had gathered at his waist, and a part of his flannel trousers with mother-of-pearl buttons had slipped up to his knee. Aunt Emin was sleeping with faint drops of sweat appearing in the folds of her neck and coal and sleep crust overflowing from the corners of her eyes. Both were having troubled dreams. Uncle Ghalib's snoring was mixing with a whistle coming from her wife's lips or nose, it wasn't clear which.
Upstairs, in a room also overlooking the garden, Samiha was lying with her plump but young body. She had spread her light brown, straight hair on the embroidered pillow and put one hand under her cheek, the other on her chest.
Her white, chubby legs, stretched out and apart, were wrapped in the calico sheets. Perhaps dreams of husbands with automobiles, silk presses, having her hair curled somewhere, were passing through her carefree head. And in the room right beside Ömer hadn't wanted to admit to himself that this imaginary tour he had made of all the rooms of the house was solely to arrive here. But now he understood. This was also the reason he had gotten up from the tavern and come here at midnight. The things he had felt that morning on the ferry when he first saw the girl passed through his mind once more. "Stupid Nihat, he'll nearly turn me into something different from what I am," he muttered. Until then, he had accustomed himself to a kind of pride and pleasure in openly pouring out everything that passed through his mind and heart. This seemed to him an expression of his self-confidence. He thought there was no reason to act differently this time either. What was her name? Majid. Yes, Majid, he said. Not a very pretty name, really. Her father probably heard it from a clerk's child and gave this name to his daughter. Whatever it is, despite her name, if I see her tomorrow, I'll tell her I'm madly in love with her. He tried to bring Majid to life in his imagination. He couldn't quite find her face. He only remembered how, when they parted from each other so she could get on the tram, she had walked away with such a sweet gait without once looking back, and also her extraordinarily beautiful neck, which showed only about 2 fingers' width between her black curly hair and her slender shoulders. What color were her eyes? It was certain she had a striking complexion and chin, but what was the shape of her mouth and teeth? Whatever they're like, a creature the like of whom I've never seen in my whole life. Tomorrow. When it occurred to him that while he was occupied with such selfish imaginings, the poor girl was who knows in what state, he was ashamed. Perhaps she had undressed and stretched out on her bed, or perhaps she was sitting hunched in a corner of the room with her clothes on. But she was surely awake. Perhaps at this moment her eyes were fixed on the same cloud racing across the sky. Who knows how the young girl's heart was beating, wrenching inside her chest? It was a sad thing for an 18-year-old girl in the house of such relatives whose souls were more distant than strangers to be wide awake alone in a dark room at midnight and trying to struggle with the painful truth she had learned 2 hours ago. Ömer knew how at such times a person grows stupid and looks for someone around to pour their troubles to. "Tomorrow I'll try to console her," he said. But when he saw how base he had become at that moment, he screwed up his face. He began to struggle with his mind, which wanted to build fantasies about how he would open his heart to her, how she would give sweet and favorable answers. His experiences until now had taught him that the events he kept alive in his imagination never came to pass. He found the reason for this not in the grandness and impossibility of his aspirations, but in fate's hostile game. So this time he wanted to think nothing. He was sure that if he imagined how favorably the girl would treat him, tomorrow he would certainly encounter the opposite. But this time, contrary to usual, he was attaching importance not to his fantasies, but to reality, to the position the girl would actually take tomorrow. He wanted to resort to the trick of thinking negative things now in order to ensure that this would be positive. But his brain, tired from running in all directions for hours and still retaining the effect of the Rocky, gradually grew foggy, and Ömer fell asleep in front of the open window, his head on the straw pillows. Chapter 8. He woke before it was light. A faint whiteness had begun behind the trees in the garden of the mansion across the way. He moved his body. His neck ached a little. That, too, was from lying uncomfortably on the pillow. The coolness of the night hadn't affected his young muscles. Only on his face and hands there was an unpleasant dampness. He wiped with his handkerchief this wet layer which he didn't know came from his skin's secretions during sleep or from the humidity of the air.
With the same handkerchief, he also cleaned his glasses at length. He didn't want to go to the tap and make noise while everyone was asleep. Leaving where he sat wasn't pleasant either. In the garden across the way, a lot of birds whose species he couldn't tell were chirping away. The trees, whose leaves were still tiny, were stirring under the influence of a sweet breeze and making a barely audible sound. Watching the stars in the sky go out one by one was an extraordinarily beautiful thing. To see how the dirty, mossy tiles came to life under the ever-increasing light and seemed to move, how a tool-like vapor rising from the trees and roofs melted and disappeared in this brightness, gave a person courage. Omer murmured, "This world that has a season like spring is worth living on, whatever happens." Gradually, movement began in the streets.
The terrible screeching of the first trams spread in waves all around. From the gardens of several houses came the sounds of wooden clogs and pumps. The window of one of the houses a little farther along the street, one that still had lattices, was noisily pushed up. An automobile passed, grumbling, and turned onto the tram avenue. Omer thought that not only these relatives of his, not only their house, but this city too was a patched-up thing. Nature and technology, 100 years ago and today, were going nose to nose. The beautiful and the artificial, the necessary and the pretentious, were living rubbing against each other. Meanwhile, there were footsteps in the hall on the lower floor. Fatma had surely gotten up and was preparing the breakfast table. Omer went to the mirror, straightened his necktie and his hair. He wanted to wait a bit longer before going to wet his face at the tap and drink his fill of water. Sounds were heard from the next room. The door opened. Omer immediately leapt from his place. Without thinking anything, he quickly went out into the hall. Majide, towel in hand, had gone into the toilet area with the tap. Through the half-open door, her white nightgown and disheveled hair could be seen. Omer immediately said, "So she did undress and go to bed." As if sleeping in her clothes until morning was required for mourning, he found this a bit strange. Majide had washed her face and was coming out drying it. Omer looked around in confusion and began to twist and wave the small pink towel that had been left on the back of the chair beside his door. The young girl, raising her head, first studied the person before her as if she didn't recognize him, then in a very indifferent manner, "Is it you? Good morning," she said. Omer was hitting his right knee with the towel he had folded in two. With excitement like a small child, "Yes, it's me. I came late. You were asleep. That is, you had retired early. I didn't see you. I hope you're well. My condolences," he said. Seeing that Majide was making a movement to go, he was talking hurriedly, wanting to keep her there a while longer. It was certain that the young girl had spent the night sleepless. Her eyes were swollen and red, her face deathly pale and worn. Omer saw that in thinking she had gone to bed and slept, he had been a bit unfair. At the same time, he was surveying the person before him from head to toe. Wearing a long white nightgown, Majide looked longer and slenderer. Her foot, about 4 fingers wide, visible between her red velvet slipper and the hem of her nightgown, was ivory white, smooth and motionless. Her arms, too, bursting from among the folds covering her shoulders and extending down her sides, were motionless and white. On the back of the hand holding the towel, there were thin, barely visible blue veins spreading fan-like from her wrist toward her fingers. Her short curly hair had been pushed behind her ears, and its wet parts were gleaming here and there. Omer couldn't find anything else to say. The girl standing before him in her night-clothes, but without any embarrassment and without showing any unnatural haste, and her looking at him with bold eyes completely bewildered him. If Majide had rushed with artificial excitement and tried to run away covering this and that, Omer might have made commonplace jokes beginning with, "Well now, young lady," and become brazen. But the person before him was more natural than he, that is, stronger. Omer swallowed once and said, "Yes, I was very sorry. My condolences."
Majide, again with the same indifferent manner, but not at all impolitely, said, "Thank you," and went into her room. Omer, too, turned to go into his own room, but then thinking how ridiculous it would be to go out, he went to the tap, took his glasses in one hand, wet his face a little with the other, and dried it on the towel twisted in his palm like a turban. Although his mouth was completely dry, he had forgotten to drink water. He stood for a while in his room. Inside him there was a part that believed he had made everything worse, that he had cut a ridiculous and pitiable figure before the young girl. Pooh, damn it, what an idiot I've become. I must have looked at the girl as if I'd eat her. She didn't show it, but she's certainly terribly annoyed. If I were a girl, I'd loathe men of my type, he muttered. He couldn't go and sit on the divan. If he wanted to pace up and down in the small room, he thought this would prove his agitation and might be heard from the next room. He stood indecisively in the middle. Life is really full of pettiness and vulgarity, not worth living, he murmured. Then, saying, "Oh, never mind," he turned back, went out, and descended the stairs to the lower floor, to the hall. The table with the white oilcloth cover was set. Fatma came from the garden side, drying her wet hands one by one on her sides.
In the enamel bowl in one hand there were large green olives. She put this on the table beside the plate of honeycomb and said, "You sit down, sir. Our people get up late." Omer thought that today, too, he would leave without seeing the household, but that they wouldn't be offended this time either. Only he asked, "Has my uncle-in-law left?" "No, he hasn't gotten up yet." So Ghalib Effendi, too, had finally let go of business. He, too, had finally understood that there was no benefit in going to the shop at Ya Iskalasi before the morning prayer, and trusting in the honesty of his 16-year-old apprentice, he had found it wiser to catch a morning nap. He pulled up a chair and sat down. Fatma was pouring tea into the white glass cup before him. The door of the room upstairs opened. There were footsteps in the hall. Omer said in a voice trying to be indifferent, "That must be Samiha." "It won't be, it won't be. The young lady doesn't get up before noon. It must be Majida Hanum. It's school time. She didn't go yesterday. They were at a friend's in Kadikoy. But how will she go today?" The footsteps upstairs continued. Majida was probably busy putting on her shoes. Fatma sidled up to Omer and whispered in his ear, "That school is a place with instruments and songs, they say. Should one go on such a day?" Then, shaking her head, she added, "But what's she to do? Shut up here? Maybe she'll get some air and feel better. I feel so sorry for the poor girl." Majida began to come down the stairs. She was wearing a green-checked, brick-colored sports skirt and a brown wool sweater. On her head was a beret of the same color. Omer's eyes turned to her. Something like a smile creased his face. Majida, too, was coming with a sweet smile on her face. In the dim hall, the redness of her eyes and the pallor of her face weren't very noticeable. She only looked a bit languid. Omer found her smile extraordinarily sad. Not because he thought it wasn't right to smile at such times. One would have to be blind not to notice how much Majida was suffering. But this strange young girl was a creature so self-confident that she didn't even want to show her sorrow to those around her. The rather successful smile on her lips seemed to push away those who wanted to approach her. Omer said to himself, "I'm about to get myself into a big thing. Hope it ends well." Majida went and stood right across from Omer. Taking her cup, she drank a few sips. She didn't want anything, but she was trying to finish her hot tea so as not to do anything out of the ordinary. At one point her eyes met Omer's. The young man with light brown hair falling on his white forehead seemed to him a bit ridiculous but very sincere. Majida's face, too, was enveloped by a warm air coming from within, and closing her eyelids slightly, she sighed. At that moment her whole posture seemed to say, "You see my state." Omer immediately understood this. Looking at the person across from him with fixed eyes, he took a deep breath. Like two people sitting in a compartment who don't know each other's language, they were trying to understand each other with slow, hesitant smiles. Several times Omer opened his mouth and leaned forward. He seemed about to say something. Then he gave up. Majida appeared not to have noticed this.
Finally, both of them stood up at the same time. Omer said to Fatma, "Give my regards to my aunt and uncle. Look, I waited, but they still haven't gotten up. The fault is off me." Then, smiling, he added, "And kiss Samiha's eyes for me." He took his hat. Majida, too, had taken her sheet music and put on her light-colored overcoat. Omer asked in an important manner, "Are you going out too?" "Yes, as you see." Omer thought, one can't do tricks in front of this girl. Knowing methods, the pleasant impudities that impressed girl classmates, even the flirtatious jokes that sometimes verged on shamelessness, lay in his head like dead objects. On the other hand, his desires were incomparably more intense than anything he had felt before. Majida's fingers touching his hand as they went out the door had made Omer turn crimson. As her sorrowful eyes, trying to maintain that proud smile under their long black lashes, moved over the young man, they completely bewildered him and drove him to look around meaninglessly and fall silent. From time to time, Omer's eyes, too, surveyed the person beside him, and as her bosom, visible under the brown sweater, seemed to be trying to burst out of the unbuttoned overcoat, the young man would clench his teeth and breathe rapidly. When they came to the tram avenue, they looked at each other.
Omer immediately asked, "Where are you going? To the conservatory? It's only 8 o'clock. I still have an hour. Let's walk if you like." Majide nodded yes and continued on her way. They came to Bayazit, then toward the coppersmiths' district. The same unease continued in both of them. Omer began to mutter to himself, "My tongue is tied like a nightingale that's eaten mulberries, a state I'm noticing in myself for the first time. However, the situation is strange, too. One can't just declare love to a girl in mourning whom one has just met and who only yesterday heard of her father's death. One can only offer condolences, the one thing I've never done in my life. No one should console me, nor should I console anyone. Hypocrisy reaches its limit in consolation. The false expression of sorrow that faces assume at such moments, those eyebrows that rise a little and come together, that head shaking gently with an understanding air, that mournful voice that one tries to bring up from deep down, drives a person mad. I'm sure this girl thinks exactly as I do. She certainly won't like such things. You can tell from the way she just got up and went to school as if nothing had happened. But what the hell should I do? It's not very sensible either to look and size each other up like two middle school students whose mouths smell of milk. That's another kind of coldness. What if I just reach out my hand and say goodbye and run off? I can't stand this much discomfort. But why can't I do it? There's certainly something binding me to her here. Her profile is marvelous. What a white face she has. A bit yellowish. Is it from sleeplessness, or is it always like this? I certainly know this girl. I mean, I know her soul. There's something between us. Ah, that stupid Nihat. He'll drive me mad one day. You probably saw her when you were a child. A memory remained in your mind. You're exaggerating it, he was saying. That's a lie. This isn't some childhood memory or something. But he once put it that way. He raised such a possibility. I can't save myself. It's impossible. How keen people are on simplifying, vulgarizing events. A stupid remark ruins all my fantasies. I don't like Nihat much these last days anyway. He's getting into dark dealings. But he's a good friend. He'd even risk his life for me. But how do I know? That's just my notion. Maybe he wouldn't even trim his fingernail. However, in our friendship until now, it was always he who had to make the sacrifices. Material sacrifices. Let's see if he can go further. He doesn't absorb me as much as before. All the fellows around him are the same, only it's also certain they have a strange attraction, the feverish working like a machine of a lot of brains, good or bad, to show something holds a person. His eyes fell on Majide again. She too had sunk into some thoughts. Her brows were knit, her eyes fixed ahead. She was walking without a single line of her face moving. The several volumes of sheet music she held under her right arm had slipped backwards.
Her low-heeled brown pumps were skipping skillfully on the pavements. Omer noticed that she took large free strides like a man. The way many girls walked hopping with tiny steps always aroused in him a strange feeling of pity, so he began to appreciate Majide's keeping pace with him. They had come to the bridge. There was a crowd walking as if running, and a hum of voices came from all sides. They crossed to the sidewalk on the Golden Horn side. From time to time, they looked at the yellow waters, at the boats and barges large and small. A boy of about 10 had sat down in a corner of one of the pontoons. Taking worms from the tin box he had put beside him, he was attaching them to the line, casting out a little way, then pulling in with regular strokes. They watched him for a while. The perseverance and will of the boy, who was dangling his bare, dirty feet from the pontoon and not taking his eyes off his fishing line, made Omer think. He thought he could never grasp any task with such attention and such devotion. Just then, one of Majide's sheet music fell to the ground. Omer immediately bent down and picked it up. Extending his hand, he said, "Give them to me. I'll carry the others too." Majide handed them without making a sound. Only something like gratitude moved in her eyes. This manner of hers was binding Omer all the more. He said to himself, "What a strange thing. Many great compliments and permissions from many girls I was crazy about don't make me as happy as a glance from this girl whose meaning I can't even quite understand. Yes, just a glance, and perhaps mixed with a bit of pity, but the fact that it's at least not an indifferent glance makes me jump out of my seat. I feel a tremendous lightness and expansiveness inside me. Perhaps this is really what love is. Perhaps until now I didn't know what really loving was. I wonder if I should let myself go. Every time I resort to my will, I feel a great fatigue. Should I give myself over to the hands of events? I wonder what she's thinking right now. Certainly not of me. Why not? What wouldn't I give to live for a while in her head? Everything. Let her give me a sign, and immediately, without a moment's thought, I'll throw myself under that tram. I wonder if I would throw myself." Majide grabbed Omer's arm, saying, "What's the matter with you?" The young man was looking around, bewildered. Majide asked, "Did you see someone across the way? But you were about to get under the tram." Omer looked at where he was. He wasn't on the pedestrian sidewalk, so he had passed in front of Majide and come here? He collected himself. "I thought I recognized someone. It was nobody." On his left arm, where Majide had held it tightly a moment ago, he felt a strange shiver. "Why isn't she holding it? Why did she let go?" he murmured. His face was screwed up like a child. Inside, there was a need to cry that he restrained with difficulty. Finally, he couldn't bear it. "Why don't you take my arm?" Majide took his arm at the same place she had held it a moment ago, but this time more lightly. At this moment, their eyes met. Majide looked long, as if trying to remember something. It flashed quickly through Omer's mind that she had studied him in exactly this way yesterday on the bridge, too. As Majide's eyes remained on him, he was becoming confused. The young girl seemed to be seeing things, placing them in her mind, then starting to look for new things. Omer turned his head. They began to walk again and climbed the hill after Karakoy without speaking. They noticed that every passing second was making a change inside them, making them know each other better.
Each was following a path in their own mind and knew for certain that a parallel of this path existed in the mind of the person beside them. When they came in front of the conservatory, Majide silently extended her hand. Omer was astonished. Now it was possible to part from her and not see her for weeks. That was the natural thing, but his mind couldn't accept being separated from her, even for 5 minutes. He was afraid to say what he was thinking. He could only say, "How will you be able to work now?" Majide, with that incomprehensible smile, "Why do you ask? Should such things be asked?" she said. Omer, gathering all his courage and will, murmured, "I was going to tell you many things." "You didn't say anything."
Omer looked at her with reproachful eyes. Machide, in a voice as if asking pardon, "We'll see each other again," she said. The one across from her immediately sprang. "When?" Machide shrugged her shoulders. "Shall I come and pick you up from here this evening? We'll go to my aunt's together." The young girl seemed to think, then making her decision. "As you wish," she said, and climbed the stone steps. Omer was going down the hill almost at a run. He was light as a feather. Inside him there was a happiness bubbling over. He wanted to embrace the people passing by, to say to everyone, "Come on, what are you standing around for? Laugh, be happy. Is there anything as sweet as life?" He went down to the bridge in one breath. His heart was pounding tremendously. He looked at his watch. It was nearly 10. "I'm late again," he thought. But this didn't spoil his good spirits. There was a distant relative who had gotten him his job at the post office and who held a rather important position there. "Let me go kiss his hand. He'll be pleased, and when the people in our department see me coming out of his room, they'll hold their tongues," he thought to himself. He didn't even know the name of the job for which he received 42 liras and 75 kurush a month. He sat in accounting and did almost nothing. From time to time, the cashier, Hafiz Husamaddin Effendi, would call him to help and ask him to write meaningless numbers in various meaningless ledgers. This didn't seem boring to him at all. He would invent methods for himself, find shortcuts. Sometimes he would write first the ones column, then the tens, then the other columns, one under another. After reading 10 or 15 numbers, he would test how many he could write without forgetting, and he took pleasure in these, as if he were giving his mind a kind of workout. There were perhaps 10 desks in the room where he worked. None of the clerks of various ages sitting behind each of these, working silently as if engrossed in important business, was more devoted to his duty than Omer. One was thinking about making a living, another about his rendezvous, another about films, and cursing non-stop at this boring job he endured for the sake of bread money. Every side of the small desks, with their ink-stained surfaces, were filled with huge black ledgers, lined papers, documents pinned together. Besides this, on the shelves behind 2 clerks who sat at somewhat larger desks, the same black large ledgers stood. A young clerk had lifted the corner of the blotter from in front of him, and looking at the round pocket mirror he had stuck there, was adjusting his brilliantined hair and his worn artificial silk necktie. Because the edges of his vest didn't cover the tears and patches near the collar of his European-style shirt, his hand kept going nervously to his neck. The trousers of his light-colored suit, whose knees were beginning to get dirty, were very sharply pressed. On the toe part of his canary-yellow shoes, which were probably wearing their 3rd sole, there were sweat stains in the creases. Beside him, another clerk, middle-aged and with his hair cut like a brush, had opened the drawer on the right side of his desk and, bending into it, was reading the historical novel from an old evening newspaper. The occupants of the other desks, too, although they had official work before them, were trying to find a hole in some corner and escape to their personal, private lives. At the very least, after writing 2 or 3 lines or doing a calculation, they would lean back in their chairs and throw their heads back, sinking into long thoughts. Their standing for a while like this, then shaking as if prodded by someone, and bending over their desks pretending to be busy with their work, reminded Omer of the mill horses that from time to time stop and raise their heads and try to sense something behind their blindfolded eyes, then set about turning again. The cashier, Hafiz Husamaddin Effendi, who worked in a small room right beside them, behind a cage with brass bars, was perhaps the only man in the office who did any work. Sometimes he would stay in his room even after everyone had left. He would make separate entries in 5 or 6 different ledgers, lock his safe with 3 or 4 different keys, and talk to very few people. In his first days here, Omer had become friends with him.
He had immediately understood that this man, who always went around with his beard a bit grown, who looked like 60 with his half-gray, half-fallen-out hair although he wasn't even 45 yet, was not at all a simple person. He made jokes peculiar to himself and knew, When speaking of those around him, he gave judgments that were a bit sharp but apt. Omer had never been able to figure out how, although he rarely came to the big room, he knew the peculiarities of all the clerks there. Usually he was in good spirits. He would work with thin silver-rimmed glasses and raise them to his forehead when he was going to talk to someone. His light hazel eyes, which always seemed to be smiling, took a person in the palm of their hand and never let go. All his movements and words were open and unambiguous, like a man who had no worries and was afraid of nothing. Yet Omer knew that he was not at all living in clover. He had 5 children, the oldest 18, and also a wife. He was one of those who could barely make it to the beginning of the month on the salary he received. In their first days of acquaintance, Omer had begun to complain about his situation to him, saying that the money he received was useless, that the few liras that came once in a blue moon from his mother in Balıkesir weren't enough even to buy material for a suit, that once he finished his studies, things would certainly be different, but that because of lack of money he had been attending the faculty uselessly for 6 years. But his lack of attendance at class and his still not having finished school weren't because of lack of money or anything. Inside him there was an unconquerable distrust, a causeless indifference toward what was taught, and especially toward those who taught it. However much he tried to look for the reasons outside himself, he knew that the real cause was in his own strange head. To deceive himself before anyone else, he was making up such tales to anyone who came along. Hafiz Effendi, after listening to him with a serious face, said, "My boy, we've been through your years. Once a person has started learning, he shouldn't let go of it. The moment a little coldness sets in, this thing called learning, the scoundrel, scares a person off. Too much familiarity with life after a certain age keeps people from learning many things, that is, from learning in the proper way. From now on, don't tire yourself in vain. Choose another path in your life. Look to getting into a bank or something. You're young. You'll succeed." After thinking for a while, as if sunk in memories, he had begun to talk about himself. "I, too, left my studies halfway, like you, not from the university or anything, but from the last years of high school, and took a post with my father, who was a treasurer. I married young. 4 or 5 years later, my father died, and after him my wife. I suddenly let myself go. I quickly squandered the few kurush my father had left. Then we latched on to another post, married again, got mixed up with wife and children. We're being dragged along. What else is life anyway? I believe in this. So as not to poison our 3.5 days of life, we should shut ourselves up in today and live, paying no attention either to our past life and the opportunities we missed, or to the impossible dreams of the future. Every event has a side that can amuse a person. At the beginning of the month, when the grocer isn't satisfied with the money we give him and turns up at the doorway, our wife has nervous fits. But I find pleasant sides even in that. I watch how the grocer furiously takes off his cap and puts it on again in the doorway, how his tongue, which he tries to adapt to the Istanbul dialect, gets tangled and becomes unintelligible, and I sink into thoughts. Nothing in life is subject to our desire. Granted, this is a calamity, but creation has also given us a means to lighten this calamity, the ability to contemplate our surroundings with the eye of wisdom. Sometimes there's no money left for the children's books. The oldest insists, presses my throat, I have to give to him, but the other 4 are all girls, they can do nothing but cry. I sit them before me and preach about the uselessness of the thing called a book. Engrave your lessons in your minds, I say. Then, when I see them listening believingly to these words that even I don't seriously mean, I feel like both laughing and crying. It's the same in this office. Alongside a few cunning, knowing ones, there's also a flock of God's blessed sheep. They think they've done something important by living and occupying a 3-step space on earth. One is proud of his youth, another puffs himself up relying on his old age and inexperience. One boasts about what he used to be, another wants to gain esteem by hinting at what he'll become in the future. All of them together roll around in this mill whose nature they never understand, and they imagine that the axis of the universe passes through them. And some have become garrulous with old age. They keep chattering, like me. Omer took a strange pleasure in talking with him. They seemed to agree on believing in nothing. Only Hafiz Effendi, perhaps through the effect of the years he had lived, had also freed himself of the passions that filled Omer's inside in a shapeless way. He wanted nothing but the continuation of the present situation. From time to time, with a naturalness that astonished Omer, and without belittling himself or feeling crushed at all, he would ask the young man for a lira, and when Omer asked to borrow from him, he would take out whatever was in his pocket without even hesitating and give it. At such times, Omer would very often leave feeling as if he had taken the bread money of his wife and children. Today, too, after sitting at his desk for 10 or 15 minutes, Omer got up. He went to Hafiz's room. Inside him there was an irrepressible impatience. He was looking for someone to talk to about nothing in particular. But he saw that the cashier was extraordinarily busy. He had opened a huge ledger before him, lowered his glasses, and was frowning his brow as if struggling with calculations he couldn't get out of. When Omer turned to leave, he raised his head and called out, "Where are you going to eat? If you wait, let's go out together and go to a kebab shop. I'm bored today. We'll have a chat." Omer was surprised to hear from him words similar to what he would himself say. For Hafiz Effendi to say, "I'm bored," was something extraordinary. He returned to his desk. Since he had no book or newspaper to read, he opened a ledger before him and began to write and draw shapes and pictures on a piece of scrap paper printed on the back that he took from one of the drawers. Then, on another paper, he put various signatures and his own name listed one under the other. At one point, he signed Majide, one under another. Then, noticing that these signatures had happened to fall on top of the Omer's, not quite by accident, he crossed them all out. At the lunch break, he went and got the cashier. Contrary to his custom, this time Hafiz Effendi was silent. Going to a low-ceilinged kebab shop in the Bachkapi area, they ate a cheap meal. Several times, Omer looked at the face of the man across from him and wanted to ask something. Hüsamettin Effendi contented himself with pulling down both sides of his mouth and shaking his head. Then, paying for both of them, he got up.
They went into a small coffee house and leafed through a few newspapers. Although they had gone out with the intention of talking, both had sunk into their own worlds. Omer, thinking that the feeling of endless happiness and lightness inside him would finally come to a sad conclusion, and that fate was mocking him, wanted to make a kind of spiritual insurance by joining in the silence of the man beside him, whose cause he didn't know. The words he had heard around him since childhood, the people he had seen, had created in him the habit of being afraid of joy and happiness, of believing that these were something that brought bad luck. Words like "too much laughing ends in tears" had settled in his soul as unshakable convictions. Any pleasing event, as soon as the first tremors of joy passed, created a causeless fear and sadness, and Omer struggled to escape from this only through various ridiculous tricks. This time, too, without being aware of it, he had completely joined in the cashier's silence, had assumed a thoughtful air, had begun to feel bored. After taking a deep breath, "What's new, Hafiz Bey?" he said. "Don't ask, my boy. What's the matter? Have you too started caring about the world? This time there's no side that's a joke. We've gotten stuck in such an ugly business that may God make the end good," he said, and sank again into a long silence. Omer was looking at the face of the man across from him, expecting him to continue. But he, after being silent a while longer, slowly straightened up. "It's time. Let's go to the cell," he said.
Omer had been seized by a real curiosity, but knowing the other's nature, he didn't insist. Despite all his openness, the cashier didn't want anyone to stick their nose into his private affairs unless he himself brought them up. As they were climbing the office stairs, "My boy, in my eyes there's no difference between being young and being old. Perhaps old age, in having brought this meaningless drifting nearer to its end, is even better. But there are certain things, and it seems that old shoulders aren't enough to bear them. We'll see," he said. Then, suddenly returning to his old manner, "But I'm talking mysteriously, aren't I?" he said. "At some suitable time I'll explain the matter to you. I know you're not in any state to give me advice. Besides, it's not the kind of thing to be put right by advice. But a person feels like he's going to burst. Hide from the wife at home, hide from everyone at the office. One day I'll go crazy." Without saying anything else, he went into his room. Omer, too, came to his desk in the big hall, but he sensed he wasn't in any state to stay. Inside him there was an irrepressible impatience. He was muttering to himself, "We're both in the same city, and it takes less than half an hour to reach each other. Despite this, she's there and I'm here. Why? No reason. What am I doing here? What business do I have except boring myself and those around me? It's certain she's not occupied with anything very necessary there either. She's not going to sit and practice the piano on such a day. I wonder what in the world is as illogical and unnecessary as our not being side by side with her right now. Life is said to be a chain of coincidences. Fine, but coincidence too should have a logic of its own." So as not to be noticed, he left his hat where it was hanging and quietly went out. He bounded down the stairs. He hesitated a bit about which way to go. It was still early. "Let the girl not think I'm too eager," he said. He himself knew this idea was childish, that Majida wouldn't be fooled by such tricks. Besides, the thought that no game could be played in her presence was giving Omer both unease and calm. He was afraid of not being able to hide the disgraceful parts inside him. On the other hand, he was reassured thinking that the things he wouldn't have the courage to say she would understand by herself. To kill time, he walked towards the fish market. In the narrow streets, carts and porters were passing by, rubbing against each other. He was walking, trying to not lose his balance on the narrow pedestrian sidewalks that were muddy summer and winter alike. A little later, he came to Ya Iskanasi. The dark, flat-fronted stone buildings, with their half-open iron-winged windows, were so close together they seemed about to crush a person between them. In front of every shop there were dirty oil seepages extending towards the water channel at the edge of the street. A sticky smell enveloped one's nostrils, and from the nearby stagnant sea a foul, damp air spread into these streets. Omer recognized Uncle Ghalib's small shop. For some reason he had been accustomed since childhood to calling this brother-in-law Uncle. It couldn't be seen who was inside this establishment, consisting of a dark cellar. Only behind the dirty display window there were a few sample olive oil bottles, and near the door there was a huge barrel whose top had become slimy mud from dust mixed with oil. Omer thought, how can a whole life be imprisoned here, in this cellar? How can this road be walked without believing one will arrive at a better, brighter place? Yet Uncle Ghalib has seen other things. His childhood and youth also passed in sunny gardens, on wide, endlessly wide lands. Now he's stuffed in here like a rat, waiting. For what? For death. It's not even in our power to choose a beautiful place to wait for this terrible thing. The dimness of the street made him think it was very late. Turning back, he walked towards the bridge, and from there towards Baoli. It was still only 4 o'clock. When he came in front of the conservatory, he didn't know what to do. They had definitely fixed neither a time nor a place. Was he to wait in front of the door? Would he go in and ask? When? When classes were over? When did classes end? "I'm always upset because of little things like this," he said, taking up the habit of muttering to himself. My tongue wouldn't consent to say, like making an ordinary date, let's meet at such and such a place at such and such a time. Now I'm standing here strangely waiting and becoming a spectacle to those going in and out, whereas a person should tire his brain only to settle essential matters, and details should settle themselves, well on their own. If there were logic in life, this is how it would be. I wonder if there's anyone in the world who thinks about as many meaningless things as I do, and then we're not ashamed to pass ourselves off as clever. He decided to go in. After climbing the stairs, there came a rather wide corridor. Various instruments reached his ear. Groups of men and women were coming out with violin cases and sheet music in their hands. Omer approached one of them. "I'm looking for a student named Majida Hanım. Whom should I ask where she is?" he said. The girls looked at each other with a knowing smile. "Which Majida?" they asked, and after having him describe and explain at length, they said they didn't know her and walked away. Omer set about looking for an attendant somewhere around there, but at that moment the door of one of the rooms behind him opened, and he turned back as if someone were pulling him by the neck. The young girl came up to him with quick steps and said, "So you came up here. Did you search much? I thought I recognized your voice. I think you were asking for me." Omer looked into her eyes. With a courage whose source he didn't know, and without any hesitation, he asked, "You were waiting for me, weren't you?" After the young girl met his gaze for a while, she nodded with a distracted air. "Yes." She extended her hand to Omer. They stood like this for a while. Both their palms were cold as ice. From both their mouths at the same time came the word, "Let's go." They walked toward the stairs. Majida had taken Omer's arm at the same place she had held it that morning. Although she was a step behind, she wasn't letting go. In the street, they walked for a while without speaking. Afraid that the meaningless silence of the morning would begin, Omer murmured, "I was going to tell you something." "Yes?" She looked at Omer with eyes that didn't give much encouragement. The young man's light brown hair was falling completely onto his forehead, touching the edges of his glasses. In this state, he was as cute and meaningful as a small child. Behind the dirty lenses of his glasses, his small eyes, which seemed to have retreated deep, weren't moving at all. Majida turned her head and repeated, "Yes?" Omer, after a moment's hesitation, "Yesterday morning, when I was coming up to you on the ferry, I hadn't seen my aunt," he said. Majida looked at him, screwing up her eyes. She hadn't understood what he meant. Omer asked, "Shall I tell you everything? Don't mind my saying everything. It's not very long, only I definitely want to tell you. And now, if I leave it for another time, I'm afraid I won't find this courage. Why should I prolong this hesitation? You seem like an open person. I'm sure you won't play games with me. I have a feeling inside me that you'll understand me at this moment. However childish, however commonplace my words may be, you'll sense that I don't mean commonplace things." He couldn't finish. Majida looked at his plumpish cheeks, his sweaty lips. The young man's somewhat thick, light brown eyebrows had scattered towards his forehead and mingled with his hair. He had a feverish looks, as if the reflection of certain strings vibrating intensely inside him had struck his eyes. The young girl understood how the person standing before her was burning to pour out what was inside him at that moment, and how far he was from every kind of lie. She felt the ice covering her soul against people was beginning, despite herself, to melt. The irresistible effect made on us by a person who spreads himself before us completely naked in every way had caught her too. Being side by side with someone who had cast off, even for a moment, his mask, his hidden purposes, and all his roles gave her courage and confidence. The things she had imprisoned inside herself, too, had begun to stir, wanting to burst out, to strike at last against a human ear. This new movement in her soul was giving birth to a sweet excitement and a clear gratitude toward the person who had caused it.
She was perhaps not curious about each thing Omer would say one by one, but she was impatient to watch him pour out, without hitting any obstacle, the things in his head and soul. "How openly you're speaking to me," she said. Before Omer, who couldn't understand what she meant by this, had a chance to ask something, Majida continued, "I think you're the first person who wants to speak openly with me, even just to speak with me. I feel inside that you can't say bad things to me. Why aren't you continuing?" Omer was opening his mouth and taking deep breaths, smiling, like a person who had escaped a great danger.
"Can I say bad things to you? Is it a bad thing to say that I love you? Madly, dying love you?" Don't be surprised. Probably your ears aren't used to such words, but only your ears. Even if you don't admit it to yourself, you'll confirm that your soul isn't a stranger to these words of mine. Look, you're not screaming. You're not running away from me. Your face doesn't express disgust. You understand me. To the end, to the smallest point, to its most hidden corner, you see my soul, and these things don't seem foreign to you, do they? I'm not asking you for an answer. I only want you to listen to me. I'm aware of what I'm doing in asking you to listen to a person you saw only yesterday and have talked to for a total of not even 2 hours, but a voice keeps whispering to me that I'm doing the right thing. Never in my life have I been this open. I hadn't been able to summon the courage, but now I feel such a great confidence that I would hand over my whole being to you with my eyes closed, and I'm speaking without being afraid that you'll mock me or reject me. This confidence, this conviction, came to me from the first moment I saw you. What did I say just now? When I was coming up to you on the ferry, I wasn't even aware that my aunt was sitting there. I had seen you, and after that I saw nothing else. I didn't know you. Despite this, with great confidence, I came up to you in that crowd. I was about to address you. My aunt joined in. There's no need even to tell all this. Besides, there's one thing I want to tell. One single thing I'm burning with the desire to say in 1,000 different forms. That I love you. I don't forget that this has been repeated how many billions of times since the formation of the world. But you tell me, has it lost any of its vitality? Isn't it as fresh and as ripe as no entity in the universe could be? This is such a word that it's born, and with its birth it brings also its perfection. I love you. What else should I say? Don't you try to answer either. What a tremendous thing it is for a person with his whole being, with his chaotic soul, his body whose mystery hasn't been solved, his desires, his habits, his passions, in short, with everything, to surrender to you, to join you. I know you completely understand this. I also know you can't remain indifferent to it. No person can be indifferent before a person who loves them. No one has the power of choice in the face of this most extraordinary event in the world. They have no right to it. Just as we don't have the power to say, "I don't want the air we need," or to give up occupying a place in space, so we don't have the ability not to take a love given to us. I love you, and how I love you, my God. If you cut a part of me right now, I wouldn't feel pain. When I want to do anything for you, I can't imagine a force that would stop me. Not even death is capable of it. Look, a lot of people are passing around us. Many of them keep turning and looking at us, or rather, at me. I'll catch whichever one you want and kill him. Even if he wants to resist, once he learns this is necessary for a love, his arms will limp up, his resistance will be broken. Look how you too are shaking, just like me. It's certain this is the first time in your life for such a thing. Tell me, is there any strangeness inside you? Weren't all these things known to you? Only at this moment a veil is being lifted in your head, and the richest parts of your soul are being spread before you. Without erring, I know that you too, like me, are not at this moment walking on broken sidewalks. You too are advancing freed from the 50 or 60 kilos of weight of your body. Look, we've come to Bayazit. How? In how much time? We don't know these things.
Don't you notice that time has stood still and is listening to us with awe? Give me your hand. Your pulse is beating as fast as mine, perhaps faster. The sweat on your wrist is burning my hand. I see the tiny heart under your beautiful breast. If we were to vanish at this moment, would you feel any sorrow? We don't want to leave life because we have many unsatisfied desires, but at this moment, no wish is binding us to the earth. Don't you feel that our souls are brimful? Your wrist is lying between my fingers with a surrender that drives a person mad. Your whole body is trembling like leaves on slender branches. I'm grateful to you for making me live this moment. I'm grateful to life, to chance, to those who brought me into the world, to everyone, to everything. Now we've come to your house. I won't go in. Until I see you again, I'll try to keep these moments alive in my mind. I don't know what I'll do. Perhaps I'll go outside the city and run until morning and come here with the dawn. Or perhaps I'll sit here at the foot of the wall and want to smell close by the air spreading from you all around. Go inside without saying anything to me. Every minute I'm with you carries me toward a greater happiness with dizzying speed. Now I'm afraid. Do you know what it is for happiness to be so much and so intense that it frightens us? Right now I'm afraid of collapsing right here. I'm afraid that the feelings accumulated inside me will suddenly explode and scatter me into particles. Goodbye. Tomorrow morning I'll come and get you again. Goodbye. Omer had sweated like a feverish patient. He caught Majida's hand and brought it toward his mouth, but without kissing it, he lowered it again. His eyes were on Majida's face. He had a distant look as if he didn't see the person before him. He waited like this for a moment, then suddenly turned around and walked away with quick steps and disappeared around the corner of the street. Majida slowly climbed the 2 steps and knocked on the door. She told Fatma she was tired and her stomach was full, that she would go straight to her room and lie down. Her small room facing the street was quite dim because it was beginning to get dark, and the lamp in front of the window hadn't been lit yet. After the young girl put the sheet music under her arm on a chair, she sat on the edge of her small white bed. Taking her face in her hands, she tried to think, or rather, to remember. Her pulse was still beating fast. Her head was still buzzing. Collecting herself, she wanted to think about Omer's words. Not a single word of them came to her mind. On the other hand, she kept seeing Omer, with his disheveled light brown hair, his eyes burning and shining like pieces of fire under his glasses, his mouth that became extraordinarily beautiful when he spoke, and his voice that spread through one's soul like harsh but sweet wind.
He was walking beside her with quick steps, making few but small, meaningful, resistance-breaking movements with his hands and talking. In a voice the young girl had never heard until then, he was saying things she had never thought of. The really frightening part of the matter was that the young man's words were true. These things that Majide had never thought of until now were no longer foreign to her from the moment Omer said them. Yes, certain veils were being lifted inside her, and from beneath them new and intoxicating things were coming out. But even if his words hadn't been true, even if his words had consisted of syllables meaninglessly put side by side, they would still have been unbearably affecting. A man cutting his vein and letting his blood flow out could only give this much of his insides. She understood that she couldn't think about what had happened to her today, couldn't pass calm judgments. This much she knew for certain. A new phase of her life had now begun. From now on, not everything would proceed along the fixed paths that had been drawn. Something is going to happen. What can I do? She murmured. But she admitted to herself with astonishment that she wasn't afraid of these somethings that were going to happen. On the contrary, she felt a tremendous excitement mixed with fear, similar to what one often feels when riding a horse very fast. She saw that her life, whose course and destination were unknown, was now beginning to take on a meaning. From now on, her mind wouldn't have difficulty finding things to think about. Her feelings wouldn't shrivel up and remain inside her like fruit that dries before being picked. When she got up in the mornings, she wouldn't say, "Today too is like every day. Why did I wake up? Why didn't my sleep, which made me forget myself, go on?" When she walked in the streets, her feet wouldn't drag reluctantly on the pavements. What kind of a boy was this Omer? She knew nothing about this. She had seen him only yesterday morning, perhaps looked him over a bit, but hadn't thought about him at all, and hadn't asked anyone about him. When she now wanted to review his movements and words and pass judgments, she was forced to confess her helplessness again. Omer, with his sweaty lips, began to say burning words to her again, and with his voice, now trembling, now commanding, he forced her to surrender. She stretched out on her bed with her clothes on, fixed her eyes on the carved wooden ceiling, and after a while fell asleep. She got up early in the morning and got ready. She wanted to go out into the street at once. Inside her there was a strange sadness. Of her feelings from the evening, only a great fear remained. She didn't know how this complicated, active, and sweeping life she had entered would continue, and her will, which had guided her in everything until now, was raising its head and trying to assert its rule again. Despite this, she couldn't carry out her plan of leaving the house early and going to school without running into Omer. She paced up and down in her room. From time to time she cast furtive glances at the street from the window. She went downstairs and tried to eat a few bites. She went back up to her room, and finally, after waiting until the time they had left the house together the day before, she rushed out into the street. Omer wasn't around. The young girl looked quickly to both sides and walked toward the tram avenue. Although she had expected and wanted, that is, for Omer not to come, she now saw that she was seized by a great sorrow. Her brows knit. Inside her there were a lot of feelings crisscrossing each other. She muttered to herself, "Better this way. I'm afraid to see him, because I can't find the strength in myself to object to anything he says, or even to answer. How much and how beautifully he talks, but it's dangerous. For instance, I certainly shouldn't have listened to what he said yesterday. I suddenly couldn't understand what was happening to me. I couldn't give a contrary answer, not because I accepted his words, but because I was bewildered. But I could have told him to be quiet. Then he would have been angry and left. Yes, there's something about him, as if the moment he's a little offended by a person, he'd run away. I don't want that either. Why should someone walking beside me be offended and run away? Besides, he didn't say anything bad. What worse could he have said? He said he loved me." Majide thought for a while, then stopped where he was and half closed his eyes. He seemed to be wrestling with certain ideas that had filled his head. He murmured again, "He said he loved me. Is being loved by a person so bad? Who has loved me until now? My mother? My father? Perhaps? But what kind of love was this? Poor dear father. So it's been 2 months since he died? My aunt must have hidden this, thinking of me. Who knows? Maybe she did it so there wouldn't be unpleasantness in the house. I wonder how my mother is. My sister has probably taken her in with her. Maybe she wrote to them to keep this news from me until the vacation. Poor dear mother. Who knows how she must have grieved. It's good that I wasn't in Balakis here. Wouldn't it have been better to be there and kiss my dear father one last time? To console my mother? Of course, but I'm saying it's good I wasn't there. I wonder if I'm a bad-natured girl. Especially yesterday I listened to those words too. But how beautifully he talked. What beautiful lips he had." Majide turned crimson. In the middle of her thoughts, she had started walking again, and having gone quite far along the avenue, had approached Bayazit. She looked at the watch on her wrist. It was nearly 9. "I'll take the tram," she said. It occurred to her that she had forgotten her sheet music at home. "Should I go back and get them, or should I go like this?" she thought. Then, with a strange laugh, "As if I were going to practice something," she said. At this point she raised her head and looked around, and as on the road yesterday, her whole body began to tremble. She looked for something to hold on to. She clenched her teeth.
She turned her head right and left as if wanting to flee, and then extended both hands to Omer, whom she immediately understood had been following her for a long time. As if she had let out a deep "oh," she began to calm down again. All her struggle when she was alone had suddenly stopped. Everything relating to her inner and outer life had come under the rule of the young man who began to walk silently beside her. This feeling of surrender, very similar to the security and peace of mind that chicks feel under their mother's wings, wasn't hurting Majida's pride at all. At one point she started to think about why submitting so easily and even partly unwillingly to someone didn't seem hard to her, but immediately the following question showed itself in her mind. Unwillingly, though? Don't I really want it? As if answering this question at once, she caught Omer's arm. The fact that he, after a short, grateful glance, continued on his way without saying anything, almost stunned Majida. Why shouldn't I want it? She thought, rebelliously, as if answering someone. Why shouldn't I want it? How can I claim that I'm not pleased to have this boy walk beside me, touch me, and say to me words whose truth I don't doubt for a moment? Why am I trying to deceive myself? I do want it. In fact, I want him to start talking again. I want his words that pour from his mouth like flames to envelop me again and make me blind and deaf to everything else. I want not to feel the pavements under my feet again. I want to be seized again by that fever of yesterday. She felt that fever he mentioned coming on gradually. At such moments she felt like crying for no reason and her chin trembled. To collect herself, she asked, "What did you do last night?" "I'll tell you many things, but where are we going?" Majida said hesitantly, "I don't know." Then, with a courage and a desire that surprised and even somewhat frightened even her, she added, "I didn't bring my sheet music. It doesn't matter if I don't go to school today." Omer slowly pulled his left arm from Majida's hand, went to the other side and took her arm. A few steps later, this seemed to him extraordinarily cold and childish. He quickly put both hands in his pockets and continued on his way. After crossing Bayezid Square, he paused a bit. "Come on, let's go somewhere by the sea and walk around. Today I don't feel like seeing a human face. I want to look at something wide, boundless, and at you," he said. Then he thought, "I wasn't this cold yesterday evening. I wasn't saying such drivel. What's happened to me?" Suddenly, turning to the person beside him, "When will we start saying 'you' to each other?" he said. "Whenever you wish." Omer burst out laughing. "See, you can't bring yourself to." "All right, let's wait for it to come naturally. Only if it slips from my tongue from time to time, as it did just now, don't be offended. Even if you are, it doesn't matter. It seems to me there's no difference between your laughing and your being angry, between your being kind and your scolding. I think nothing that belongs to you can be ugly." They plunged into one of the streets perpendicular to Divanyolu at random. They went down the steep slope and passed among the wooden houses, under the railroad, and through the burnt areas. Finally, they came to the grass sprouting on the ruined walls and the sea a little further on. There was no one around. The slightly choppy sea was covering and uncovering the large mossy stones on the shore, moving under the sun which had risen considerably without showing its true color. In the distance there were several steamers large and small, and farther out the islands lay like inflated bladders. Omer said, "This place too, you see, isn't boundless. Here too a boundary is drawn before our eyes. It must be no different even in the oceans. I wonder if there's no place in this universe where earth and sky don't meet, a place that goes on towards infinity as far as one can see." Majida, who had intended to remain tongue-tied this time as she had yesterday, murmured, opening her eyes in astonishment, "What great desires you have!" Omer tried to pull himself together. He thought that talking aimlessly as he had until now wouldn't make a good impression on this girl. He said to himself, "Yesterday I had made a real impression on her. Why? Because I was sincere. But now all sorts of improper things are passing through my mind. I'd come here before at other times, with other people too. God forbid. I think the last time was with an Armenian girl. How huge breasts she had. She wasn't ugly at all. But Majida has almost no bosom. Maybe it's the dress. Yes, when she wore the sweater yesterday, something showed itself.
I wonder if it's possible to clean out my head with a broom, let only clean things remain. But I'm afraid nothing would remain but broom straws. She asked what he did last night. What shall I say? Because I neither went out to the country and ran, nor did I spend the night under her window. The weather was quite chilly. I wrapped myself in my dirty blanket and slept like a log. When the messy bachelor's room, the landlady madam, and the noise in the street that never stopped until morning came to his mind, he immediately lost his good mood. His aunt's little room with its bismillah and gramophone seemed warmer and closer to him. He remembered that Majida slept in the room next to that one and asked,
"What did you do last night?" "Nothing. I slept." "So did I." They laughed. Omer began slowly, just for something to say. "After I left you at home, I went back out to the avenue. The crowd on the avenue really oppressed me. I'm like this from time to time. Sometimes I love all people enough to throw my arms around their necks and kiss them, and sometimes I don't want to see any of their faces. This isn't hatred or anything. I've never even thought of hating people. Just a need for solitude. I have days when I don't want even the slightest movement, the faintest sound around me. I feel filled to overflowing with myself. In my head, tremendous fantasies that can't possibly be exchanged for anything. Ideas that seem to me stronger than everything chase each other. But then suddenly I'm looking for someone close to me around me. Someone to tell, one by one, at length, all these things passing through my brain. At such times you can't imagine what a sad state I get into. I feel as pitiful as a 3-day-old kitten thrown out into the street on a winter day. The walls in my room suddenly grow bigger. The city and life outside the windows suddenly become so powerful and vast they could drown a person. I think that this life, which is racing without stopping at a dizzying speed beyond imagination, and this chaotic world, into even a handful of whose soil we can't properly penetrate the mystery, will crush me like a grain of wheat, like an ant, and pass on. In such helplessness, everything in my room shouts at me my smallness and wretchedness. I rush out into the street. If only I could see one close face and walk beside them. Walk without making a sound, I say. Yet I pretend not to see the acquaintances I run into from time to time. None of them seems close enough to be called to my aid at that moment. I don't know if you understand me. Yesterday I said a lot of things to you. Don't look at their meaning. I had wanted to empty out what years had accumulated inside me. You seemed to me like this close face I was just talking about. The moment I saw you on the ferry, I said, there, the person you've been running everywhere looking for, the person you wanted to approach and walk silently beside, there, the person you've wanted all your life. I definitely wasn't mistaken. If I had been, you wouldn't be beside me now. One doesn't need to be clever to understand that you're not the kind of person to go walking by the sea with any young man. Despite this, look, we're sitting side by side." He paused a bit. Then, turning his head to the young girl, he asked, "Are you glad of this?" Majide kept her beautiful brown eyes on the young man. The fact that he stood motionless like this, as if waiting for a judgment, pleased her so much that without being aware of it, she touched her hand to Omer's hand and said, "I'm glad." They sat there a while longer on the damp stones. Then they got up and began to walk in the direction of Sarai Brunu. Sometimes the path they were taking would suddenly come to a dead end. Then, turning back, they would branch off in another direction and again head in the same direction. From a simitsar they came across on the way, they bought 2 simits. Their feet disappearing among the grass that had just begun to sprout from between the stones, and sometimes clanging against tin cans, they went on quite a way. Now both of them were talking. For a while, Majide talked about Balikasir, about Omer's mother, relatives, acquaintances. She said nothing about her own home or her father's death, and she felt great gratitude that Omer, too, didn't touch on this subject. It had grown quite late. The sun had come level with the minarets behind them. Changing places from time to time, they were still walking around. Finally, they climbed up on a piece of ruined wall. A few wild fig saplings bursting from among the stones were trying to bud.
The stones they held onto with their hands left white sandy bits of mortar on their fingers. Here they stayed until it was completely dark. Then, by other streets, and after losing their way and wandering several times, they returned home. Omer again left her at the door. This time they were calm and at ease. Both were smiling. Omer's coming to meet Majide early in the morning, leaving her at her school, then picking her up again in the late afternoon and bringing her home, walking around from time to time until late hours, talking, sometimes calmly about this and that, sometimes feverishly. This continued for days without a break. That something was different in the household's manner did not escape Majide's notice. She wanted to suppose they were acting this way because they resented her not having more contact with them. But the fact that even a man like Uncle Ghalib, who very rarely opened his mouth, asked at dinner one evening, "Well, my girl, what are you thinking of doing?" surprised her. She hadn't thought at all what she would do. She assumed that her mother had certainly moved in with her sisters, and there was no reason to call her to Balikasir. She would stay here until the vacation, then go to Balikasir, and for the following year perhaps try to find a boarding house or look for some other solution. "I don't know. Yesterday I wrote a letter to my mother. I'm waiting for an answer." Uncle Ghalib answered in an annoyed manner. "You'll wait a long time. We've been waiting for a letter for a month and a half too, but nothing has come. Don't you know what kind of person your mother is? And your sister and brother-in-law aren't the kind to care. Nowadays, everyone's looking to throw off their troubles." Majide knew what kind of people both her sister and her mother were. As for her brother-in-law, who was a rather large cloth merchant, he was among the people Majide liked least. And Majide was aware that this affection was mutual. Despite this, Uncle Ghalib speaking such words about her family, perhaps because she wasn't used to it, perhaps because it was said in such a connection, upset her terribly. She had not controlled herself, she would have left the table. But she thought that if she did so, she would resemble her spoiled cousin Samiha, who was in the habit of creating little quarrels and getting up from meals half-finished, and sat still, biting her lips. That night, she withdrew to her room without saying anything, and wrote another short letter to her mother.
In the several days that followed, Majide went to school and back between the intoxication of walking around with Omer and the sobering coldness of the household's, especially Samiha's, manner toward her. Even Aunt Amine, who tried not to let slip the compassionate treatment toward her, had changed. In the evenings, she would ask pointed questions like, "Where are you gracing us from, young lady?" When met with silence from the person before her, she would say, "You used to say you never liked going around and walking. These days, Istanbul seems to have caught you. They say in spring a person's blood boils." Majide would turn crimson, and after saying to Samiha, who looked at her with mocking eyes and made conversation with, "How are you, sister?" with a false smile, "I'm fine, sister," she would immediately disappear. At the end of a day that was quite reminiscent of real summer weather, she met Omer again. The young man hadn't even shaved for 2 days out of distraction. In a week, he seemed to have changed considerably and grown thin. Although he said, "I sleep," Majide guessed that very often he didn't go to bed at night, and this possibility pleased her, perhaps despite, or perhaps precisely because of, all the interest she felt toward Omer. After going down to the bridge, Omer said, "Come on, let's hire a rowboat and go for a ride. There's a full moon tonight." A few weeks ago, making such a proposal to a girl would have seemed unbearably cold to him. Now he found it quite natural. We always like walking in the moonlight. At such a time, we also tremendously want someone to be with us. But because 2 stupid fellows talked about moonlit love scenes in their novels, we find this tremendous pleasure, this intense need, ridiculous. It's clear that stupidity rules not only the stupid, but also those who think they're clever, he thought. They walked toward the Fundukla area. It had grown dark. They walked around quite a bit looking for a place where boats were rented. From time to time, they would plunge into one of the narrow streets turning toward the sea, come out on the shore, and, seeing nothing like a rowboat, turn back again. After walking quite a way, the road suddenly began to follow the seashore. Around here, they saw some rather large pool-like places, and in them small shapeless boats.
Omer, leaving his jacket with the boatman as security, rented a rowboat at 15 kurush an hour. They pushed off at once. The sea was calm. Since it was still early, company ferries in full lights passed them from time to time and rocked the little boat. Machide, who was getting into a rowboat for the first time in her life, was quite frightened and was clenching her teeth with all her might to not show it. From time to time, the lights from the shore struck Omer's face, and sometimes both of them together would enter the shadow of a large steamer anchored there and be plunged into pitch blackness. The yellow, dull lights spilling from the city and from the passing vessels were preventing them from seeing their surroundings properly and dyeing the waters a dirty, frightening color. Machide tried to extend her hand from the edge of the rowboat, but immediately pulled it back as if she had touched something sticky and dirty. After they had gone out a little farther, they saw the bridge and the city climbing the ridges on both sides completely. The magnificence of the view forced both of them to stir in their places and blink their eyes. Against the relatively poor lights of the Asian side, on the Beyoğlu and Istanbul sides, pale red dots had left almost no empty space. From these dots, an almost luminous mist was rising toward the sky. The city, surrounding the sea from 3 or 4 sides and resembling a huge heap of fireflies without showing its real color, seemed to have doubled in size from the daytime. Their ears were filled with a hum resembling the distant noise of a tremendous factory. The bridge dividing in two the sea that stretched toward the Golden Horn was like a diamond bracelet on a black man's arm. Everything was regular and in its place, as if drawn by a skilled painter. There was a harmony even between the steamer's searchlights licking the surface of the sea with their snow-white tongues and the pitiful pale lanterns of the little boats. Darkness had made everything fit together, melt into each other. The moon, suddenly rising over the shores of Asia, gave this view a more mysterious face. The sparkle of all the lights immediately diminished, but they lost nothing of their beauty. In fact, as if a light blue tulle had been thrown over them, they took on a sweeter, more intimate character. Both people in the boat were silent. Both seemed to have sensed that such a night could only be lived when young, and only once. They rocked uncertainly a while longer. Gradually, the steamers had thinned out, and the moon had risen higher. The factory-like hum of the city was also diminishing. From time to time, Omer touched the oars to give direction to the boat, then continued to raise his head and look around him, and more at the sky. At one point, Machide turned her eyes to Omer. Omer's bearded face was shining like a silver statue in the moonlight. His hair, falling on his forehead as always, looked lighter than it was, and the mysterious stirrings of the sea were reflected in the lenses of his glasses. Omer let go of the oars and began to speak in a barely audible voice. The reason we can't drink in such a night with all our being is that our heads have been filled with many foolish things. If we could be like people 10 or 20,000 years ago, if we could see nature with their eyes, we certainly couldn't sit here so calmly now. Did they make the sun, the moon, such and such a great hill, or such and such a cloud and lightning into gods for their father's sake? They understood the spirit hidden in nature better than we do, but it's impossible for us to do this. Our tiny little heads are filled with know-it-all books, information each more rotten than the last, calculations without results, and, God damn it, confused thoughts of self-interest. Tell me what science, what poetry, what love, what state is more beautiful, more magnificent than this view? Despite this, we keep walking on broken pavements without raising our noses.
Many in 1,000 of the people in the world have turned their heads to the moon at this moment. Yet it sees everything, everyone, and scatters that sweet, that good smile of its over our heedlessness. If I look carefully, I think I'll see many things on its shining face. The light now illuminating the tired coolies sleeping in their boats on the yellow river, the parrots perched among the branches of the huge coconut trees, the crocodiles resting with their heads on the red shores of the Nile, and the drunken aristocrats in any amusement garden of any great city clasping their sweethearts by the waist. It's all the same light. Yet what an innocent face it has! although it has seen those dying clutching their guts on battlefields, those searching through garbage cans left in front of apartment doors for food, those trying to let their second lover in through the window on the same night, it can still preserve its beauty and purity. We, people condemned to carry forever in our souls a part of every wickedness and disgrace we see, how pitiful and small we are beside it. Look, scattered clouds are coming from across. Tiny little cloud bits clustered together like a branch of flowering plum. In a little while, coming closer, they'll start a flirtatious game with the moon. Don't you see with your eyes the wind driving these clouds toward us? I see it. I think it's coming toward us, that it will soon start lifting us from our places and making us fly. I'm light, just like the evening when we first talked. Everything looks different to me. Isn't it so to you? Everything is subject to our soul. Look at those waters that seemed frightening a while ago. What a drawing face they've taken on. Far from making one shrink back, I want immediately to sink into them. I think a voyage made toward the bottom of the waters would show me one of the miraculous worlds that have filled my imagination since childhood. As I glide downward with a sweet sliding, I'll carefully caress the shapeless, soft creatures I'll come across, as if touching a newborn lamb. I know I'll meet fish large and small eye to eye and smile, and I'll hold the seaweed at the bottom in my palms like women's hair, the stones and sand like jewel beads. Why aren't you laughing at these words of mine? Aren't you at all afraid of me? Yet one ought to be afraid of people who carry a head as feverish as mine on their shoulders. They are the worst and the best creatures in the world. But why did I start talking about people and their heads? Ah, their heads. Let's leave these and look around us. How everything has melted into each other. At this moment, is it possible to steal this boat from the sea? Isn't it stuck to these soft waters as a finger is attached to a hand? How can a person believe that those lights across from us could be put out with a small movement? Don't they stand as if nailed to their places forever? And are we capable of separating ourselves from this night? But how strange! Now we must seize the oars and return to shore and go through streets that smell of people to our homes. In fact, we must do this at once, because it's late. We have dear aunts, uncles. We have friends, bosses, jobs, lessons. We have our goddamned lives. He leapt from his place. The little boat suddenly rocked, and Omer sat down again, holding on to both sides. Then, in a low voice, leaning his head forward, "What are you doing? Why are you crying?" he asked. "Don't you see? Parting from this night and this nature is making you cry? Don't put your hand to your eyes. No one, not even you, has the right to touch eyes that weep under the moon. I couldn't have imagined that this night would have such an extraordinary ending. I want to come to you and see you close up." He stood up again. Stepping over from where he had been rowing, he sat down in front of Majide. The young girl's face, as he had seen it several times before, was completely motionless. Her eyes were looking straight ahead, and tears were sliding at regular intervals from her lashes to her pale cheeks. Omer caught her hands and looked. They were white, narrow, and rather thin. This hand was not like the soft, pink but shapeless and boneless hands, like inflated gloves he had seen on many beautiful women. Where the fingers joined the hand there were not hollows, but slight swellings. Muscles and the tiniest veins extended from the wrist toward the fingers, and when touched, the bones could be felt. Her clipped nails were neither as long as a willow leaf nor as wide as a poppy petal. They were placed quite naturally at the ends of the fingers that tapered toward their tips. Without saying anything,
Omer brought both of Majida's hands to his mouth at once and kissed the tips of her fingers gently, as if afraid to let his lips touch them. Majide slowly withdrew one hand and moved it for a long time through the young man's soft, light brown hair. When they returned to shore, the boatman was waiting for them anxiously. Without even asking how many hours they had ridden, Omer gave 50 kurush, and the boatman returned Omer's jacket without a word. They began to walk slowly. The streets were deserted. Since all the shops had closed, it must have been past 9 o'clock. In a few coffee houses on both sides of the avenue, men who looked like tradesmen, workers, and sailors were sitting, chatting with their heads together, or passing the time playing cards. From time to time, there were a few passengers in the trams that passed right beside them, making terrible noises that shattered the silence of the night. As they approached Karakoy, gramophone sounds and not very loud arguments were heard from the side streets. Both were walking looking straight ahead. They had fixed their eyes on the tram rails, stretching side by side and gleaming like thin water channels under the light of the street lamps, and the dark parquet worn down by countless feet and wheels. The monotonous view of the pavements was broken sometimes by an empty cigarette pack lying with its lid open, sometimes by a hole dug somewhere for some reason. After crossing the bridge and the arch of Yeni Jami, the streets became more deserted. The beautiful display window shops had hidden themselves behind dirty wooden shutters. Majide and Omer's footsteps mingled and spread around, rubbing against the walls on both sides of them. When they came to Bayezid Square, they stopped for a moment and looked at the moon lying in a pitiable state in the pool. This sad state of their magnificent friend a while ago surprised them. Even Omer couldn't find words to say. On the benches lined up there, a few vagrants and a few night girls were trying to doze. Their murmuring voices mingled with the crackling of the peanut shells crushed under their feet whenever they moved. A wretched old man with disheveled hair and beard had sat down at the edge of the pool, opened his shirt, and was picking lice under the combined light of the electric lamp and the moon. Two scrawny children had fallen asleep at the foot of a large tree in each other's arms. In the coffee houses a little farther down, idle intellectuals could be seen still arguing and trying to recover from their drunkenness. Majide was walking hanging on Omer's arm. There was nothing in her head. Or rather, she wasn't thinking. She was only watching the pictures chasing each other in her imagination. She had only one connection to material life. She knew that at that moment she was on Omer's arm and that she was holding this arm tight. Her eyes were half closed.
Inside her, the lightness given by the crying a while ago and a feeling of happiness following it still continued. It was certain that walking like this without talking also helped them open their souls to each other as much as long words. When they came to Shehzade Bashi, they turned into one of the streets on the right. Small, dark, dilapidated houses were leaning against the foot of the old, huge aqueducts visible in the distance. The moon, drowning in their mossy tiles, was trying to come to life again in the tiny panes of the windows and was turning a lot of plants, large and small, growing on the aqueducts into reliefs stuck against the sky. When they came in front of the 2-story wooden house, they stood for a while. Both had a strange unease. They wanted to talk, but couldn't find words to say. It was as if the things they had seen and felt since evening had settled on their shoulders and were crushing them. Omer caught Majida's hand. He wanted to play with it, caress it, and whisper the parting sentences he was sure would come to him while doing so. But Majida misunderstood this movement of his, perhaps deliberately, and squeezing Omer's hand hard, "All right, goodbye," she said. Omer looked at the young girl's face without saying anything. It was evident that he was thinking something and wanted to say it. Then he smiled as if he had given up, and saying, "Goodbye," withdrew his hand. Fatma, who opened the door for Majida, said, "Oh, young lady, where were you? They're waiting for you. Your uncle-in-law is very angry." Majida shrugged her shoulders. She meant to say, "What do I care about my uncle-in-law's anger?" But Fatma continued, "They're sitting in the upstairs hall. A letter from your mother came today, apparently. They read it among themselves, talked, read it again. Even the young lady is awake." Majida had begun to be curious. Is it perhaps some new bad news, she thought? She climbed the stairs quickly and came to the upstairs hall. Aunt Amina and Uncle Ghalib were sitting on a low divan, waiting with an air that tried to appear indifferent. At the head of the small table in the middle sat Samiha, looking as if she were absorbed in the novel in her hand. After Aunt Amina studied Majida for a while with sharp eyes, "My girl, look at me," she said. "Where are you coming from at this hour? It's past midnight." Majida looked around bewildered. Samiha had become more absorbed in her novel. Uncle Ghalib had fixed his eyes on a very important nail in the floor. Aunt Amina continued, "I haven't said anything for a long time. I keep saying there'll be an end to it eventually, but mashallah, our good, serious girl has gotten worse day by day, as if the food cooked in our house weren't good enough for her, filling one's stomach outside, coming without being seen by anyone at midnight, slipping away in the morning without being seen by anyone. The neighbors have started coming and telling about you. One says she saw you with a young man in Beolu, another says you went out with an older gentleman. To tell the truth, I at first didn't want to believe it. The family is known, thank God. No one from our family has ever been talked about until now. But all Muslims aren't liars. They told me, swearing and vowing, not one, not five. We waited for you to come to your senses, but we can't permit any more. God rest his soul, the late father's 2 hands are at my collar. He entrusted his honor to us. How was I to know? You never seemed like you'd turn out this way." Aunt Amina couldn't finish her sentence. She looked at Uncle Ghalib several times as if to say, "Come on, you speak." The old man stirred and thought a bit. During this time, a deep silence reigned in the hall. Majida was standing and waiting, looking around from time to time and continually biting her lips. Seeing that Uncle Ghalib just couldn't open his mouth, Aunt Amina began to speak again. "Look, my girl, your late father, God rest his soul abundantly, is dead. The old days are over. Today we got a letter from your mother. The poor woman doesn't know what she's writing." Ghalib Effendi murmured, "Yes, there's no answer to what we wrote. She keeps saying, don't let the girl be upset, don't let her hear anything." Aunt Amina said with merciless irony, "Oh, don't worry, the girl isn't upset or anything." At this point, Majida heard Samiha giggling softly. The feeling of disgust that had been filling her for some time now reached its limit. She wanted this argument to end as quickly as possible, at whatever cost. She said in a voice trying to be calm, "May I see the letter?" After conferring with Ghalib Effendi, Aunt Amina said, "What will you do by seeing it? It was written to us. Words that don't hang together." Majida became irritated. "But shouldn't I see it?" "If you're so curious, you can go and have a long talk." Ghalib Effendi immediately jumped in. Yes, you can go right back to Bali Kesir and find out everything." Majida felt something rising toward her head. She felt as if she were choking. She couldn't find an answer to give. She wanted to escape to her room and think calmly. But on the other hand, this matter had to be settled right now. She had to wait for them to spit the bean under their tongues. Trying to collect her composure, she asked, "Does my mother write that I should return to Bali Kesir?" Aunt Amina said without thinking,
"No," then tried to correct herself. "That is, she writes something, but it comes to that?" Uncle Ghalib grumbled again. "Of course it comes to that. A person can't live on air in Istanbul. The lady mother says nothing about these things. For 2 months." Aunt Amina silenced her husband with a sharp look and herself continued, "The matter isn't there. Is such a thing talked about? Thank God we have a couple of bites of food in our house. You're not going to be a burden to us. God forbid, don't let such things even cross your mind." Uncle Ghalib confirmed, Of course. What importance does one mouth have? Besides, your mother writes too. She says, when father's accounts are settled, we'll set everything right." Then he murmured to himself,
The deceased's accounts weren't exactly the kind to be settled, and after the settlement, let's see if anything will be left. He fell silent at Amin Hanum's new, sharper signal and sighed. Majida had fixed her eyes on her aunt. The old woman, trying to deceive the person before her with her primitive intelligence, trying to hide her real purpose, and succeeding very little at it, had never seemed so disgusting to Majida as at that moment. Poor Uncle Galib, who blurted out what he was thinking without hiding it, was much more honest than his wife. Aunt Amin began to speak again with the same artificial sensitivity. "I told you, the matter isn't such things, but our family's honor is at stake. To tell you the truth, I'm going to write to your mother and say, know what your daughter has been doing. If you're content, leave her here. If not, find a remedy." Majida stood a while longer. First, she looked down, then at the faces of those there. In her manner, there was a determined calm. Samiha had put her book on the table and was watching her cousin with a satisfaction and smile she saw no need to hide. Uncle Galib yawned, stretching his chin. Majida turned without saying anything and went into her room. From the footsteps outside, she understood that those in the hall, too, had immediately gotten up and gone to their rooms. She sat by the window. The moon had risen considerably. Majida brought her head close to the glass and looked at it. Was this shining body, scattering its pale, indifferent light everywhere at random and preserving its mocking silence even in the face of the most terrible events on earth, the same beautiful, meaningful moon she had watched on the sea with Omer a while ago? She slowly got up from her place. A deep silence had covered every part of the house. Stepping on tiptoe, she came to the side of her bed, knelt down and took her small black leather suitcase from under the bed. She put her belongings, consisting of a few pieces, very neatly inside. She also took off the dress she was wearing and put it there, and put on the brown sweater and the checkered skirt. There was no excitement or haste in her manner. After putting on her overcoat, she stayed in the room a while longer and looked around. She put the sheet music standing at the foot of her bed in the suitcase, which she had opened again. Because she didn't want to set foot in here again, she was afraid of forgetting something necessary and was searching every part of the room with her eyes, which the street lamp and the moon lit very little. After making sure she had left nothing behind, she went and sat by the window again and counted the money in her purse. She had 20 liras and some small change. She got up, caught hold of her suitcase, which had become rather heavy, and went out. She wasn't afraid of waking anyone. In fact, she rather wanted it. The bewilderment and confusion caused by this treatment, which she had never seen anywhere from anyone, had passed and been replaced by a will that clenched its teeth. The more she thought about the household, the deeper the contempt she felt, and between her lips came only the word, ill-mannered people. She was disgusted even to remember the words from a while ago. She descended the stairs slowly without turning on the light. Fatma, lying in the lower hall, raised her head in the dark and asked, "Is that you, young lady? Are you leaving?" Majida said briefly, "Yes," and walked toward the stairs leading down to the street door. Fatma had gotten up in her nightgown and was following her, murmuring, "Oh dear young lady, where can one go at this hour? But you're right. After those words, even if a person were made of stone, she couldn't stay in her place. God help you." Majida opened the door. The light of the street lamp struck inside and lit up Fatma's great cracked feet. Majida extended her hand. "Goodbye, Fatma," she said. After the old servant girl clumsily squeezed her hand, she caught her head and kissed her on the cheeks. "God keep you safe, young lady. God keep you safe," she said. Majide pulled the door shut behind her. Chapter 12. She stood waiting for a while on the steps leading from the door to the street. She didn't know what she would do, where she would go. The money in her pocket would be enough for her to stay in a hotel for a day or two, and then to go to Balıkesir. Suddenly, she paused. She noticed that neither while preparing nor while leaving the house had it even crossed her mind to return to Balıkesir. She had only wanted to go, to escape from this house and go. Where? She still didn't know. When Balıkesir came to her mind, she shuddered. Was it any better there? Not at all. They no longer had their own house. She would go to her brother-in-law's. She would stay there with her mother. So her father's affairs were being settled. Certainly Uncle Galip wasn't talking idly when he said, "Let's see if anything will be left after the settlement." The young girl's head, as when listening to her aunt's words upstairs a while ago, began to cloud over and throb. Many pictures passed before her eyes which she had closed wearily. She saw her brother-in-law, the cloth merchant, with his smarmy, nouveau-rich manner, her sister, who was jealous of everyone, even her mother and siblings, and at one point also the sea that had first seemed frightening to her when they were in the boat that evening, then, under the influence of the moonlight and Omer's words, had taken on a sweeter face and made her curious about its depths. She was taking short, rapid breaths. Her knees had gone weak. She was about to sit down there on the steps. Suddenly, with a strange shiver, she raised her eyelids, her voice catching in her throat, but with a joy and lightness whose cause she couldn't understand. "Were you here? What were you doing? Where did you come from?" she said. Omer was looking without saying anything. At the corner of his lips was a sad smile that Macide had never seen until then. He extended his arm. Macide gave him her hand and descended the steps. Their faces were close enough to feel each other's breath. They were eye to eye. During this time they agreed on many more things than hours of talking could have accomplished. Macide, turning her eyes to the ground, asked again, "Were you waiting for me?" "Yes." Omer silenced for a while. Then he said, "I knew you would come out again tonight." They walked. Only when they came to the tram road did Omer think to take the heavy suitcase from Macide's hand, saying, "What a scatterbrained creature I am, my God." They walked on for a while without talking. The streets were more deserted and quieter than those they had passed through a while ago. Now the last trams too had withdrawn to their places and left to a few hours' rest, their rails gleaming between the parquets like four slits cut with a knife. Omer stopped, putting the suitcase beside him. "I can't explain even to myself how it happened, but a feeling told me not to leave your vicinity tonight. Although I went as far as the corner several times, I turned and came back again. Every evening after I left you at your house, or rather that house, an unpleasant feeling would arise inside me. I sensed that in Aunt Amina's house, especially a person like you, couldn't stay long, that this staying would come to an ugly end one evening. I would think, if the household is awake now, I wonder how they're looking at Macide, and I would shudder as if I were in your place. This feeling always filled me when I left you and turned back, but it had never been so strong and never in the form of a conviction as tonight." He picked up the suitcase and began to walk again. His eyes ahead, he continued talking. "I just couldn't manage to leave and go. What if she needs me?" I said. "I knew that even the smallest incident would make you leave the house at once, whenever it happened. Don't be surprised. I know you as well as I know myself, perhaps even better." He shifted the suitcase from one hand to the other and, turning his head to Macide, laughed. "You see that my feelings have not deceived me. Do you understand how bound our souls are to each other?" Macide only said, "I'm astonished." Omer blushed for no reason and murmured, "So am I." And immediately he began to think, "What the hell am I doing? Why am I saying such stupid things? Yes, I waited for her tonight. Yes, this time something really told me not to leave here. That much is fine, true. But to try to take advantage of this, to try to catch this girl, in whose brain storms are certainly passing at this moment, despite all her calm, at such a weak moment from her most ignorant sides? What vulgarity! I know you as well as I know myself. Could there be greater nonsense? How well do I know myself? How simple tricks I've resorted to. I had a feeling tonight that you would need me. That is, it was made known to me. Oh my God, so I had a feeling. In that case, see how bound our souls are to each other. If soul's bondage is proved this way, woe to those souls. What was the need? Did I need these tricks? Look how calmly and trustingly she's coming beside me.
Why try to cage such a person with stupid tricks? She's not one of who believes so easily. Indeed, she said, I'm astonished. Why? Did she perhaps wonder at this coincidence? Or at my resorting to such words? This is more likely. In this I'm astonished, there wasn't a 100% trust in me. In our spiritual life, certain events take place without us being very aware of them. This is true. Among human souls, there are certain relationships in which consciousness doesn't much intervene. This is also true. There are some other things like this. Let's say they're true too. But to try to use these as servants of our desires, to try to make things we don't fully control instruments of our tricks, isn't that proof that we have the slightest idea about their nature?
He was walking with his brows knit, shaking his head as if confirming what he was thinking, searching every part of his brain, trying to find points to attack and continuing to accuse himself. Let's start from further back. Where did the thought come tonight that Majid might need me? I said that such anxious thoughts roamed in me every evening when we parted. It's not a lie. I know my Aunt Amin. This poor girl's coming home late a few times could give them an opportunity to make pointed remarks. It's quite possible that Majid, whose sensitivity has naturally increased after her father's death, would magnify a small word and make decisions with heavy consequences. It's also clear that she's a person who wouldn't hesitate to do what she decided. But how did it happen this evening? We parted as usual. I walked slowly back and came out on the tram avenue. Here that thought suddenly came into my head, or rather that fear. What if something happens tonight and Majid is left alone? But where did it come from? I turned back and walked as usual. Wasn't there anything different? Yes, wasn't there anything out of the ordinary? Oh God, how could there not be? Here. His face smiled. This was a smile of self-contempt rather than satisfaction. What did I do every evening? I would walk slowly the 40 or 50 meters from the front of the house to the tram avenue, stopping from time to time, making guesses like, now she's on the stairs, now at the door of her room, now in her room. The moment I put her into her room in my imagination, usually by a strange coincidence, Majid's light would also come on. This evening I did the same thing again. But when I said, now she's in her room, and turned and looked, the light didn't come on. I waited a bit. It still didn't come on. I said to myself, probably since it's late, she undressed in the dark and went to bed. But if the young girl had been detained by someone before entering her room, then too the light might not come on. I didn't think of this, but who knows, maybe I did. The certain part is that my alarm began from this moment. Was it something out of the ordinary for the light that came on every evening not to come on this evening? Of course. So my brain dwelt on this without my knowing it, thought that the reasons for this out of the ordinariness might perhaps be other things, and threw me into that alarm, that fear whose source I couldn't understand. Where's the miracle in this? What's the connection of this to soul's closeness? I wonder if Nihat is right. Do I really think far from the earth? But I don't think so. Everyone is more or less like this, as if seeing my faults in others would change anything. He shifted the suitcase from one hand to the other again, and at this point thought, I wonder where we're going. Certainly to our place, quite naturally to our place. What else can we do? It was fated that our lives would join. It's better that they joined in such an unexpected way. Oh God, how much I love her. Here she is beside me. Her hands are touching me. Without the slightest hesitation in her steps, she's coming to me, to my house, to my bed. What could be more miraculous than this? How am I bearing it? How is it that I don't immediately throw my arms around her neck and kiss her face, her eyes, crying, thanking? Even thinking about the rest of my life frightens me. This fear I feel before this happiness. To hold her in my arms as soon as possible, or just to look at her face, to caress her hands long and knowing that we're together now, always together, to sit facing each other. This is now a reality, whereas until now I'd been afraid even to imagine it. But it wouldn't be right to go too far now either. There's a side of the matter that's inclined to become ugly and vulgar.
I'm considered to have taken under my protection a girl whose father has died and who has left her relative's house more or less not entirely of her own wish. If I think I have a right to ask something from her because of this favor, or I give her the feeling that I'm thinking such things, it will be very bad. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, how much I'm thinking. What things are passing through my head, what wretched things. If this girl sees my insides with all their ugliness, she won't stay a day. Suddenly, turning to Majid, he said, "Are you tired? My place is quite far. We still have to go, way up in Baoli, near Taksim." He said this, way up in Baoli, near Taksim. The scene that appeared before his eyes when he said "my place" disgusted him. The madam hadn't condescended even to tidy up his tiny room lately. How could he dare to take another person to this wretched, this miserable, this dark room where one person could barely move around? I'm crazy. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. While binding a person's destiny to my own, I'm not thinking for a moment where this will end. Tomorrow she'll be my wife. I've got 35 kurus on me. 35 kurus! It barely buys one person one lunch. From tomorrow I'm supporting a household. I'll have a wife and I'll look after her. And what a wife! A wife whom I know with 100% certainty I could die at once at the smallest sign from her. Whereas I, never mind giving my life and so on, won't be able to provide her with even a decent breakfast. Despite this, I've taken her. I'm dragging along beside me this beautiful, this poor creature who has no idea of anything. My place is quite far, I said. She didn't make a sound. So she knows we're going to our place and she accepts it. Her accepting so easily isn't very nice either. I wonder if she's angry at the tricks fate has played on her and is sacrificing herself as a kind of revenge on her luck. If I knew such a thing had crossed her mind, I'd immediately push her away and take to my heels. I don't want charity. If there's even the smallest reason more in her coming with me than her loving me enough to forget everything, then everything is finished. I'll ask this at once. He turned his head to the young girl and asked, his voice hoarse with emotion, "Why are you coming with me? Tell me at once, in a single word. I'll go mad." Majid said with a sad smile, "What can I do?" Then she added, "Don't you want me to?" In this "don't you want me to," in the young girl's self-control, despite all her pride, there was such a sad and helpless tone that Omer, forgetting everything he had been thinking a while back, cried out, "Don't I want you? How can you say such a thing? Do I want anything in life but you? What is there but you that I should want? Don't say such things. In our relationship, believe me, you are always the giving side, and I am always the side in debt. Never in any way let such things enter your mind. Even if I were to die for you, I should still be grateful to you for giving me permission to die for your sake. But tell me once more why you're coming with me." Omer had put down the suitcase and extended his hands to her. Majid caught the young man's hands, drew him toward her, pressed close to him, and as if whispering in his ear, "I can't trust anyone but you, and I love you," she said. After these words, as if ashamed to show her face, she hid her head on Omer's shoulder. For the first time, Omer kissed something other than her hands, her hair, and also a little the places where her temples joined her hair. For a while they rested sitting side by side on the suitcase. They seemed to be waiting for the sea churning inside them to grow calm. From time to time, Omer extended an arm to the young girl's shoulders. With the arm he circled around her neck, he would take hold of her chin and turn her face toward him and look at this beautiful, fine face that took a matte color in the half-darkness of the street. Both were smiling. In this smile there was nothing but the feeling of infinite happiness they felt at that moment. Majid remembered the first evening that Omer and Majid had walked together. She had begun to feel the fever that had covered her body, locked her jaw when she listened to the young man then. Her whole body was shaking, her veins were spreading through her flesh like hot wires, and she felt a tremendous desire for the young man.
She wanted to forget everything, the world, people, herself, and surrender to a single feeling, to this single desire. At such moments, even if she closed her eyes, she couldn't manage to remove from her mind Omer's lips, which took on a maddening shape when he spoke. Her thoughts of the evening, her weariness and helplessness toward life had flown away. Now she had confidence in herself. She saw that her will was powerful enough to give her life whatever direction she wished, and she was thinking like a mature person, like a woman. I can set everything right. I can save him and myself. Why not? I need him to bind myself to life. He needs me to be looked after. Before I saw him, I didn't know, hadn't found the meaning of life. Now I see that he too can't live without me. What he says is true. Even the things that seem least true are true. Our life before we met each other really was nothing but searching for each other, searching without knowing what we were looking for. Now I'm at peace. I'm in calm, like someone who has found what they sought and wants nothing else. Could there be greater happiness in the world than this? Can I call these feelings that make me believe on my most disastrous day that I'm the happiest person, bad, ugly things? What will everyone say? But what have I seen from everyone until now, including those closest to me? What has this thing called everyone done except upset me, turn my life into something meaningless? Until this age, my best times had been the days when I could be completely alone. Omer is the first person whose closeness pleases me, gives me happiness. Who is everyone? The Aunt Amines? My immoral brother-in-law? My poor dear mother who has no idea of anything? For their sake, I've put up with many things until now. From now on, they can leave me in peace. I'll leave them in peace too. Let them consider me dead. Here she laughed and squeezed Omer's hands. Let them consider me dead from this moment when I've just begun to live. A coolness had descended on the deserted streets, announcing that morning was approaching. Sensing that Omer, who had no overcoat on his back, was beginning to shiver, Majida straightened up. "Come on, let's get up," she said. "You'll catch cold." Majida was addressing him with the intimate you for the first time. This word could never have been used so aptly by anyone at any time. Omer jumped up from his place, his face and eyes overflowing with joy like a small child, and kissed Majida's cheeks, which had frozen from the damp. Catching the suitcase, they set off again. A little later, they stopped in front of a house with narrow, steep stairs. Omer opened the iron door with bars on top and frosted glass with the key he took from his pocket, and after going in, closed it behind them. Because Majida's eyes weren't accustomed to the dark, she was standing holding on to Omer's arm with both hands. Omer murmured, "The electricity doesn't work on the stairs. For 6 months the landlady has been saying, 'There's a small problem, I'll have it fixed,' but I've given up hope. However, it's better this way. Everything should be done to hide these dirty stairs from people's eyes. In fact, even the faint light that seeps through the dirty glass at the top of the door during the day should somehow be blocked. Our madam has fallen asleep. Besides, it's a house of only 4 rooms. She lives in one and rents out 3. Besides me, there are 2 Greek seamstress girls. They live together. From time to time, they cook food in their room, and the smell fills the world. One of the rooms has just become vacant and hasn't been taken yet. Why am I telling you all this, you wonder? There's a reason. I just can't summon the courage to go upstairs and enter my wretched room with you. I think you'll be disgusted with me after you see it." Majida squeezed Omer's arm harder and only said, "Come on, let's go up." She was in no state to think about cleanliness or dirtiness. She wanted to arrive at their destination as soon as possible. They began to climb the narrow stairs holding each other. A soft carpet, apparently covered the steps, was tickling Majida's insides, and catching at the girl's feet with its torn places was causing her to stumble every now and then. A strange, musty smell, peculiar to places that hadn't seen the sun for years, was mixing with old, dirty furniture and giving a slight dizziness. Omer's shoes creaked a little at every step, and from time to time the suitcase striking the wall or the steps made a muffled sound. At one point, Omer said, "We're here."
After taking a few more steps in the dark, he found a doorknob by feel and opened it. The fact that the door wasn't locked surprised Majida. Omer had let go of the young girl's hand and turned on the light. The first things that caught the eye were not the kind to leave a good impression. In the middle was a table with a thick cover that had lost its color on it. An unwashed shaving set with dried soaps on it was still standing there. A dim bulb under a lampshade of dirty pink silk lit up only the table and its vicinity, leaving the other parts of the room dim. A bed that came right behind the door was in complete disarray, as if it had been trampled on. The ends of the quilt and white piqué coverlet at the foot were hanging down to the floor. Majida fearfully took one more step forward. Omer had put the suitcase he was holding in a corner and shown the young girl a cloth-covered wooden chair and had immediately set about writing things up. With hasty movements, he pushed the shaving set and a bow tie and a clothes brush that were standing beside them under the bed. He ran to the bed. From under the pillows, he took out some dirty handkerchiefs and a pair of pajama trousers, and trying to hide them from the young girl, put them in the bottom drawer of an old wardrobe with a mirror on the outside, on the opposite side. Since the wardrobe, bed, and table completely filled the room, he rubbed against Majida in every trip back and forth, moved her chair from its place, and every time their eyes met, tried to apologize with an embarrassed smile. During this time, Majida continued to examine her surroundings and thought about various things. On the window of the room, she couldn't figure out which direction it faced. There were thick, furry curtains, somewhere between brown and gray, and at the places about as high as a person, there were parts where the fur had fallen off and become greasy from being held by hand. An old felted rug that partly covered the floor's linoleum was tickling her feet, just like the thing she had been disgusted with without seeing on the stairs a while ago. During this time, she said to herself, "We came here without being seen by anyone. I wonder if he always used to bring someone with him like this. Perhaps. So what? It's not right to confuse the Omer of one time with today's Omer, as if I'm the old Majida. Far from it. I have nothing to do with her anymore. I don't even recognize myself. It's certain that Omer has changed at least as much, so it's meaningless to think about old things."
Omer had turned the bedsheet inside out and spread a clean white cover he had taken from the wardrobe over the pillow. After examining the edges of the quilt carefully, he shook his head in helplessness. Then he went and took out a clean pair of pajamas from the same wardrobe and put them on the pillow. Majida thought again, this time with her heart pounding hard. "Oh no, now we're going to bed. Together? Of course together. As if I didn't know this when I came here. I came knowingly and willingly. What am I afraid of? For years I hadn't slept with any person, but this is different. He's going to take me in his arms. Then I'll see his beautiful lips close up, right beside me. I might even kiss them. Yes, and how I'll kiss them. Oh my God, what shameless things I'm thinking. Why should they be shameless? I'm considered a woman now. Does a woman feel ashamed of such things? I don't see any excitement in his manner. I wonder if he's not thinking the same things. Perhaps the state of his room has embarrassed and confused him. But what importance does this mess have? I came knowing everything. Tomorrow I'll set everything right. I'm going to be his clean and orderly wife. What does that mean? I am his wife, but we're not married. Oh, what I'm doing isn't right at all. How I'll be on everyone's lips. But what did I say about everyone? Yes, so what do I care? Besides, we'll get married too. We will, of course. But how can this be said at this moment? What would he think? We'll think about this later. His hair has fallen into his eyes again. Every morning these should be wetted and combed. But isn't it more beautiful this way? During this time, Omer had taken off his jacket and shoes, put on his slippers, and throwing a small, fairly clean towel he had taken from the wardrobe over his shoulder, quietly gone out. Majida, breaking off her thoughts, jumped up from her place. She rummaged hastily in her suitcase and took out a nightgown. She immediately began to undress. When she was down to just her chemise, her heart was pounding with a tremendous fear. If Omer came in at that moment, Majida would scream at the top of her lungs and look for a place to run. Despite this, she couldn't overcome the desire to see herself once in the dusty mirror of the wardrobe before putting on her nightgown. Her white chemise, which came above her knees, was leaving her slender, shapely legs exposed. After Majide's eyes quickly roamed over the image in the mirror, they fixed on her hair. She straightened it with her hand. When she came eye to eye with her image, a slight smile appeared at the corner of her lips. This smile, which at the same time also bore a bit of the expression of farewell, continued until Majide put on her nightgown and jumped into bed. In fact, even after she had curled up at one edge of the bed and pulled the quilt over her and, weak with excitement, begun to wait for Omer with her eyes closed, she was still keeping on this smile of farewell to childhood. 13. When Omer opened his eyes, he saw that Majide had long since woken up, even gotten out of bed and dressed. The young girl was sitting in the chair by the table in the clothes she had taken off last night, looking ahead of her in a distracted state. Omer watched her for a while. He was only now noticing how beautiful her slender neck was, gleaming under her hair which had been combed and thrown back behind her ears. Why couldn't I see her getting up and dressing? His heart ached for a moment. Then he thought how late it must be. I guess we're going to skip the office again. We're really going too far. If they throw us out right at this time, we're done for, he said to himself. Whatever happens, I have to stop by today. I need to see and talk to our important relative. I'll explain the situation. I'll say I got married, or better yet, I'm about to get married. Maybe he'll find a suitable job. A household can't be run on 42 liras, but I should really think about today. I think there was something like 35 kurus in my pocket. What can be done with that? How shall I tell her these things? He stirred a bit, and the noise the bed made turned Majide's head toward that direction. When the young girl saw that he was awake, she smiled. This gave her white face, which now looked a bit thinner, an unbearable charm. With a strength and sincerity that no words could express, this smile, saying, "I thank you, I love you, you've brought me to happiness," was spreading through the young man's insides like the fragrance of a flower and making him breathe deeply. He jumped from his place. Stepping barefoot on the dirty rug, he embraced Majide and held his face against her face for minutes. He was caressing her neck, whose beauty he had noted a while ago, and putting his fingers through the curly hair at the nape of her neck, drawing the young girl's head toward him. After they parted, he quickly dressed. In a voice trying to be natural, he said, "Let me go to the office at once and try to find some money." Majide smiled again. "I have a little money with me. We'll manage until the end of the month. Besides, there's not much left." Omer went out. After a while he came with the madam and made introductions. "This is my wife, our landlady, madam." The madam, who appeared to be 45 to 50, was a sullen woman in a black dress with her gray hair done up in a bun at the back of her head. After studying Majide at length without saying anything, she looked once at Omer too and said in broken Turkish, "Pleased to meet you." Turning to Majide, she added, "Let me give you the empty room next door. It's a bit bigger. We'll clean it, sweep it now. You can move in today." Omer ate with Majide in a small restaurant, then jumped on a tram and went to the post office. The young girl returned to the madam to change rooms. When Omer bounded up the stone stairs and came to the office, he saw there was no one around. Everyone had gone to lunch and hadn't returned yet. He went and sat at his desk, entered the 5 or 10 papers before him into the ledgers, searched through other ledgers whose purpose he had forgotten, looking for work to do. Inside him there was a feeling saying he must now devote himself to his job with all 4 hands and earn the money he received. He had to have a place in life where he could plant his feet firmly. This need, which he hadn't felt until then, first pleased him, then made him think. "Am I starting to change this fast?" he said. Meanwhile, the clerks who had begun to arrive one by one were surprised to see Omer, who was famous for his lack of attendance, in the room, and after greeting him briefly, they went to their places. Omer wanted to get up and say to each of them one by one, "I got married today. I'm a family man now. Like many of you, from now on, I too will come and go here with thoughts of bread money and will avoid annoying my superiors." Then he said, "What marriage? There's neither a wedding license nor even an engagement ring. They'd laugh at me. Besides, why should I tell them? Do people in the world concern themselves with anyone else's business? Maybe for gossip sometimes." But he wouldn't be able to contain himself without opening the matter to the cashier. Besides, he could ask to borrow a few liras from him. Even if Majida had enough money to last until the end of the month, he wasn't going to take his tram fare from her, too. He got up and went to Hüsamettin Efendi's room. The moment he entered the door, he faltered for a moment. The cashier, whom he perhaps hadn't seen for a week, had changed considerably. His beard had grown out more than usual, his eyes had sunk into their sockets, and the expression on his face had taken on a ruined, even somewhat wild look. Omer's first words were, "What's the matter, Hafiz Bey? I don't like the look of you." The cashier raised his glasses to his forehead and studied the young man for a few minutes. But Omer noticed that his gaze wasn't on him, he was only turning his eyes somewhere at random to collect his thoughts. He asked again, "We haven't seen each other for a week. I have important news for you." Hafiz Effendi said, "Sit down, let's hear it." But it was obvious he said this just for the sake of saying something, that his mind wasn't occupied with these matters, but wandering elsewhere. "First, you tell me. Something seems to be bothering you. Come on, never mind me, get on with what you have to say. What is it?" Omer said to himself, "Good Lord, what's happening to our Hafiz? He was strange the other day too, but today he's really odd. Anyway, he can't hold out, he'll tell me," and turned to Hafiz. "I got married, did you know?" Hüsamettin Effendi perked up a bit and asked with curiosity, "When? To whom? Where? We had no idea." Omer laughed. "It wasn't the kind of thing you'd have any idea about. Even I'm still not aware of how it happened. If there's one thing that's real, it's that today there's a wife in my home and she's looking to me for support." Hüsamettin Effendi studied him with eyes expressing pity. "May God make you happy. May your end be good. I know you as a sensible boy." Omer noticed that he had been about to say "knew" and then caught himself. He laughed. "Did I do wrong?" "No, of course, it's fine." Omer tried to explain in a few words what had happened to him. He was telling it with many parts changed, and he was explaining this to himself as, it's not right to put the girl in a bad light. Even in her absence, no one should think improper things about her. Toward the end of his story, he saw that Hafiz Hüsamettin had sunk into thought again and wasn't listening to anything. Getting up in annoyance, he returned to his room and sat empty at his desk until evening, full of feelings of effort and diligence. Several times he went to the head clerk and asked for explanations about the ledgers. His interlocutor gave this information with a smile that said, "Are you trying to fool me, buddy? We know very well what sort you are and who you're relying on to stay here." From the clerks around him starting to open and close their drawers in preparation to leave, he understood that the evening break was approaching. When going home came to his mind, a shiver of joy passed him. Majida was waiting for him. For the first time, remembering the Greek madam's boarding house didn't make him screw up his face. He immediately dropped his sense of duty. He wanted to go out at once and run all the way home. He ran into the cashier at the door of the room. It came to his mind that he had intended to ask to borrow from him. "I was coming to see you," he lied. "I was going to get you too. Come on, let's go out together." The cashier didn't open his mouth until they got out to the street. They walked towards Sirkechi. After taking a few steps, Hafiz said, "Look here, my boy. Were you serious about what you told me today?" Omer laughed and answered, "Are you serious in asking this now? How should I know? You seem to be one of the quick workers." After taking a few more steps,
It's not good to lead newlyweds astray, but come on, be tempted by the devil and come along with me. Let's have a couple of glasses over there. I have things to tell you. This time it's serious. Understand how bad a situation I'm in from this. I've come to the point of asking even you for advice." Omer had no intention of agreeing to such an invitation, at least this evening. But the cashier's appearance was enough to alarm a person. Besides, despite all his bluntness, Omer was one of those people who could almost never manage to give a refusal to a person who asked something of him.
Very often, when going somewhere on an urgent errand, some chattering acquaintance would engage him in conversation, and although he talked nonsense for half an hour, Omer couldn't manage to cut him off and say, "Enough, I've got things to do." Now he was also curious about what Sabahattin Effendi had to say. He made up his mind. "All right, let's go, but I won't drink," he said. They went into a small tavern on the tram road. On the left was a high counter, on the right with 3 small tables lined up one behind the other. At one of these, a man, one-armed and with one eye missing, was sitting, catching the glasses with his single hand and downing them one after another, and after every swallow making strange signs by moving his whole face. After the cashier had drunk a few sips of Rocky hastily and waited for Omer too, who, despite his first decision, had ordered a glass, to take a sip, without any preamble, he began. "This business isn't new, my dear fellow. I've been struggling for 2 months. You know I'm not the sort to give a damn about small things. I'm always ready to sell the world for a penny. But being, unwillingly but nevertheless being the perpetrator of certain things I hadn't done until this age, perhaps by chance but nevertheless hadn't done, has shaken me. I'm afraid of losing my balance. In that case, if there's 1 chance in 1,000 of getting out of this, I'll lose that too. It's not my habit to ask anyone for advice, but perhaps your young mind will produce something of value. Anyway, there's no point in dragging this out. Let me give you a summary from the beginning. I don't know if I've ever mentioned it. I have a brother-in-law. He's a real estate broker around here, in the Sirkechi area. His title is real estate broker. There's no business he doesn't stick his nose into, from buying and selling land to finding servants for houses, artists for bars, actresses for companies. He can do anything. One day he's rich, he comes to visit us in an automobile. Another day he's seen going to the police station between 2 plainclothes policemen. He and I aren't on very good terms, but he's a relative. The scoundrel has 2 daughters, bright as buttons. I love them like my own children. Whenever their father fires a shot at some business and the penniless, hungry period begins, they move in with us along with their mother. 3 or 5 months later, our brother Ismail Bey, that is my brother-in-law, usually when I'm not home, comes again in an automobile and takes them all away. This had been going on for 15 years. This time I hadn't heard from him in a long time. About 2 months ago, a strange man came to the office. "I'm a lawyer. Your brother-in-law is in custody. He wants to see you," he said. "Good Lord," I said, took leave and went to the detention center. My brother-in-law told me a long story. He had found a servant for someone. The fellow was a bachelor. The girl was underage. Something had happened. In short, they'd put our noble Ismail Bey inside, along with an oldish woman for the crime of inciting prostitution. "Oh, dear brother-in-law, help me. I have nothing to do with this business. My secretary did some things without telling me. I'll get off anyway," he said. The rascal loved to talk big. He never spoke without saying, "my secretary, my agent, my attorney." That way he tried to give himself the air of an important businessman. Anyway, we understood his trouble. They were asking for 200 liras bail. Then he'd be released. "I have money owed to me in 80 places. I have money in the bank, but because I'm in custody, I can't get it. I don't want anyone to hear about this disgrace. I'm at my wit's end. For God's sake, find some way. The day I get out, of course, there's no problem. I'll bring it right away," he was saying. At first, I didn't understand, but the shameless fellow poured on the charm. Now he got offended, now he became upset as if about to cry, now he seemed to find it strange that I was hemming and hawing over such an unimportant sum of money. Finally, I said, "Let me look into it." "Oh, there's no time to look into it. If I can't get out today or tomorrow, all my business is ruined. I have commitments, I have appointments, I'll lose thousands of liras." What heedlessness! I believed him. I came to the office and thought about it. There was no possibility of getting 10 kurus from anyone. 200 liras isn't a small thing after all. Damn it, at one point the children came before my eyes. My heart ached. He had said he would bring the money the day he got out. Since his appearance was fairly decent, I said, he must be doing well these days.
I took 200 liras from the cash box and deposited it at the courthouse. After that, the disaster began. The moment Ismail Effendi got out, he resumed his old manner, that swindling, dodging manner of his. As we were leaving the detention center, I immediately said, "Brother, let's go right away. Find the money wherever you can find it, give it to me, and let's put it in the cash box." "It's late. We'll find a way tomorrow," he answered. That much was enough to open my eyes. This was his old, well-known way of talking. Now a struggle began whose end I could already see very well. As I said, I had no hope, because when I went to the room he called his office, I saw his situation. The receivables in 80 places, the money in the bank, all bluffing. It was impossible for him to find 10 liras if he walked around the market from morning to evening.
As we were leaving the detention center, I immediately said, "Brother, let's go right away, find the money wherever you can find it, give it to me, and let's put it in the cash box." "It's late, we'll find a way tomorrow," he answered. That much was enough to open my eyes. This was his old, well-known way of talking. Now a struggle began whose end I could already sense very well. As I said, I had no hope, because when I went to the room he called his office, I saw his situation. The receivables in 80 places, the money in the bank, all bluffing. It was impossible for him to find 10 liras, even if he walked around the market from morning to evening. It was also certain he had nothing to sell or dispose of. This time I uselessly set about begging him. Think of it, a man like me who tries not to be beholden to anyone in the world poured on the charm to that lowlife. I talked about my children, my wife, my 20 years of clean civil service. The fellow isn't human. Even if he were human, what could he do? Now he was excused in dodging me. He was doing this out of impossibility. The real dishonesty he had committed was in deceiving me while in custody. These were natural consequences beyond his control. As I approached the point of tears and insisted, he said, "What can I do, brother? You see my situation. Things went wrong. You find another way. When our trial is over, of course they'll return the bail and the matter will be settled." The scoundrel just wouldn't believe that I had no possibility of obtaining money from elsewhere. Nor was the trial going to end. It certainly wasn't the kind to be decided in 10 or 15 days. But I had to deposit the money in the cash box before the end of the month. If an inspector came in the meantime, we'd be ruined again, but it was certain the scandal would come out at the end of the month. Finally, that day came. My leaving the office so often had already begun to attract notice. I was in a state of helplessness. If I had completely given up hope, I would have gone to the director and explained the matter. But a damned hope, the hope that the trial would soon be over and the money returned to me, drove me to resort to another remedy. While transferring the accounts and cash balance, I made a few small mistakes in the ledgers, or rather, let me call it by its name, falsifications. "I'll fix it when I deposit the 200 liras, I said. "Even if there are erasures in the ledger, once the accounts come out right, it doesn't matter. We'll hear a few words, that's all." For 2 months this has been going on like this. I'm forced to make new falsifications so it won't come out. I'm aware that every day I'm sinking deeper into the swamp, but what can I do? Here, Omer asked, "What's the situation with the trial?" "The trial? Just yesterday I went to the courthouse and inquired. They're waiting for a witness's statement from Hyriboli and one from Barton. From the looks of it, Ismail Effendi is going to be convicted. That's why he keeps dragging out the case. But for me to be saved, the trial has to end, whether in his favor or against him." He thought for a while. Then, "The thought of confessing everything and putting an end to these agonizing days passes through my mind. But what will we do with the wife and children, my friend? None of them can earn their bread. 6 mouths. Then there's at least 5 years in prison. Can that be endured? What do you say?" Omer frowned and stood for a moment. Then, "It really is a bad situation. So there's no possibility of finding something from anywhere? In that case, there's no remedy but to wait as long as possible and take the money when the trial ends." Husamuddin Effendi nodded as if to say, "I know that too." He drained his glass and stood up. They went outside. On the way, he began to speak again. "I didn't tell you all this so you'd give me advice. I wanted to unburden myself a bit. Maybe I'll feel better, I thought.
But the opposite happened. In trying to explain it to you, I've spread before my own eyes how terrible the matter is. So until now, I had been avoiding this. My hopelessness has increased altogether. I see better that there's no side of the situation that will improve." Then, suddenly, changing the subject, he said, "You two were going to tell me something, I think. What is it?" Omer, not remembering such a wish, answered, "When? I don't know about it. Come on. When we were leaving the office, you saw me and said I was coming to see you too. Were you going to ask for money?" Only after this remark did Omer remember, and without answering, he looked down. Hafiz asked, "How much?" "1 or 2 liras? But how can that be?" The other said with a bitter smile, "Don't worry, it's money left from my salary. It's not ill-gotten. Besides, I know you don't care about such things. Take it." He took out his wallet. He had 4 liras in bills. He gave 3 of them to him. They parted.
14. Omar hadn't drunk more than 2 glasses, but his head was spinning. It had become night. The streets were crowded. The lights striking out from the shop windows were moving on the faces of passers-by and jumping from one to another. Everyone had finished their important business, done their important shopping, and was rushing to their important homes, their important tables, and their important sleep. The place was swarming like the entrance to an anthill, only a bit more disorderly and much more meaningless. After walking slowly for a while, bumping into those coming and going, "Hey, what the hell am I doing? I'm late getting home," he said, and began to advance almost at a run. "What kind of person am I? I got married today, and forgetting that I'm married, I tagged along after this and that. It's true, Hafiz's trouble is important, but how could I not think that there was someone waiting for me? How could I agree to drink raka? These things don't matter. They don't, but why? If I had submitted to Hafiz by making a decision, my heart wouldn't have burned. Then I wouldn't have been considered to have done something wrong. But I went into that tavern not because I found it appropriate to stay with him, but because I've made it a habit to agree to everyone's proposal. How easy it is to drag me wherever I'm wanted. I've never gotten used to using my will in this regard. Then this forgetting. Oh, this meaningless distraction. Suddenly my connection with the world is cut off and I start flying in emptiness. Everything needs to be put in order. Majida will certainly do this. I'll tell her all my weak points, both so as not to have deceived her and to begin treatment. A marvelous girl. How natural she is. There's not a word, not a movement of hers that isn't her own, that isn't Majida's. As he approached home, his impatience increased. When he climbed the stairs, he had almost lost his breath from running. In the semi-dark hall, he immediately found the door of his room and opened it, but just at that moment he heard Nihat's voice from behind and turned. Nihat was saying, "Hey, where are you? We've been waiting for you for an hour." "You've disappeared for ages. Finally, we said let's look for him. The madam said you weren't home and for some reason wouldn't let us into your room, so we waited for you in this darkness." Omar walked toward the direction of the voice. After turning on the light, he noticed that Nihat wasn't alone. "Oh, welcome, Hikmet Bey. What an honor," he said, shaking the hand of a small man sitting as if lost in one of the armchairs. This Hikmet Bey, who taught one of the Oriental languages at the university, was famous in his circle for his ugliness, perfect enough to frighten a person, and for the good qualities that were said to contrast with his face. With his large nose slightly tilted to the left, covering half of his tiny face, his scaly skin as if he had just recovered from a skin disease, and especially those dome-shaped nails shorter than half a centimeter buried in the flesh at the tips of his stubby fingers, the first feeling he gave the person before him was the desire to close one's eyes. But it was said that nature hadn't kneaded his soul so mercilessly. He was from Marash. He always walked around with several of his townsmen, found them jobs, helped them,
put some of them up in his house, and looked for an opportunity to provide some help, or at least offer help to anyone he knew. He was very short. He walked with his head bent forward, striking his bone-handled cane on the stones, and listening to those before him by squinting his lashless eyelids. Until midnight he would sit in the Bayezid coffee houses with groups of students and intellectuals, engaging in arguments and debates, giving explanations about Oriental literature, mysticism, and heroic epics, paying no attention to whether anyone understood or listened. Closing his bleary eyes, he would recite pages of Tabari from memory. His sometimes lowering his voice and sometimes suddenly raising it, for instance in battle descriptions, and his pronouncing the pleasingly harmonious words strung together like a chain by giving his mouth various shapes, would always create a stir of appreciation and respect in his circle. Everyone would look at each other as if to say, "Do you see what knowledge, what memory?" and sometimes, getting carried away, would shout, "Bravo, master!" Omar pulled up a chair and sat there. "How are you?" he asked his guests. Nihat said, "Where were you?" Omar jumped up from his seat as if suddenly remembering. "Hey, don't you know? I got married. I fell in love and then got married." The others looked without understanding. Omar continued, "Why are you surprised? It all happened in a week, 10 days. A marvelous thing. If you saw my wife, you'd congratulate me." Professor Hikmet said, "Congratulations without seeing her." Nihat still couldn't believe it. He asked, "Who is she? When did you get married?" "Last night." "But you're drunk." Then, turning to the professor, "He's making it up. He's had a few. He's babbling. Sit down. We're going to talk to you seriously." Omar took a few steps toward his room, saying, "Wait, let me bring my wife." He suddenly stopped where he was. Through the crack of the door he had left open a while ago, Majida's slender body was visible. Because the light was on inside, her hair was lit up, and her face was in shadow. Despite this, Omar noticed that she wasn't smiling as usual, that her serious, thoughtful eyes were fixed on him. He approached with a diffident manner, like any creature that knows it hasn't done a good thing. Just for something to say, he said, "Are you here?" Majida looked at him as if to say, "Where else would I be?" Omar tried to explain. "I thought we were moving to another room. The madam said so." Majida appreciated this quick invention of his. "We moved. A few things were left here. I was going to take them. Also, there's no light bulb. I was waiting for you to come." Omar had forgotten the guests. "I'll go get one right away," he said, and pressed close to Majida. The young girl went into the room and, searching for her purse, asked, "How much is a light bulb?" Omar said, "I have money." Another thought immediately passed through his mind. What does that mean? How much is a light bulb? Is she going to give me exactly the price of a light bulb and not give anything more? Is she afraid to give all her money? Strange.
Then, as if ashamed of himself, "Shame on me. It's shameful for me to think such things. The poor girl asked this out of quite natural habit," he said. At this moment, Majide, extending the 5 lira note in her hand to him, said in a low voice, "You were saying you had 35 kurush. Maybe it won't be enough. Take this." Omer felt like crying. Pushing Majide inside, he himself went in after her. As he closed the door with his foot, he threw both arms around the young girl's neck. "Majide, my dear wife, I'm a very bad creature. You're going to make a man of me," he was murmuring. Majide asked in astonishment, "Why? What's the matter?" Omer couldn't bring himself to tell what had passed through his mind a while ago. He told a lie. "Because I'm late." Majide said, "Is that why?" And after thinking for a moment, added, "Why are you doing this? What's the need?" Omer had immediately understood what these words meant. Majide didn't believe his explanation and his excuse of being late. At such difficult times, when he didn't know what to do and found it hard to think, there was a remedy he resorted to: fleeing.
Putting the money the young girl had given him in his trouser pocket, "Let me go get the light bulb and let's move to the other room at once," he said. The moment he opened the door, his eye fell on those sitting across from him. "Oh, Majide, look, I was forgetting. Let me introduce you to my friends," he said, taking his wife by the hand and leading her outside. Nihat and Professor Hikmet had jumped up from where they were sitting and were waiting with a polite smile on their faces. Omer made the introductions. "My wife, Professor Hikmet, my friend Nihat." Turning to Majide, "Sit here for a minute, I'll get the light bulb and be right back," he said, and ran to the stairs. Majide looked after him for a while. Then, turning her head to the guests, she smiled. After hesitating a moment, Nihat said, "I first saw you with Omer on a ferry." Majide looked down, blushing crimson. She had immediately understood which ferry. The shortness of the time that had passed frightened her. It hadn't even been 2 weeks yet, but how many things had changed. She thought that even a few years would be too little to pass before her eyes one by one the things she had lived through in these 12 days. When she raised her head a bit, she saw the professor, whose age it was impossible to guess, fixed his eyes on her. The gaze of this man, whose age it was impossible to guess, made her intensely uncomfortable, and the cold dampness of the hand she had shaken a while ago, which gave the feeling that it was always sweaty, came to her mind. A strange silence had enveloped all three of them. None of them could find anything to say, and when they came eye to eye with another, they tried to escape the difficult situation by resorting to a makeshift smile. Finally, Professor Hikmet broke the silence. "Where are you from, my girl?" "I'm from Balikasir." The one across from her nodded with satisfaction. "So you're Anatolian. Very good. Omer is also from there, I think." "Yes, Omer is a good boy." Nihat joined in. "He's a good friend, only he doesn't stay on one branch. He needs to be managed. He's a bit scatterbrained." Majide was annoyed by these words. She herself knew what Omer was. She could also guess that others might think such things about him, but she found it improper for them to say these things in her presence. Professor Hikmet said, "At the same time, he's clever." He looked at Majide's face. Nihat took the floor with the same tactlessness. "But he doesn't use his cleverness. He doesn't spend it on any job. He doesn't make it work for any goal." At this point, Omer's footsteps were heard on the stairs. All three turned their heads and looked in that direction. The young man appeared with his sweaty hair falling on his face and a light bulb in his hand. Advancing towards Majide, "Here," he said. The young girl immediately went to the room they had newly moved into. Leaving the door open with the help of the light striking from the hall, she put the bulb in its place, then began to arrange the odds and ends. Meanwhile, Omer had sat down in one of the armchairs and sunk into thought in a tired state. Nihat asked, "What's the matter? You look distracted." "Today an acquaintance told me some upsetting things. I'm feeling sorry for him." Without making it necessary for those across from him to insist, he told the cashier's story. The professor wasn't listening with great attention. From time to time he let his eyes slide to Majide, who was going back and forth in the room across, but he was frowning and nodding as if following Omer with curiosity.
"I wonder if it would be right to tell Omer. I didn't like these friends of his. One of them was very ugly. That's not his fault, but what can we do? It's not my fault either. And then how he looks at a person with sticky eyes. The other one too. I didn't like his looks either. They watch a person as if they're going to buy them. And then what impertinence! What does it mean to talk about Omer's scatterbrained ways in my presence? But how many minutes did we talk? It wouldn't be right to complain to Omer about people I don't yet properly know what they are by passing judgments on them. They're his friends, after all. If he didn't find some merits in them, he wouldn't be friends with them. I won't say anything. I have to get used to these circles. Perhaps because I'm a stranger, some things frighten me." At this point in their thoughts, they looked at each other and, forgetting everything, became aware of only one thing. They were facing each other in a new and fairly tidy room. They didn't have to think of anything but each other. They wanted to take advantage of this opportunity. Despite this, because for the first time since they had known each other, they had preferred not to say what they were thinking, there was a slight cloudiness in their minds. Even if they didn't want to admit it existed, it existed. Their lives passed for several days without any significant change. Ömer was going and coming from his job, trying not to come home late and repeating to himself every day that he was happy to the utmost. Macide had begun to attend the conservatory again. Only in the evenings she left earlier, stopping at a few shops to buy breakfast things like cheese and tea, and waited for her husband at home after preparing the table. However much they wanted to economize with the money they had, they couldn't avoid certain necessary expenses. Since eating constantly in restaurants would break the bank, they managed their lunches at the office and at school, sometimes at a cheap kebab shop, and in the evenings they got by on the tea and breakfast they prepared in the madam's kitchen. For this they had had to buy a few plates, cups, spoons, a tray, and a lot more unimportant cheap things that together nevertheless made up a rather large sum. Although there were about 10 days until the end of the month, they only had 6 liras left. To get a better job or increase his salary, Ömer saw his relative at the post office and received a promise along the lines of, "If an appropriate opportunity comes up, I'll think of you." From this manner he sensed that he was in possession of not very pleasant information about him, and said to himself, "Our vile director must have complained." And how I had increased my efforts these days. In our country, goodwill counts for nothing. It seemed impossible to ask for money from Balıkesir, to which he had been too lazy even to write a letter for a year. Perhaps his mother forgave her son's unfaithfulness only by thinking that at least he wasn't asking her for money or anything. He had to find money. Ömer had felt this need since the old days, but never had his mind been so occupied with this business. All his troubles would be dispelled by certain coincidences that he now had difficulty remembering, or even if they continued, thanks to the habit of years, they would seem partly natural to him. Not being able to get a hot meal for a day or two, dodging the rent for a month, and having words with the madam didn't seem to be great disasters until now. But now smaller matters were oppressing him terribly, throwing him into helplessness and despair. Although before he was completely foreign to the thought, "What will I do a day later?" now he was thrashing about. "We can manage for 5 or 6 more days, but how will we reach the end of the month? Oh God, I'm going to go mad." At one time it was an everyday thing to ask any friend for a loan of 25 or 50 kurush. Today he didn't even find this fitting for a married man's dignity, and went around with 1,001 impossible schemes in his feverish head. When passing in front of the shops in Beyoğlu, everything he saw made his heart ache and increased his anger. At night he thought about smashing a shop window and looting it, about whether it would be possible to apply the skillful swindles and thefts he had read in some humor papers or detective stories, and he wasn't finding himself particularly unserious in these imaginations. One day a tobacconist, instead of giving him change for a lira, by mistake gave him 4 liras and a lot of small change. At first, Ömer, too, didn't notice it, but the moment he stepped away, he began to look at the money he was holding in his palm and had not yet put in his pocket. His head immediately began to work as if to ward off a possible danger and to whisper in his ear, "Are you crazy? Compare the fellow's loss with your own gain. He may not even notice, but you'll breathe easy. Don't be stupid. Who knows how many poor devils he cheats every day?" Ömer continued on his way with a shake of his head, as if to say, "Even if these reasons didn't exist, I wouldn't give it back." After this, for a long time he expected to be given too much money at every place he shopped, but for some reason chance was slow in granting another favor. Before, he could also find 5 or 10 kurush by selling old clothes or shoes. Now he was ashamed to bring such a thing up in Macide's presence. Besides, in these few days he had suddenly closed up toward Macide. He was quite afraid to show her the improper schemes in his head, or even let him sense a part of them. Macide was in no state to see anything. Both school and housework gave her no rest. Even the short times left to her for rest, she would spend straightening up this and that part of the room, occupying herself with Ömer's laundry, washing small things. She could find a chance to look around a bit only in the morning going to school and in the evening on the way back when she stopped at shops. Very often she would go into a fairly genteel pastry shop on the avenue and buy 5 or 10 carouche worth of biscuits for evening tea. While the salesgirls were making up the package, she would sit on a chair and watch the crowd around her. This pastry shop was in 2 sections. One side was a spacious pastry salon with tables and armchairs. The other side was the sales area. A lot of people gathered at the edge of a long counter-like table in the middle, and laughing they stood eating and drinking this and that. Although Majida had been in Istanbul for 6 or 7 months and went to Beyoğlu almost every day, she had never seen this type of people so close up and in such a crowd. She would sit on a chair at the side with her mouth half open and stay there for a long time, even after the salesgirls had given her the package. Most of those who came here were young people between 14 and 25. Young girls in 1,001 kinds of dresses, as if they had just burst out of a ball, squirming and giggling as if a hidden hand were constantly tickling them, licking their ice creams, and young men whose coarse, impudent, and stupid expressions showed they were athletes were sizing each other up with knowing eyes. The men, now thrusting forward one, now the other of their broad shoulders, much of which they owed to their tailors, were pressing close to these girls who had begun to paint themselves and offer themselves at such a young age as to be called children, with looks that absolutely expressed a nothingness and wretchedness, but also separately tried to be languid and were talking at the top of their voices. Majida couldn't hear completely what they were saying, but she found the guffaws that disrespectfully filled the air after every word extraordinarily empty and chilling. Especially she looked at the girls as if at strange creatures she had never seen before. These poor girls who threw their artificially dyed and artificially curly hair from one side to another by turning their heads artificially and quickly, who wanted to be interesting and resemble third-rate film stars by pouting their artificially red lips, but who, despite this, at every moment when they weren't by chance acting, immediately showed how pitiful they were. She felt a sincere curiosity toward them. She couldn't understand how a person could deny herself to such an extent. For instance, there was a girl named Perry who was seen there almost every day, and who was obviously of some importance among her friends. Was her name really Perry? Had it been converted from Perihan, or was it something else entirely? Majida didn't know. Only, although the girl didn't seem to be too stupid, there seemed to be nothing left of her fairiness or her humanity. The way she took her compact out of her pocket wasn't her own movement. The way she raised the pastry to her mouth, the way she extended her hand to a man trying to be indifferent, the way she wanted to laugh, the way she wanted to be serious, all were movements foreign to herself, borrowed manners that had been worked on for a long time, but still couldn't quite be adopted. The young men, who usually chewed gum and found it very attractive to give their mouths frightful shapes as they transferred it from one cheek to the other, were less intriguing. Their esteem among themselves decreased or increased according to the size of their bodies, and usually the small ones addressed the big ones as agabe without regard to age. While these big ones found it appropriate to immediately captivate the young girls with a domineering and stupid look, the skinny ones considered talking at the top of their voices and roaring with laughter while making practical jokes a more interesting action. When Majida was in middle school, she hadn't much liked her classmates either. As for the girls she came across at the conservatory and talked to very little, she didn't yet have an opinion about them. Only one thing was certain. Those here didn't resemble at all those she had seen until now, and were stranger. The girls at the conservatory, whatever else they might be, were occupied with something. Rightly or wrongly, whether they loved it or just for the sake of it, they had bound themselves to an art. As for her classmates in middle school, they were simply nothing. But those she saw here, these were more than nothing, more terrible, more excessive. Every manner of theirs struck Majida's nerves like a whiplash. She said to herself, "Can one live among such creatures?
I wonder if all people are like this, or worse. Perhaps worse because every new circle I see is 1 degree worse than the last. For instance, in middle school, despite everything, despite all the gossip and meaninglessness, it was possible to find a bit of friendship. Even the principal, despite all his wickedness, didn't seem like a completely bad person. Our big, empty house, whatever else, had sides that pleased me. Then I came here. Were the Aunt Emmings any better than my circle in Balikessiet? Far from it. Perhaps 5 or 10 times worse. From Uncle Ghalib to Samiha, all of them had fallen into a kind of pretentiousness. The neighbors were like them, too. Gossipy, thoughtless people. From there I came to this side, but what I see here is worse than all of them. Neither in Balikessier nor in Shehzadabaz are there such absurd people, at least not in such crowds. One absolutely cannot live among them. If it weren't for Omer, one couldn't stay a minute. I must tell him, too, as soon as our situation permits, we must go somewhere else, somewhere more secluded. After pausing for a while, her eyes lost in thought, she would continue her reflections like this. But where? Can one live alone in the world? But a person finds friends. Whom? Where would I find friends? I didn't even like Omer's friends. That one, I didn't like him at all. I wonder if I myself am a strange person. Perhaps those around me also find me meaningless, even boring. But Omer doesn't find me so. What if one day he starts to be bored with me? Oh, no. She would bring her left hand to her mouth in a gesture expressing helplessness, and as if saying, "Hush, hush," to herself, press her lips with the inside of her palm. As for Omer, far from being bored by Majida, the more he was oppressed in other quarters, the more he tried to find strength by thinking of going to her and pouring out his troubles, having her caress his cheeks, and tried to endure many things.
There was still no change in his situation at the office. Almost nothing remained until the end of the month. He had seen his influential relative once more, but hadn't had the courage to say he had gotten married. The latter's positive promise along the lines of work, win the appreciation and affection of your superiors, let them recommend you for a better place, then I'll take care of it, had cut off Omer's hope from this direction. If he had in his hands the university diploma he had never been able to obtain over the years and had now completely given up on, perhaps he could have found a place more easily. But this thought, too, didn't seem very strong to him. What future was promised to a philosophy graduate except a 60 or 70 lira teaching job in some Anatolian city? Omer didn't even want to let leaving Istanbul enter his mind. He felt he was bound here with all his limbs, all his cells, and he tried to explain this to himself like this. A man of ideas can't leave Istanbul before his mind is properly formed. Our cultural center, unfortunately, is for now just one, and that's Istanbul. We see how the development of mind slows down and stops outside. It's enough to look at the friends who come during vacations. But at moments when he was more sincere with himself, he was forced to admit that he was exaggerating the importance of this cultural center more than necessary. Come on, he would sometimes argue with friends who were even more in love with Istanbul than himself. We don't want to leave Istanbul, but how many times a year do we go to the library? What do we know except 3 or 5 avenues and as many coffee houses? We talk about intellectual life, intellectual life. Even the toughest of us, what does he talk about except idle chatter? I'm not convinced we're doing anything very clever in thinking we're developing our minds through coffeehouse arguments. What really binds us here is a habit. We've discovered the way to making living aimlessly and walking around with empty heads a pleasant occupation here. That's all that binds all of us to Istanbul. Here, a person has the possibility of believing he's an intellectual without making his brain work one bit, and of making others believe it too. That's what the irresistible charm of this city and its circles consists of.
Despite all these correct thoughts, Omer, too, just couldn't separate himself from these circles. Even before getting married, while drinking in a low-ceilinged tavern with a few friends, he would begin to think and find the witticisms and wisdoms emerging with an important air from anise-scented mouths, pointless, aimless, and unnecessary. He had never loved his friends to the utmost, and certainly had never admired them. Despite this, for many days he would remember these tavern gatherings, these nonsensical conversations with longing, and would feel an almost organic need to get together and sit again. From the week after he and Majide had joined together, this desire had begun to appear inside him again. When he was annoyed at the office with the clerks, the director, his influential relative, the idiotic registration procedures, or the cashier's situation, along with the desire to go to his wife and complain, there also showed itself this wish: if only 3 or 5 friends could get together and pour out our hearts. He knew that at these drinking gatherings, where those who tried to talk about serious matters were immediately met with indifference or even mockery and forced to be silent, no one had any chance of pouring out their troubles. It was certain that everyone began with good and sincere intentions, but a bewilderment and a distrust of ideas, arising from minds not being accustomed to working properly, immediately degraded every argument, every conversation. These young people, who certainly felt sincerely and intensely the desire to think about things and tell each other what they thought, despite everything, didn't lose hope, and when saying, "Let's sit and talk this evening," they seemed not to know that this talking would be nothing but mutual snarling and putting down. There was another reason for Omer's missing such gatherings. The more he felt that he couldn't be as indifferent as before at the office, that his head was filled with bread money thoughts that he saw in others and found ridiculous, that he was forced to limit many of his freedoms, the more he felt a primitive rebellion and looked for occasions to be able to fool himself by saying, "No, I'm always free to do what my pleasure wants." The reason he had stayed until late at a beer hall he had happened to drop into one evening when he saw 2 or 3 friends sitting there was that every time he wanted to get up, several of the boys made cold jokes like, "Don't insist, let him go or he'll get beaten by his wife later." Even if Omer knew that such remarks were stupid, under the influence of certain feelings he couldn't analyze, he attached importance to them. In fact, very often he was forced to determine his actions according to them. 16. Moneylessness showed its truly most frightening face at the end of the month. The salary he received from the office, once the house rent and the price of 1 or 2 sets of bed and quilt sheets that Majide said were absolutely necessary, had decreased to a point that wouldn't last even a week, and after they had managed for about 10 days with unparalleled economy, it had flown away. Omer was looking with eyes that wanted to say, "Isn't there anyone among you who can understand my situation and help me?" to people he encountered on the street, to his desk neighbors at the office, to every person, known and unknown. The brain, which began to work more wildly as impossibility and distress increased, showed an unparalleled ability to make the most impossible plans, to burn with the most meaningless desires. He wanted to grab a fat, well-dressed person walking in front of him and say, "Give me whatever money you have on you. I'm not a thief or a bandit, but I need money. Give it not by force, but by pity for my condition." Then he would admit that this, rather than being something new and pleasant as it had first appeared to him, was simply begging, that the only novelty consisted in grabbing the fellow by the collar, and this was by no means a characteristic that would help success. All sorts of inappropriate objects that he saw in every shop window, that he had seen hundreds of times and had never wanted to own, took on an importance before his eyes equal to a necessity of life, and caused the young man to clench his fists in despair and covetousness. Sometimes he wanted a model ship in the window of a steamship agency and said to himself, "If I had money, I'd buy this at once." His eyes fastened with unbearable longing on everything from sarai lokmas to straw hats, from rocky bottles to silver trays. When passing by a street vendor of peanuts, his fingers wanted to go toward the tray, and he could master himself by breaking into sweat. One evening, on his way home, he saw that one of the big shops in Beyoğlu was having a sale, and a great crowd was pushing and shoving to get in and out. Since he only had 10 kurus on him, he wasn't going to buy anything. He only wanted to see close up these goods offered to those who had money, to watch the customers in astonishment.
He couldn't resist this desire, which he had never felt at times when he had the possibility of buying. Squeezing between fat female bodies at the narrow door, he went inside. Since real summer had begun, everyone had sweated. From under the arms of women wearing the thinnest silk dresses, a heavy, crushed air reminiscent of the smell of grilling chops was spreading. On all their faces there was an expression of serious curiosity. The men, going along with many of them, wiping the sweat from their faces with their handkerchiefs, were emitting a lighter but sharper smell, and without seeing the need to hide that they were terribly bored, were giving short answers to their wives. Ömer advanced slowly, looking everywhere, wanting to see everything close up. The salesgirls, who were horribly made up, were looking into people's eyes with a false interest, and the moment someone passed, they would resume their indifferent manner and start occupying themselves with meaningless things. A lot of merchandise had been spread out at random. Next to garter belts, there were children's rompers. Next to rubber balls, there were silk blouses. Ömer advanced to the middle of the store. He was touching and withdrawing his hand from everything, examining wide-brimmed women's hats at length, asking the price of bath towels. At one point, he saw that women's stockings were piled on a large counter, and a lot of people had gathered there and were constantly rummaging through them. He approached slowly. He was sweating from the heat and the crowd. He looked for a handkerchief to wipe his face. He couldn't find one. Taking off his glasses and putting them in his pocket, he rubbed his face with both hands. The oily, slimy feeling covering his palms made his head spin. After putting his glasses on again, he put his hands in his pockets and dried his wet fingers. Pressing closer to the counter, he began to look at the stockings through his glasses, which were fogged with sweat. After waiting like this for a while, he caught hold of a pair of stockings at random and pulled. The fine stockings, sliding between his fingers like a piece of soft velvet, were hanging down. The desire that had been lodged in his head for hours came alive again. "If I had money, I'd buy this and take it to Majide," he said, and suddenly remembered that since they had married, he hadn't taken his wife any present at all, a single flower, a handful of fruit, or a handkerchief. He wanted to throw the stocking down at once and leave the store. But he paused. The top of the stocking he was holding had become greasy and stained between his sweaty fingers. He fell into a great panic. What if they see these stains and want me to make me buy the stocking? He was afraid. He looked around. The salesgirls were busy with customers, and the customers with the merchandise before them. Taking advantage of this indifference, he tried to fold the greasy parts inwards so they wouldn't be seen. During this, without having time to think how it happened, he noticed that this long, soft, silken object had crumpled up and disappeared in his palm. His hand hung down wearily. A sudden sweat had covered his whole body, and every part of him had begun to tremble. He was standing as if nailed to the spot. He wanted to quickly put the thing in his palm on the counter and dash out, but despite all his willpower, he couldn't succeed. His right arm seemed paralyzed. Just as he was about to raise his hand, he thought someone would grab his wrist and ask, "What's that in your palm?" He let his eyes wander bewildered around him. This time, he began to tremble and sweat even more. A tall, red-faced man, his hair slicked back tightly, standing a few steps away, had fixed his eyes on him and was looking at him harshly.
He immediately guessed that this was one of the store's inspectors. Trying to appear indifferent, he began to rummage through the pile of stockings with his left hand. From time to time, he would look out of the corner of his eye beside him and understand that the tall man was still waiting there. Several customers, too, had begun to look over this strange young man standing meaninglessly right beside them. With all his willpower, Omer made a lunge, and putting his right hand with the stocking in his palm into his trouser pocket, he advanced with slow steps towards the other sections. The tall man was still standing where he was and seemed to be looking in other directions. Despite this, Omer thought his eyes were secretly following him. As he approached the door, he quickened his steps. When he got out to the street, he was almost running. It was beginning to be evening. Paying no attention to the automobiles and trams going rapidly right and left, he immediately crossed to the opposite sidewalk. His heart was pounding unbearably. It was speeding up whenever he heard footsteps behind him. Finally, he turned into one of the side streets and began to run in earnest. This was a narrow, steep slope. Every 15 or 20 meters, it made a turn and disappeared between high garden walls and dark houses. Understanding that he couldn't go any further, he leaned against one of these walls and began to breathe in gasps. The left side of his chest was twisting with a direct physical pain. His eyes were fixed on the broken pavement of the ground, afraid to see those coming after him. He felt his right hand throbbing in his trouser pocket. His fingers had begun to hurt from being clenched. He slowly raised his arm and saw that the top part of a beige women's stocking, about a span long, had sprung out of his palm and was swaying. "Oh no, they must have seen me. This must have been hanging out of my pocket too," he murmured. Stepping away from the wall a pace or two, he extended his arm and threw the soft thing in his palm upward.
The balled-up stocking opened in the air and rose as high as the top of the high garden wall, but unable to clear it, it remained at the top and began to sway toward the street. After this last effort of will, Omer couldn't stand on his legs any longer, and, collapsing there on the stones with their muddy cracks, beneath the stocking he had just stolen and that was now floating lightly back and forth on the wall, he closed his eyes. When he came to himself again, he didn't know how much time had passed, only it had grown completely dark, and yellow lights had appeared in the windows of the houses in the row across. He stirred a bit. The stones had made the places he sat on ache. Because his sweat had cooled, his underwear, especially his collar, was sticking wetly to his body. He got up quickly. Not daring to turn his eyes to the upper part of the wall, he walked toward the avenue. At home, he found Majide waiting for him. The young woman, standing at the window with her back to the door, was looking outside. She had caught the window latch with both hands and rested her chin on her arm. The small part of her face that was visible was pale and anxious. The moment she heard the door open, she turned around. Omer asked with a manner that wanted to smile and be calm, "Am I late?" Majide said briefly, "No." Then she began to look carefully at the person before her. Because Omer had approached the table, the light striking from above was lighting up his forehead and face, and the red lampshade of this room they had newly moved to, which was a bit bigger than the other, was giving reddish gleams to his sweaty hair. He collapsed weakly onto a chair he had pulled up, and his head fell forward. His wife, who had been following him with her eyes without making a sound, approached a step and said, "Are you sick?" "I don't know." Majide came closer and played with his hair, then with a small but sad smile, "You've been a bit strange lately," she said. "How so?" Majide thought for a while. Yes, how so? It was rather difficult to express this in words, only the change in Omer's condition wasn't something to be neglected. His eyes, constantly moving behind his glasses, would occasionally become lost in thought. His hands would play nervously with tablecloths and such things. Majide noticed that he answered questions a little late and sometimes forgot to answer at all.
Even in his conversations with his wife, even in his embraces of her, there was a strange haste, an impatience peculiar to those who have urgent business. All of these passed before Majide's eyes, but she couldn't decide to say any of them. She only said, "I see you're very upset. Why? Everything will work out. Is moneylessness such a frightening thing? Look, we haven't gone hungry until today. We'll certainly find some way." Omer raised his head and looked at his wife. Majide thought there was something treacherous, even hostile in this look, and began to tremble. Omer rose slightly from his place. Putting both arms on the table, he leaned forward. His eyes narrowing and his lips thinning, he asked, "Are you sincere in these words?" Majide was astonished. This manner, which she had never seen before in her husband, was quite frightening her. She said, as if shouting, "What are you saying? What are you saying? Omer, are you serious?" Omer didn't stir at all. In the same manner, and one by one, he asked, "Do you sincerely think the change you see in my condition comes only from moneylessness?" Majide looked at the person before her, her eyes starting from her head. In one step, she came to the table, and leaning on her elbows exactly like Omer, brought her head close to his. In the voice of a person who knows how to control herself, but without hiding her curiosity and excitement, "What do you mean?" she said. "Are there other reasons? Why aren't you telling me? Or do you no longer see the need to tell me everything?" Omer had fixed his eyes on Majide with the same insistent looks. Behind his slightly foggy, dirty glasses, something seemed to be burning. His mouth was tightly closed, his teeth locked, his lips stuck together. He had fixed all his attention on Majide's excited but unsuspecting face. He wanted to read, find, sense, catch, and crush something. Majide slowly extended her hand and caught Omer's wrist. At this point, because the young man couldn't find in the poor woman's face and eyes anything to strengthen his suspicions, he collapsed back into his chair, ashamed. Completely surrendering his hands to the will of the person before him, he rested his forehead on the edge of the table and began to think with extraordinary speed. "I'm afraid of everyone. As a result of this, I suspect everyone. But how did I fall to such a degree? How could I have thought of the possibility that Majide might not be sincere? Mine is stupidity. What does the girl know? How could she know what filth I am, what messes I've gotten into, what dangers I've escaped? Like every person with a criminal soul, I too am beginning to become the plaything of my delusions. If the fellow in the store had seen what I did, or even suspected, he would have immediately grabbed my collar. Certainly my appearance was not the kind to inspire confidence, yet until I got home I thought he was behind me. Then how am I treating my wife, who has no fault except weeding for me, who interprets the reflections striking my face and manner from my own depravities, from the filth of my soul, in a way that would make one cry, who says I'm acting strange simply because of moneylessness? I think that although she knows everything, she's playing games with me, amusing me with my wretchedness. Oh no, I was thinking she would save and clean me, but I guess I'm going to drag her into the frightening world of my own soul. But what's my fault? What evil purpose am I the victim of? None. For one thing, how can I say that moneylessness is completely without effect? That's the beginning of everything. Then this cursed devil inside me, this terrible feeling that makes everything seem attractive to me in proportion to its impossibility. I who all my life wanted to make it a source of pride to myself that I felt no material desire. A woman's stocking. Oh God, a stocking. No, it's not like that. I didn't want any stocking. Something strange happened there, something beyond my control. The sweat on my fingers, something so fine that could disappear in one's palm. All right, why didn't I put it back?
Certainly there's a devil hidden in corners of my soul, so distant to escape my eye. He's using me like a toy. How can I explain these things to Majide? She'd spit in my face. But is that possible? Is it right to hide anything from her? Why did I take her and bring her here? If parts of our souls were going to remain separate, why did I go to this trouble and put her in this misery? His thoughts began to scatter, to become meaningless.
After today's events, his head was in no state to work properly. He raised his head and withdrew his hands, which were still in his wife's palms. Because his eyes had grown accustomed to the dark, they weren't dazzled now. He stayed like this for a while. Then he looked wearily at his wife, and, though he hadn't expected it, though he found it impossible in this state of mind after so many events, he noticed that the muscles of his face wanted to move and smile. He surrendered to this desire, as if letting himself sink into warm water. Majid's face, too, had immediately brightened. Despite this, an expression of anxiety that still continued was evident in her every manner. She pressed close to Omer. "When are you going to tell me everything, all that passes through your mind, all your troubles?" she said. "I see that you're thinking things completely foreign to me and writhing in their grip. It's not pleasant to watch these from afar." It didn't escape Omer's ear that in her words, which wanted to be very soft and sweet, there was a little, in fact quite a bit, of reproach. He was about to get angry at once. Collecting himself, "You're right. I need to tell you everything, to pour out all my improper sides before you. Only for me—" Here he paused for a while and searched for words. Expressions like "you'll hate," "you'll be afraid," "you'll be disgusted," seemed to him perhaps correct but too strong. Despite everything, he was paying attention to the measure of the words he would use about himself. For a moment he thought this came from an unnecessary and foolish pride, and immediately, with a sharp, stubborn expression, he rattled off all the words together. "Only I can't summon the courage because you'll hate me, be disgusted, be afraid." Majid was looking at him in disbelief. She said softly, "I don't think so." Then, as if wanting to explain, she added, "I don't think you could have done such frightening things." Omer's face immediately changed. He seemed about to resume his harsh manner of a while ago. He murmured, "So if I tell you and convince you that I've done such things—" He couldn't continue. He couldn't find an appropriate word again. Majid, too, was looking down and not helping him. This long silence seemed likely to continue. There was a knock at the door. Both turned their heads at once. Before either of them said, "Come in," the door opened a crack, and Nihat appeared. Omer got up from his place and walked toward him. "What do you want?" Nihat paused. Then, laughing, "What a polite welcome indeed," he said. Omer said, as if apologizing, "No, it's not that. I was worried something might have happened at midnight." "What midnight? It's not even 9 yet. I wanted to talk to you a bit, and in fact, if the lady permits, to go out together for a while." He turned to Majid. The young woman looked away and shrugged her shoulders. Without looking at his wife, Omer said, "All right, I'm coming." Then he asked Majid, "Do you give permission?" Majid made a sign of yes with her head. The two young men immediately went out. While still on the stairs, Nihat took hold of Omer's arm. "We need money, my friend," he said. "I need it too. You need it for your pleasure. We need it for our goals, for the work we're going to do." They walked a few steps in the street. Omer was distracted, trying gradually to collect himself. "Where are we going? For money? Are we going to rob someone? Break into a house?" Then, clenching his teeth, he laughed strangely and murmured, more to himself, "Because I've come to a state where I could do these things." Nihat looked at him with pity. He said, "You're not a bad boy at all. You could have been made use of. It was possible for you to separate your life from this stupid course and give it a more meaningful direction, to chase after greater goals. But you don't want to. I pity you. Are you the kind of man to try to support a household by clerking for 3.5 kurush in post office corners?" He poked Omer's head with his hand. "This head can manage quite different things. You're wasting yourself, but you don't have the right to.
Since you're not like everyone else, since you're cleverer, superior to them, it's your right, even your duty, to rule them. You just have to want it so intensely that you can sacrifice everything and devote all your desires to a single goal, the goal of ruling people, of being at their head. Besides, occupying yourself with dreams like yours, with childish or rather womanly feelings, ruins a person. I'm amazed at how you could have bound your life to a woman. What is a woman but a plaything? Be a man in the full sense of the word. A man is a hard, harsh creature, foreign to helpless feelings, worshipping only strength. People like us should give the world the shape we conceive in our heads, and the masses, who are no different from a flock of sheep, should simply obey. If you fix this in your head as an idée fixe and work with all your material and spiritual strength in this direction, you'll certainly reach your goal. The possibility of not succeeding is very small. Perhaps there isn't any. Omer gave him a sidelong glance. It was the first time he had seen Nihat babbling in such rapture. "Are you sick, brother?" he asked. Nihat raised his hands as if to grab his throat and growled, "Idiot! I've been talking to you as if you were somebody. You couldn't join our lines anyway." Omer was offended by these contemptuous words. "What do you mean?" he said. "I was just surprised that someone as cool-headed as you could get so heated. Who knows, maybe I share many of your ideas too."
He walked toward his friend. Bedri had assumed a natural defensive position. With hands that were obviously being restrained with difficulty, Omer tried to grab him by the shoulder. Failing in this, with both hands at once and with force, he pushed Bedri toward the door. Majide, who until then had stood without making a sound, as if turned to stone, let out a scream. Bedri stumbled backward and held on to the wall. With his hand he opened the door latch. At this moment he saw that Omer, his whole body shaking, had collapsed onto the chair from which he had risen a while ago. The young man, whose head immediately fell to his chest, was crying with his shoulders shaking. Bedri looked at him with real pity. His own eyes had also filled with tears. He didn't know whether he pitied Omer more, himself, or Majide. He hesitated for a moment whether to go or not. Then, looking at the young woman, "You see, it's impossible for me to help you. You have to deal with this boy alone. Goodbye," he said. 19. Majide stayed where she was for a while. After Bedri's footsteps crossed the carpeted hall and disappeared on the stairs, only Omer's short, faint sighs filled the place. The young woman looked long at her husband's state. For the first time there was anger inside her rather than compassion and interest. Several times she felt the need to go and punch his head and face. In her head, that old question that always remained unanswered was throbbing. By what right? By what right? By what right is he doing this to me? What did I do? Am I everyone's plaything? By what right? And the more she thought these things, the more her anger increased. Finally, unable to hold herself, she grabbed Omer by the shoulder and shook him, and in a voice resembling the scream she had let out when Bedri stumbled toward the door a while ago, she said, get up and run after him. How did you dare to wound so deeply a person who has done nothing but good to a madman like you? Go. Only after that can I talk to you. Don't look at my face until you find Bedri and tell him you're sorry for what you've done. Only then will I too be able to look at your face. Oh my God, how low you can sink, Omer. I couldn't have imagined this much. I would expect such things from everyone, from all people, from my mother, from my father, but I wouldn't have expected them from you. Are you aware of what you've done, what you've said? You couldn't have done me a greater wrong. I can't find words to say. You've done very badly, Omer. Crying doesn't mean anything. Omer raised his head. His eyes were reddened. After looking at Majide for a long time, he got up from his place. He put his hands on his wife's shoulders. I suppose you're right, he said. How can I live after suspecting you, or rather you too? Those words of yours could have made a person more suspicious, but they prove to me that you're not lying. By saying go, find Bedri and ask his forgiveness, you showed me that you have nothing to fear or be ashamed of.
Yes, let me go. One must believe, one must trust. He suddenly changed again. His eyes took on the distracted, cloudy look they had when he first entered the room, as if writhing with a physical pain. But how can I believe? After not believing in myself, after learning in one day, in a few hours, what filth I am, and after seeing the base soul I had managed to hide for 26 years right before my eyes, is it possible to believe in any person, whoever they may be? How can you ask me this? But it's necessary. Since you want it, I'll go now and beg Bedri. Must everyone be as disgraceful as me? Perhaps you're different. To suspect a person wrongly is the most terrible thing. Even at the cost of being deceived, one shouldn't do it. I'm going now. He immediately ran to the door. He turned back again. He seized Majide's hands. He began to kiss them, bringing them to his mouth. Meanwhile, noticing the small but definite effort the young girl made to withdraw her hands, he turned his eyes to her. "Oh no," he said, "you're doing this for the first time. The truly terrible part is that you're doing it unconsciously, from inside yourself. Majide, I'm beginning to lose you too. Yes, perhaps. Why shouldn't I lose you? What is it about me that you're attached to? My good qualities? My incomparable virtues? It's certain that we two belong to different worlds. Only I love you madly, that's all. But now, can I dare to claim this? You're right. I could have expected something from you only if I loved you enough to give no occasion for any suspicion. Now it's quite natural for you to feel distant from me. But I can't bear it. Tell me, what must I do? Majide, my dear wife, look, I'm asking you like a friend. What do I need to win you back? List them for me one by one, and I'll do them one by one. Yes, you already said it. I'm going right now. If necessary, I'll even throw myself at his feet. I'll tell him I did this for you. You're right. Bedri is a person too good to be suspected. I'm going right now." He dashed out running, and he was heard descending the stairs at the same speed. Majide threw herself on her back on the bed. For several minutes she lay there without stirring, without thinking anything, without looking at any particular place. Suddenly she felt a slight tickling in her throat and tears beginning to pour from her eyes without her noticing. This wasn't a feverish sobbing, convulsive crying. Tears that had apparently accumulated somewhere had found a channel to pour into. They were trickling quite calmly, even a bit sweetly, down both cheeks onto the pillow. Majide felt nothing but a slight tickling at her temples and earlobes, and a feeling resembling the strange relaxation and ease into which a man who has cut his wrist veins sinks as the blood spurts. Her breathings were deep and infrequent. Each mass of air she drew into her lungs trembled a little in her chest, but this resembled a sweet sigh rather than a sob. The red lampshade was shrinking and growing before her eyes. The light, mixing with the tears, was dividing into 7 colors and rising to the ceiling in rings of color, large and small. The silence was throbbing in her ears, and the loneliness settling on her forehead like a heavy stone was burying her head in the pillow. She didn't know how long she lay like this. She came to herself with a noise. She immediately sat up and extended her legs down from the bed. The first thing that struck her eyes were her legs. Because her skirt had ridden up, her bare knees and the flesh-colored stockings that were rolled up and held with an elastic a little below them seemed to her like things belonging to a stranger.
She jumped to the floor and pressed up to the mirror, wanting to see her face too, but at this moment there was a knock at the door. Majide immediately understood what the noise was that had awakened her from her distracted state. Who could it be? Approaching softly, she opened the door a crack and stepped back. Outside, a woman of about 35 to 40, thin, sallow-faced, but rather neatly dressed, was standing and hesitating to come in. At first, Majide thought she knew her from somewhere. There was a bad presentiment inside her. "Whom were you looking for?" she asked. The strange woman, after casting a quick eye over the room, said in a very sharp and definite manner, "You." "Come in. Did you want to tell me something?" The woman entered. Majide established that her clothes weren't in as good condition as they had appeared in the half-light.
The color under the arms of her black silk dress had faded, and some places had begun to shine noticeably. Her strap shoes were a bit crooked, but newly polished. Her frequent breathing and her wrinkling her face from time to time, as if there were some painful place inside her, showed she wasn't very healthy. Finding nothing to say, Majide was looking at her with questioning eyes. Finally, unable to bear the other's insistent silence, she turned her head. Then the visiting woman said, "I'm Bedri's sister." Majide suddenly turned. "You?" she asked, and unable to continue her words, looked down. The woman began again. "How long I've wanted to come here. I needed to see you alone. To tell you the truth, I didn't much think you were a sensible person, so I controlled myself. Let there be no scandal, let my brother not be upset, I said. But everything has a limit. What kind of people are you? Now I look, your face doesn't resemble a bad girl at all. But are you pleased with what you've done?" Majide was listening bewildered, without understanding anything. The woman pulled a chair to sit down, then changed her mind and continued standing. "My girl, I'm not going to meddle in anyone's affairs. You can live as you please, but on condition that you don't harm others. You probably knew that my brother was obliged to support a family. That being said, with what conscience are you taking from him his all and everything, his entire earnings, the livelihood of his mother and sister? Just because you found him innocent, is it right to carry the matter this far?" Majide was even more bewildered. Trying to collect herself, and with sudden anger, her face turning crimson. "Wouldn't it be better if you discussed these things with your brother?" she said. The woman immediately replied, moving her face with nervous movements as if she were about to have a fit. "With Bedri? Can one talk to him? He's flying in the seventh heaven. Whenever I try to bring up the subject, he says, 'Are you hungry? Are you naked? Leave me alone.' Does a person's needs end when their stomach is full? And what right do you have? He's our brother, our son. What right do you have to be a burden on him? You found the stupid boy, husband and wife, and are you going to fleece him? I thought you were somebody too. For 2 years he kept talking. 'Oh, mother, oh, sister, I had a student in Balikesir. She was so refined, so beautiful. Nowhere can such a perfect girl be found. Extraordinary,' he would say. In fact, at that time we were afraid that maybe he'd fallen for this girl and would try to get married. Then time came between. He didn't go back to Balikesir. Gradually, these remarks ceased too. We said, out of sight, out of mind. But it seems troubles were in store for us. Suddenly, talk of you started again. He wasn't so enthusiastic anymore, of course. 'Mother, that girl got married, and to our Omar. I hope they'll be happy,' he would say. But it was also obvious that he was wasting away inside. He would bring you up out of nowhere. I think they're suffering a lot. Why does this Omar get married on so little money anyway? Isn't it a pity for the girl? But he's a good boy. I hope they'll be happy,' he would go on. Several times he let slip, 'I'm doing what help I can, but there's no way to fix their situation,' thus revealing that he was giving you money. He's very naive. He can't hide things like this at all. Oh, the blood rushed to our brains, but we didn't make a sound so he wouldn't get angry. Time passed and our Bedri changed. Where before he would pour out whatever was in his wallet, he began to ask the account of 5 kurush, to interrogate us when we asked for money. 'What do you want it for?' For several days, while he was sleeping in the mornings, I searched his wallet. He had 3 or 5 liras. When he came in the evenings, I again glanced at the wallet, nothing but small change. Thank God, our brother isn't a drunkard. He has no womanizing. Immediately you came to my mind. If he'd gotten married, it wouldn't have been this bad. Even a bride couldn't have taken him from our hands as much as you have. What's going on? Are we in the wilderness?" She had become quite excited, and because of this, her breath had begun to shorten even more. Against her will, she was forced to collapse onto a chair and sit. Majide was still standing in front of her and wasn't understanding anything from what was said. She was hearing each word one by one, noticing that they were creating certain images in her head, but she couldn't gather them all together and make out a definite meaning. For this reason, she couldn't find an answer to give.
She kept grabbing the edge of the table not to fall and looking at the person before her. Bedri's sister began again in a light, sick voice, haltingly, in a natural, carefree manner, as if relating some gossip to a friend. The matter of my brother's future won't do to leave off, so in this sick state of mine I took to the streets. For weeks there's no place I haven't gone. Before I found here I had an awful time, but I didn't come to see you then. Let me see what kind of people they are, I said, and deepened my investigation. I wandered street by street in Shedzade Bashi and found your aunt or whoever. The poor woman, it seems she was troubled. She opened her mouth and closed her eyes, shouting, "Our family honor has been ruined. We have no such relative." She nearly fainted. You have a bright-faced brother-in-law. I saw him too. You had not failed to cheat the poor man either. She had an 80 lira debt for 2 months' board and keep, without once coming to kiss our hands, without saying, "Forgive me." She cleared off. "I'll have my hands at her throat," he says, cursing. Unable to bear any more, Majide collapsed where she stood. As she fell, she had tried to hold on to the chair with her left hand, but failing, she had stumbled worse and struck her forehead on the corner of the table. From the effect of this blow, she immediately lost consciousness and lay full length on the dirty carpet. Bedri's sister was astonished and had begun to be quite afraid. "Something will happen to the girl, and they'll blame me," she alarmed. She ran towards Majide. She raised the head of the young girl, which had slid under the table and was completely covered by her curly hair. The upper part of her right eyebrow was swollen and reddened. She wanted to pick her up and carry her to the bed. Her breath and strength weren't enough. Becoming even more frightened, she dashed out into the hall. "Is anyone there?" she shouted.
There were stirrings in one of the rooms, and the madam burst out with her black clothes and her perpetually sullen face. "What's happened?" she asked. Together they entered the young girl's room. Bedri's sister was explaining. "Suddenly she was taken ill. It's probably something nervous. Maybe they quarreled with her husband." The madam laid Majide on her bed with her strong arms, opened her chest, rubbed her wrists. Seeing the swelling on her head, she said, "Oh, my poor girl, she's hit something," and dashed out to get vinegar. Meanwhile, Bedri's sister, continuing to rub the young girl's wrists, was muttering to herself. "Bedri came home a little while ago. He was acting like a madman. He went up to his room and threw himself on his bed. I put my ear to the door. It seems he was crying. A man tall as a post, still a child. This girl is having fainting spells here, too. I wonder if they're both really in love. God forbid. And the good-for-nothing who's supposed to be her husband, what a cuckold he must be." When the madam entered again, she stopped talking and, after standing for a few minutes, slipped away without waiting for the young girl to come to. 20. When Omer returned home, Majide had opened her eyes but hadn't yet collected her head. The madam was going in and out with her sullen face and continuing her treatment with various remedies she knew. When her mind grasped that she couldn't explain the incident in her half-baked Turkish, she had fallen silent and set to work again. Omer was very curious about who the skinny woman was who had made his wife faint. Seeing the ceiling for a while with half-open eyes, Majide slowly turned her head to the side. Omer, who was standing there, immediately seized the young woman's hands, saying, my darling, what happened to you?" Because at first Majide couldn't remember anything, she only smiled and closed her eyes. After the madam collected the several bottles she had brought, she gave a slight nod and left the room. Husband and wife, in a sudden silence, looked at each other for minutes. It was approaching midnight. The noise in the streets had ceased. A cool breeze was stirring the thick, dirty curtains of the open window. Omer said, "You'll catch cold. Come, let me undress you and get you under the quilt." With extraordinary care, he took her dress off from her back and her stockings from her feet. He, too, undressed and got into bed without turning off the light. After sliding his arm under Majide's head, they again stayed motionless for a long time. The woman was looking at an unknown point on the wall, and Ömer at her face. Although Macide's color had paled a bit and her chin had grown a bit longer, she was still beautiful, perhaps more beautiful. The light of the lampshade was dyeing the tips of her lashes red. Her lips from time to time were trembling as if shivering. Finally, she slowly turned her head toward her husband. The first word to come from her mouth was the question, "What did you do?" Ömer couldn't understand what these words, spoken in a whisper, meant. Did it mean, "What things you've done! Why did you do them? Look what a state you've put me in!" Or did she mean to say, "What did you do? Did you go and see Bedri?" He found it easier to answer the second form. He said, "I went to Bedri's house. When I saw the poor boy's condition, I was truly ashamed of myself. A person can only be this ruined if they've been unjustly attacked. Despite this, he received me in a friendly way. Yes, as if nothing had happened, in a friendly way. It was readable on his face how much he wanted to excuse what I'd done. When I told him everything, I can't say he agreed with me, but he pitied me. Ah, Macide, if you too knew everything, you would pity me." Suddenly breaking off his words, "Who was the woman who came after I left?" "His sister." "His sister? Bedri's sister? What did she want?" Macide made a gesture showing that she was extremely tormented by remembering the scene that had passed between her and the woman. Taking her eyes from Ömer, "I don't know. Bedri's being friends with us, his helping us wasn't right. It was doing them harm." Ömer said with an anger whose sincerity he couldn't determine, "Animal! What business was it of hers?" Macide unconsciously moved a bit away from Ömer. With a rebellion she was barely restraining, her voice trembling. "She told me things resembling what I heard from you a while ago, perhaps even more. If I didn't know that you too thought the same things, perhaps it wouldn't have been so bad. I would have said she was a sick and impudent woman, but seeing your views so close together drove me mad. While I was listening to her, while I was being crushed by her slanders too base for my mind to grasp, you kept coming to life before my eyes. I couldn't dare to be angry at the woman, to drive her out. What right did I have? Hadn't you too said the same things? Bedri's sister wasn't going to think of me more or know me better than you. I couldn't open my mouth and answer even a word. Then suddenly my head spun. It seems she was telling how she had gone to my aunt's and how they had spoken of me. My knees buckled. Unable to restrain herself, she began to cry. This was her second crying this evening, but this time the tears weren't flowing so calmly and peacefully. They were pouring onto the pillows in anger, despair, and helplessness, like the blood that spurts out as a man with a knife stuck in his side thrashes about. Ömer ran his hand over Macide's wet cheeks to calm her, but Macide, turning her face away, asked to be left alone. For a while they didn't speak. Ömer was running his trembling fingers through Macide's hair. He was about to cry, too, or else get up and throw himself out the window. He was saying, "I'm perhaps the basest person in the world. I'm no use to myself or to anyone else. The best thing is to settle accounts as soon as possible." But at the same time, he thought he was threatening Macide with these imaginations passing through his head. He gradually began to murmur, "You're right, Macide. When I stayed a while with Bedri and saw his binding friendship and concern, I forgot what I was. He said many things trying to prove that I wasn't completely a bad man. For a moment I believed. Now I see it was all delusion. A person is what they are. You're right. Perhaps that shrew and whiny sister of Bedri's, Mediha, and I are of the same dough. You and I must part ways. I'll carry this cursed devil inside me for a while longer and then put an end to everything. Why should I drag you along? It's obvious how different we are. My loving you like a madman despite all these differences must also be a trick of this devil. Besides, everything is getting worse by the day." Things have happened that I had never done, never even thought I would do. I'm not a creature to lie beside you like this and speak words like a real person. Ah, Machide, you've given your verdict without knowing many more things yet. But what you saw this evening was nothing. In fact, I was even somewhat excused in doing that. I was disgusted with myself. Unable to bear this, I wanted to see all people too as disgusting creatures like myself. My darling, if you knew what things I've done, perhaps you would be angrier with me. Perhaps you would run from my side. Perhaps you would pity my condition. Look at me. Am I not pitiable? Involuntarily, Machide turned her head. Her husband truly looked exhausted and pitiful, as if expending his last strength. It occurred to the young woman that there had been something different about him ever since he first came this evening. She remembered that she hadn't once asked him what's the matter, that all night she had only thought of her own suffering and had never wondered about her husband, who was certainly thrashing in the grip of many troubles and woes. But a feeling resembling curiosity rather than pity appeared inside her. Why didn't you tell me? Why aren't you still telling me? For months there are things you've hidden from me. You're doing everything you can to distance me from you. Tell me, what happened today? Omer paused for a while. It was obvious that his face was reddening where he lay. Machide looked into his eyes with both curiosity and, in the face of her husband's sad state, a compassion and interest that had begun to be born anew. Omer sat up quickly. It was clear he wanted to stay as far from his wife as possible. After leaning his back against the wall, one by one, "Today I threatened our cashier Hafiz and took 250 liras," he said. Machide looked at Omer without stirring where she lay. On her face was an expression as if she wanted to recognize a stranger. She was narrowing her eyes, and her long lashes looked thicker and darker. Omer frightened by his wife's manner, leaning toward her. "If you want, I won't tell you anything. If you want, I'll get dressed and go at once and leave you in peace. Or I'll turn my back and sleep, as you wish." He was speaking like a person who had known everything, decided everything. Extending her arms, Machide took him by the hands and laid him beside her again. In a very low voice, "Come on, tell me now," she said. "Mustn't you tell me everything before anyone else? Who listens to you as much as I do? Or rather, who but I listens to you? Who is troubled together with you?" Omer, after pausing a bit and trying to gather the day's events in his head, began to tell in the same low voice and slowly. Meanwhile, their heads, lying side by side on the pillow, were almost touching each other. Machide was looking up at the ceiling, while Omer, lying a bit to the side, could see his wife's left cheek, her nose, and her lashes. "You knew how tight things were. Perhaps the greatest part of my trouble was the worry of not letting you notice anything. Don't. I'm not going to claim I did anything because of you. Whatever I did on my own account, with my own vileness. Besides, there's no side of the matter to be interpreted. Nothing can excuse me. Yes, this money trouble that had been going on for months was driving me mad. While walking around or sitting in the streets, at the office, I would constantly think, what's the cause of our suffering like this? I could never find a reasonable cause. When I came across men on the bridge in the late afternoon who had done their shopping and had their packages under their arms, I would ask myself, what are you lacking? Why? Why can't you bring something home? Why can't you do anything but chase after friends to borrow from or impossible dreams? Perhaps these things aren't really so terrible. Perhaps most of the people I see on the streets are in the same situation as I am, or close to it. But my head is like a lens that magnifies everything. Everything that enters there, like an oil stain falling on woolen cloth, expands and grows without being noticed. When I tried to think of something else, I couldn't succeed. Around this time, our Nihat also began to press me. He said they needed money for some crooked business of theirs, and in this connection, he mentioned our cashier. The money Nihat needed didn't matter to me. I didn't even pay attention, but this cashier business stuck in my head and stayed there. In the first days, I didn't seriously think such a thing could be done, but without me realizing it, I saw that this idea had lodged in my head like a precautionary measure. When I was in my right mind, I considered it shameful, even criminal to imagine such a baseness. But my head, running around in all directions looking for a remedy and constantly hitting walls, at the last moment, just when it was about to bring despair, would clutch at this possibility and save itself. Perhaps an old habit also had an effect.
because ever since my bachelor days, in tight times I had been applying to the cashier. In a different way, of course. His being good and open-handed had always kept me from falling into the uttermost hopelessness. The cashier was still doing the same thing now, but how changed. Let me also say that I never seriously expected I would show such courage, that is, go and forcibly demand money from the cashier. I thought there was only a possibility in my head. This morning, when I went to the office this morning, I suddenly decided, what the hell, I'll go and openly ask for money. Am I not worth as much as his good-for-nothing brother-in-law? I said. Where this sudden decision, this effrontery suddenly came from, I don't know. As soon as I went to the office, I found this intention ready inside me. That's all. A devil was directing my will wherever it wanted. Several times I went out of the room as far as the cashier's door. I couldn't manage to go in. Finally, an attendant said, Hafiz Bey is in his room, so I couldn't hesitate any longer. Ah, Machide, if you could see the poor man's condition. Think of it, for months he had been living in constant alarm and torture. I told you about 2 months ago, I think, on the day we got married. Machide said softly, You didn't tell me anything. Really? I remember it that way. I told Nihat and Professor Hikmet. Weren't you there then? Anyway, but I certainly told you that to save his brother-in-law from prison, he had taken 200 liras from the cash box and, unable to put it back, was trying to manage the business by falsifying the ledgers. For months he had been in constant hesitation. If his brother-in-law were convicted or if he were acquitted, he would take this money that he had deposited at the courthouse as bail, put it in the cash box, and correct the ledgers. But the trial just wouldn't end. When I went into his room today, he immediately looked at my face and smiled in that sad way of his. I understood he meant to say, still nothing. But I had made my decision. I intended to be very brief, and for this, without dawdling, without getting into conversation, to say what I wanted like a machine. Now I can't quite remember. I spoke like a complete stranger. With sentences and threats I had mostly learned from Nihat. I first bewildered the poor man, but toward the end of my words I saw a strange smile appearing on his lips. Immediately my mouth dried. I cut off my words. Then Husamuddin Effendi got up from his place. He came toward me. I thought he would grab my collar and throw me out. He didn't. In a tough, street bully manner I had never encountered in him before, he said, Well done, son, you've been well raised. Then he let out a soft laugh that seemed to me at that moment terrible and out of place. You've also chosen your time well. Unfortunately, I can't send you empty. Since 2 tradesmen are face to face, let's talk frankly. If you had come yesterday, you wouldn't have gotten a cent. I'd have kicked you out. If you come tomorrow, you won't find me. The devil must have whispered to you. Congratulations. I can't bear this business any longer. An end has to be put to it. This morning, I made my decision. There's quite a bit of money in the cash box. I was going to take a portion, or rather, as much as I could carry, leave it at home as livelihood for the wife and children, and after that, take myself off. Wherever the devil calls, there. What good is it to be any other way in this world? The world has been invaded by men like our brother-in-law.
Does a wretch like me struggling do any good? What right do I have to drag 5 children and a wife through the mud? Now, with these words of yours, you've strengthened my decision. I owe you thanks, son. You firmly proved to me that the world really isn't worth spitting in its face, and that in this world there isn't a single, yes, a single person whose face shouldn't be spat in. If such a one existed, it would be you, and until now I had a doubt inside me. There is, perhaps, also a good side to this universe, but we're not fated to see it, I was saying, and thinking of you. Thank you again. You've saved me from consoling myself with empty dreams, from regretting what I've done. I, too, used to think myself a judge of men. When I looked at your face, I saw a person whose heart beat, not a soul full of wickedness. There, you blockhead. Take these 250 liras. Don't report me. I'm giving it to you as the price of silence until tomorrow. After that, if you want, take the trumpet of Israfil and announce it to the heavens. Even if the Almighty came as a policeman, he wouldn't find me. I only have one request of you. I'm not asking because I trust your honor. I'm telling you because there's no benefit for you either, maybe harm. Don't let slip that I took the money and gave it to my family. They might drag you into the business too, asking how you know. Keep silent, not out of mercy, but out of caution. Now then, you've opened my eyes. Once more, thanks to you. Now get out of my sight. I don't want to look at a dishonorable man's face. I'm enough for myself. Don't stand there. Get out. Get out! I left his room like a drunk. All the words he had said were throbbing one by one in my brain. His eyes growing as if about to burst from their sockets, his voice trembling with a hatred for people and life that could no longer be calmed. In despair and hopelessness, wouldn't leave me alone. Majide, I swear that since the world was created, no one has ever found themselves as base and disgusting as I found myself at that moment. I wanted to slap myself and was going mad thinking I couldn't do it properly, stretching out my arm all the way. The banknotes in my left trouser pocket, which I was holding in my palm, rustled with every step I took and made my insides crawl as if I were touching filth. I left the office at once. I wanted to throw the money in some corner, but I was afraid some poor person would get it. Not the most wretched, basest person in the world was destitute enough to deserve this money. What should I do? What should I do? I was thinking. Every moment I had them on me was bewildering me more, melting me. But I considered subjecting myself to this torture a kind of revenge. Suddenly, I found myself near Bayazit. While walking around, I had come this far without realizing it. Immediately, it occurred to me that Nihat's house was in this area. Yes, that fellow deserved this money. Perhaps he wouldn't understand what this meant, would even be pleased, but I was thinking how I would be disgusted by him knowing he was the owner of these 250 liras, and I was almost beginning to take pleasure. He lived in one of the roads going toward Kumkapu. He wasn't home. I rolled up the money like a tube and pushed it under the door. I was penniless, but a bit lighter. I came here from there on foot. Although he had been speaking in a whisper, Omer had grown tired and had sweated. He closed his eyes for a moment, and during this time he didn't notice that Majide, perhaps without realizing it, made a movement to draw away, not to touch him. Without opening his eyes, in a voice like delirious talk, I found you two sitting face to face at home. At first I didn't understand anything. Then suddenly all the filth of my soul poured out. But what could I do? Can a man who has seen the filth of his own soul so close believe that others will be clean? He suddenly opened his eyes. He saw that Majide had drawn away from him, that with frightened looks had gone to the very edge of the bed. Oh no, Majide, why did you make me tell you everything? Were you going to act like this? Then why did you say, tell me everything? Now you don't understand me. If you did, you would sense that the one who did all the evil wasn't really me, but another me that was hidden inside and looking for an opportunity, and you would pity me. You would try to save me. Bedri understood me. How did he understand me? How did he stroke my cheeks? And what things I had done to him? Majide, how can you leave me? He collapsed onto the pillow. His arms were hanging down from his shoulders like dead. He wasn't sobbing, wasn't crying, wasn't complaining, perhaps not even breathing. This state frightened Majide further. Poking her husband's head with her hand and trying to lift his face from the pillow and turn it towards herself. Omer, look at me. My dear husband, don't be upset. Look at me, she begged. Seeing he made no sound, she became more alarmed and leaned over him. She began both to whisper sweet words in his ears and to kiss his cheeks and neck. She couldn't bear to see him so ruined. A feeling that bound Omer to Majide at the most unexpected times, this feeling that this man at this moment needed her 100%, and the pride this gave her was making the young woman forget everything. As she pressed close to her husband, her bare feet touched his, and at every contact a violent trembling passed through Majide's body. Finally, she succeeded in turning Omer's head. The young man's face was pale and slack. A smile full of gratitude gave his face, which resembled a gravely ill person, a sweet and attractive look. Majide found Omer's lips, which had now become completely childish, and extending her arms under and over his neck, pressed even closer to him. 21. About 10 days passed after these events without anything extraordinary in their lives.
Since the end of the month had come in between, there were no severe money troubles yet. Only, contrary to all of Majide's expectations, during this period, Nihat had begun to visit them more frequently. This time he was also bringing some strange young men. These youths, who were said to be studying in various departments of the university, and whose habit of talking at the top of their voices and making broad gestures struck the eye at first moment, would gather in the dark hall of Omer's boarding house, make enough noise to force the madam to stick her head out of her room door from time to time and survey the scene with angry eyes, discuss certain matters, and completely accept Nihat's ideas, and then disperse. Sometimes they would read to each other certain writings they took from their pockets, or they would do the proofreading of the magazines and brochures they were publishing. Their writings consisted of insults to adversaries, whose names were usually not mentioned, or rarely mentioned together with terrible epithets. If one were to believe the claims of these young people, all the sensible intellectuals in the country were tainted in some way. They attacked some as lackeys of such and such a nation, some as sold slaves of this or that idea, some as cowards and flatterers, some as having bad blood. Although he was only an eavesdropper, Omer had noted with astonishment that they had no knowledge about the men and ideas they were fighting. For this reason, one day he said to Nihat, "Hey, I feel sorry for you. You could have gathered more sensible people around you."
But the other replied with a cunning smile, "No need. Nothing can be done with sensible people. We need people who will believe without objection and act without thinking. It's easier and more appropriate to bind these young men with some romantic aspirations, to make them feel the longing for swaggering adventures, to show them today's borders as narrow, to feed them with great desires, and thus to have them all in the palm of my hand." Then, seeing no harm in being sincere with a friend he understood he could no longer bring around, he added, "Life is nothing but a dirty trick." As when he had once argued with Nihat, Omer sensed that his friend's words couldn't be right. He didn't accept that life could be built on such base aims, but he couldn't find the strength in himself to defend his ideas. Life was certainly not a dirty trick. But what was it? This life had to have a meaning. A person couldn't have come into the world just to eat, drink, and take someone into their bed. A greater, more human reason was needed. But his head, accustomed to laziness, couldn't find it, was too lazy to try to find it, and since he couldn't accept things he sensed were wrong and base, he found salvation in flight. He had made it a habit to flee from everything, from every deep thought, from every distressing self-examination. He had ceased to be a man of thought and had become a man of imagination, or rather, of fantasy. As long as he couldn't find around him a current of ideas that would convince him of its rightness, as he saw that his friends and even his professors, behind big showy words, were chasing quite shopkeeper-like business, he preferred to live in his imaginary world, and since it wasn't possible to live in imagination alone, in his material life he remained the plaything of coincidences, sudden passions, and desires. He was clever enough to sense that the boys with Nihat were playing the role of swaggering renunciation and heroism of ideas. While they looked at Omer as a youth without ideals and selfish, a man with a vagabond soul who never feels the need to believe in anything inside him, Omer too was muttering, "I know you, young braves. All your sacrificial impulses will last only until you've got yours." Once, talking to one of them, he asked, "My friend, what will you do when you finish medical school? Will you go to a village?" The other, caught off guard, said, "What do you mean?" Then he made a not very skillful retreat. "However, if necessary, I'll go." What does "if necessary" mean? How will it become necessary? The village needs a doctor. If you want to go, no one will stop you. What will you wait for? Seeing the boy was preparing to answer, he continued, "Don't say anything, my dear fellow. Let me count off your objections before you do. Before going to villages, many of our towns need doctors.
Because of the lack of facilities in villages, we can't be sufficiently useful. We can't waste this much education and the country's effort embodied in us in a limited area, right? Very well, I agree with you. Then why do you keep writing renunciation articles, epics to the peasant? Look, let me tell you what you want. First, as the head of all your success, you'll look for a big string to pull. Don't object. You'll look sure as anything. In fact, if you're getting close to your final years, you've probably already started looking. After that, appointment to a conspicuous place in the country, obtaining the means for specialization, then earning money, abundantly, by the fistful, like madmen, then marrying a beautiful wife. Not a woman whose mind you'll understand and whose soul is suited to yours. As long as everyone who sees her says, "Oh, look what a gorgeous wife so-and-so has," that's enough. Only on this point are you idealists, and aside from material benefits and comforts, your soul's spiritual pleasure is this: to marry a beautiful wife and make everyone's mouth water. Then a car, an apartment building, later a paunch, poker, and so forth. I see your life spread out before me. I'm not saying anything's wrong either. Very well. So this is how it has to be. Let it be so. But preparing for this future, what's the need for a preface in the style of what you're doing now? Is it so that when you grow old you can say to your friends, "In our youth we were very idealistic, but life changes a person. Now we've become realists. Ah, those fiery days." Do you hope that by leaning on this short period of chatter you'll excuse the disgraceful and empty nature of your subsequent life? Nihat, not finding Omer's pedantry of this kind right, would try to steer him in other directions, and lately would open gossip topics with Professor Hikmet, who had been coming together with them. But whenever Omer found the chance, he wouldn't refrain from pestering those poor young men. He would catch any one of them and start attacking. "Well, young friend, what business are you after? Law? Wonderful. For now you're amusing yourself like this. The day after tomorrow, when you become an assistant public prosecutor, you won't have time to bother with Iran and Turan. You'll go from village to village for in flagrante delicto. You'll demand sentences based on files you've half read. And to grasp the meaning of your life, you'll gather your friends in your bachelor room and toss back a couple of glasses in the evenings. You'll see how your aspirations will narrow in a few years. Not a trace of this fiery state will remain. You'll emphatically avoid heroic acts that would prevent your promotion one grade on the salary scale. Before every superior, you'll have only one thought: to make them like you at any cost. So empty out your rebellious spirit now. It's the perfect opportunity. While you're a student, you can find any professor you want ignorant, any teacher you want stupid. You can make any criticisms you want. There's no harm in it. On the contrary, your standing rises among your friends. Attack with insults people you know can't answer you openly. Write that they're traitors and villains. Youth is fiery. It wants action and excitement. Get carried away, as long as you don't endanger your future. Once, talking to one of them, asked, "Omer Bey," he said, "you speak almost like an old man, but you're approximately our contemporary. There's only a 3 or 4 year difference between us." At first, Omer couldn't find an answer to give. After thinking for a while, he said, "You're right. Both your business and mine is chatter, only with a difference. You think you're doing something. I know very well what I'm doing, or rather what I'm not doing. Besides, I'm a person who lives more inside me. For this reason, I count for having lived several times more than you." During these arguments and article readings, Majida usually didn't leave her room. Only from time to time, Professor Hikmet would ask Omer, "Where is sister-in-law? Won't she join us?" And Omer would go and bring his wife. At such times, the professor would turn the conversation to very attractive topics, for example, to Arab historians or to the Seljuks' use of weapons, give details for hours, and think he had thus made the young woman admire his learning. Lately, the professor had also acquired a mania of getting married. His students were finding him girls every so often, but for some reason the business just couldn't become serious.
Sometimes Nihat would ask, "Majida Hanum, don't you have a good and pretty friend at the conservatory?" And Majida, blushing slightly and thinking it was serious, would say, "I don't know. I've never looked with that eye." The professor was looking for something both beautiful and educated and from a good family, and he thought his endless learning gave him the right to demand all these virtues. Because Majida didn't want any arguments to occur between her and Omer, she couldn't bring herself to say anything, but she also felt she couldn't hide any longer that she didn't like these friends whose visits were mounting to every day. After returning from the conservatory during the days, she needed to tidy the house, prepare food, and also rest a bit. After that evening's events, a fresh and strong friendship had begun anew between her and Omer, but as yet nothing had been settled. Inside both of them were knots that needed long conversation and understanding. They had to lay themselves out before each other as if getting acquainted anew, to base their love again on certain foundations. Their present relationship more resembled an armistice based on mutual trust. Living for a long time in this state wouldn't improve the situation. It would cause both sides to hide certain things from each other again, and the more they hid, the more they would unwillingly nourish certain dissatisfactions toward the other. For instance, Majida wanted to settle the matter of Omer's friends at its root. She noticed that her husband wasn't very heartily attached to them, that he associated with them simply out of habit and because he saw no reason to break off relations, but she just couldn't say everything openly. The reason she had suddenly said, "Let's go," to Omer the evening they went to the music garden was that these lofty men's conversations had become unbearably meaningless, but also, alongside this, Professor Hikmet's increasingly shameless drunken manner. Because they were sitting side by side, he would lean toward Majida from time to time and say something completely unthinkable. Meanwhile, the fetid air of his stomach would cover the young woman's face and cut off her breath. His hands, which he let fall beside him, not quite as a result of drunkenness, showed a conspicuous tendency to touch Majida's knees or legs, and his eyes, resembling those of a sick cat between his reddening lids, were roaming over Majida's chest with looks whose meaning was quite clear. It was possible to tell Omer this openly. Omer would immediately believe her and turn his back on all his friends. After the cashier affair, it was clear he wanted such a thing too. But it was also possible that he would go first and quarrel with the professor and cause an incident. Besides, after every event that excited Omer, a nervous distraction would settle on Omer. This state had begun to frighten Majida. Even if she were right, even if Omer accepted this right, she knew there would still be a part inside her husband that said, "Why did you disturb the harmony of my soul?" She had learned Omer's tendency to avoid definite actions and decisions and to leave every unpleasant matter as it was without touching it. To give himself to any job and work at it, to bring a matter to a conclusion, sweet or bitter, frightened the young man. He preferred to live without noticing many things, and finally, when events pressed so close that they couldn't be escaped, to wriggle out of the business with sudden and violent decisions, with actions that occurred to him at the moment, and to tear everything off and throw it away. The young woman kept thinking and couldn't reach any decision. After that incident, Bedri only came once and together with Omer. After sitting for a few minutes, he left at once. From his manner, it was clear he knew about his sister's visit and felt himself guilty toward Majida. During this visit, he said he had seen an acquaintance from Balıkesir, and according to what he had learned from him, her mother was very worried about Majida. Majida said, "Yes, I've done very wrong. I haven't written a letter for 3 months." But what could she write? Explaining her situation to Balıkesir was quite difficult, even impossible. Only if this wedding business were finished, perhaps things would become a bit easier. On the other hand, she was afraid her brother-in-law and sister might take some senseless actions, might even apply to the police. But Omer's family, although now completely scattered and impoverished, was still counted among Balıkesir's respected notable families. To become their daughter-in-law would set many things right again. Around this time, events again followed each other rapidly, and Majida's life took completely different directions within 24 hours. Chapter 22. One evening, Professor Hikmet at the head, Nihat and the young men in their retinue took Omer and his wife to a charity society's entertainment. That day Omer was thoroughly tired. Because he had no money, he had walked from Taksim to Sirkechi and back and hadn't eaten lunch. For this reason, he wasn't much inclined. He expected that Majida wouldn't want to go. At first, he didn't accept the proposal. But Professor Hikmet said, "Our young lady will want to see it. It's something the young people have worked on and done. There's music, there's a play. The children have worked hard. It will be an encouragement. We're already doing what help we can. Don't refuse to visit and give them spirit." At one point, Omer let slip that he had walked that day and was penniless. Hikmet immediately put his hand in his pocket and took out 2 liras. "Why don't you tell me your troubles? How many times have I told you?" he said, scolding, and gave them to Omer. Nihat said, "If you need more, I'll give too." At this remark, Omer felt his hair stand up.
Thinking Nihat was offering him the cashier's money, he shot a hate-filled look at him. But Nihat, paying no attention, said, "Come on, don't drag it out. Let's go." They all went out together and came as far as Şehzadebaşı by tram. In these streets, a strange fear seized Majida. When passing the road that turned off to Antamines, despite all her effort, she couldn't keep from turning her head in that direction, and she saw that no light was burning in any window of the 2-story wooden house. "They're probably in the hall, eating dinner," she said. They passed through the garden of an old mansion. The hall of the huge building had been decorated and turned into an entertainment hall with chairs arranged in rows and a stage separated by blanket curtains. Because no one was visible in the middle, Omer said, "I guess we've come early." Professor Hikmet said, "Yes. However, let's look in at the chairman's room. Perhaps some friends have come. We'll chat." They entered a rather large room. This was indeed full. Majida saw 15 or 20 people becoming ghostly amid cigarette smoke. She noticed that many of them were people she had met the evening they went to the music garden. Behind a rather large desk across the room was a middle-aged gentleman with white curly hair combed back, rather tall and horse-faced. It was clear he was the chairman of this society. Just as the newcomers entered, a heated conversation had begun. In the old-style, cherry-colored Morocco armchair beside the chairman, an old man with a round face, tiny eyes, and thinning hair was explaining something, raising his right hand at regular intervals, as if giving advice or orders. Omer immediately turned to his wife. "He's one of the old famous men. He's held very high offices. Now he's retired, but he's kept the passion for making everyone benefit from his ideas. Pay attention, he says very formidable things." After the newcomers had found chairs and attached themselves, the speaking gentleman began to talk again. He touched on many things at length. What he really meant wasn't quite clear. He was stopping at every topic, from the repair of Istanbul's streets to students going to Europe visiting bars, from giving tractors to the peasantry to tobacco sales to Germany. At one point, he spoke of seeing the need for a distinguished group to run the country, and since it would be difficult to obtain this group by ordinary means, it would be possible to collect class presidents from every school and raise them under a separate regime and separate education. To support each of his ideas, he was bringing examples from his own life and from his past activities, which were clearly very rich. The writer Ismet Sherif, smoking a cigarette in a corner and surveying the scene, caught a pause the important man made for breath and began to speak.
To avoid suffering the same fate, he set about explaining without leaving even a small gap between words and sentences. Exactly like the gentleman who had spoken before him, he was jumping to 1,001 topics, but using a darker language and more eye-dazzling words. Besides, he preferred to take his examples not from his past activities, but from the works he had written. Meanwhile, Majida saw that Bedri too had entered. Omer immediately signaled with his hand and called his friend to his side. "Come, let's sit together," he said. "Our Ismet Sherif hasn't learned his lesson despite all that has happened to him. He keeps showing off. Now I'm going to say something to make him angry." At this point, the great writer was saying, "In my novels, I had dissected at great length with what course these data, which are important factors in the formation of our social structure, are also effective in the collective consciousness's coming into being upon mass psychology." Omer asked in astonishment, "Master, do you also have novels?" Ismet Sherif, faced with this manifestation of ignorance he hadn't at all expected, contented himself with saying, "Ask those who know to read and write. I see your articles sometimes, but I wasn't aware you had novels. They probably aren't being read." The poet Emin Kamil, with a smile showing he was pleased at this attack on his friend Ismet Sherif, rose to defend him. "Come on, my friend. The novel The Wound, even if it hasn't been much in demand, has entered our literary history." The Wound was indeed Ismet Sherif's most often mentioned work, and it was more or less the story of the wound on his neck that had poisoned his childhood and part of his youth and had left him permanently crippled. With a merciless decision, Omer didn't leave off his attack. "Come off it. The Wound novel really wasn't bad. Look, now it comes to my mind. At one time, I too had read it. But let's all think together. Is this novel enough to make a man a writer and novelist? A person who has spent 8 or 10 years of his life in the grip of a terrible affliction, with all his feelings and thoughts bound to this affliction, and whose hand, thanks to writing reams of pieces for bread money, is fit to put 2 words together, can't he put to paper, attracting some interest and much sympathy, this greatest and perhaps only event of his life? The Wound novel, if printed in proper type, would barely make 60 or 70 pages. As everyone will admit, its technique is also rather faulty. Is this what you call a great work, an artistic success? If in my present state I suffered what Ismet Sherif suffered, I'd turn out such a short novel. In my opinion, an artist becomes an artist when he begins to give to others besides himself." Ismet Sherif's crooked neck turned crimson on his shoulders. Trembling, he shouted, "The opinions of a fellow who has never written 3 lines in his life can't be any other way. We consider it outside our competence to interfere in the work of a boy shining shoes in the street, but we consider it our most natural right to poke our noses into the work of us artists. Going above one's station is the most obvious characteristic of our half-intellectuals." Omer laughed. "I don't interfere with the bootblack's profession and methods. Only if he polishes my shoes badly, my eye is capable of understanding this, and I also have the right to object. If artists are going to give only their colleagues the competence to speak about their works, they'll be the losers again, because they're not even as merciful to each other as we are." Several people laughed. Emin Kamil, as if starting to defend Ismet Sherif, changed the subject. At first, no one could understand what he was saying, but gradually it came out that he was talking about Islamic mysticism into which he had newly plunged. In a short time as a year, the young poet had tried and abandoned Buddha and Lao Tzu, and had finally settled on Ibn Arabi and Hallaj Mansour. He was uttering Arabic phrases he had newly learned and mispronounced. He was reciting couplets, relevant and irrelevant, after saying, "Mansour said, 'I am the truth. His word is truth. The truth spoke.'"
He was blinking and looking around to see how this wisdom was interpreted. The white-haired chairman sitting at the head of the table began insisting, "Emin Kamil, read us a poem." Several others who admired the young poet and his interesting transformations also insisted. Everyone fell silent, and without getting up from his place, the poet began to read a long poem in a deep and rather sweet voice. In this poem, all the frightening words and concepts existing in Turkish seemed to have been gathered together. It was clear that an effect that made the hair stand on end was thereby intended. There was talk of blood-red apocalypses, voices coming from the unknown, Arab sisters, bloody dawns, fires, poisons, delusions, and at one point also of a man shooting an arrow at an apple like William Tell. But this arrow was of fire, and this apple was of soul. When the poem ended, everyone was silent for a while. The incomprehensible nature of the poem and the suggestion the listeners had made to themselves had settled like a cloud on the bright intellect and needed time to disperse. Finally, the society chairman, remembering that the right to the first word and judgment should belong to him, said, "Extraordinary! This is what poetry is. Congratulations." Then, thinking that making at least a small criticism was the only means of proving he understood these things, he added, "Only, I didn't quite understand one line. The image seemed to me a bit, how shall I say, a bit violent. I don't know how the friends found it. This line, 'I spat out my eyes from my mouth like beads.'" Immediately a heated argument began. Everyone was expressing an opinion on this single line. The poet was looking with eyes full of compassion at this simple crowd trying to interpret his work, but without hiding that he was also getting irritated at the criticisms. At this point, Bedri leaned toward Omer. "How did you find the poem?" he said. "I don't know. I didn't understand anything. But it seems not bad. It makes a strange effect on a person." Bedri shook his head with a sad smile. "That's just what Emin Kamal wants, to make a strange effect without anything being understood. What simple people we are. If we sit down and think properly, I'm sure we'd admit that this poem is one of the simplest pieces of charlatanry and nonsense that could be written in the world. There are commonplaces in these 5 or 10 lines written with no foundation in any deep and powerful feeling, any great and stirring idea, simply to dazzle the eye and appear mysterious, that we couldn't excuse even in a student. Only the poet, knowing what kind of stuff we are, has resorted to a few cheap and simple devices. The first of these is the mystical atmosphere, which has always proved effective until now. A few mysterious and enigmatic formulas, a few religious metaphors, a couple of dark expressions that an ignorant and crooked bigot resorts to in order to foist himself on the environment still cloud bright thoughts today. We forget that all the incompetents who imagine there's something in themselves invariably resort to this simple remedy, the trick of appearing deep and meaningful by being dark and confused. Besides, Emin Kamal has also succeeded in making himself seem interesting to us, in creating a magical veil in our eyes with the formidable convictions and faiths he changes so often. Many of his ways, the absurdities that in others would be enough to make us laugh at once, the tactlessness and impudence born of disrespect and irreverence towards those around him, seem to us like the expressions of a great personality. We don't notice that the unshakable inner balance that must exist in a man who really has personality, the strong respect for humanity and naturally for people, strong enough not to consider them blind fools, does not exist in him. Look, on the line, "I spat out my eyes from my mouth like beads," this whole lot of people, none of them stupid, are seriously arguing. And this poet, believing in his own greatness himself, is looking at them with grateful eyes. But if you pay attention to his face, you'll see how a lump of a lie is hidden in the inner parts of his soul. The most terrible lie is this, too, this deep hidden lie into the clutches of which we've fallen enough to use even against ourselves. It's always this great lie in his soul that keeps him from thinking about the society he lives in, that takes him to Buddhism, that leads him to Chinese philosophy, that plunges him into mysticism.
His intelligence, which seems to have no connection at all with the ordinary course of the universe or with material things, finds such cunning, such shopkeeper-like tricks for extracting money from his rich father that you couldn't think of them if you thought for a year. His old rich father, too, has believed in his son's genius. Despite this, he wants to be strict about money matters, and Emin Kamal, to make a new killing, invents things like, "I've been invited to a congress in Europe," or "I'm going to put out a new magazine, the world will be amazed." He takes the fake literates to his home and has himself extolled to the skies in his father's presence. He receives proposal letters from imaginary European publishers written in a language his father doesn't understand, full of sentences of appreciation and admiration. Then the man who arranges such skillful theatrics convinces us that he's a genius, a great poet, a boundless thinker, because he walked barefoot on his farm. People's weakest point is their astonishing tendency to believe without asking, investigating, thinking, racking their brains. The best fertilizer for raising and feeding the false prophets in the world is precisely this crowd that struggles to believe without knowing. Bedri had said these words in a low voice, distinctly and without getting at all excited. No one but Omer and Majida had heard him, but these two had completely forgotten the argument still going on around them. They had not at all expected Bedri to speak so long, giving himself so much. Omer was just now understanding that his friend, despite standing silent and unobtrusive, was a man who thought and planned many things. Meanwhile, Emin Kamal's argument had long since ended. Nihat had begun to speak and had set about explaining his well-known ideas about the classification of people as strong and weak, stupid and clever, and the establishment of a society accordingly. Again, there were many signs of approval and agreement around. Everyone, thinking the privilege would be given to the strong and clever, finding the blue bead in themselves or wanting to seem so, found these ideas quite right. Bedri, who was clearly in need of speaking this evening, again turned to Omer. "Another quite strange idea," he said. "Pay attention to Nihat's words. Any minute now he'll invent a religion of strength and worship it. His ardent supporters, if we leave aside the stupid children around him, are Ismet Sharif and Professor Hikmet. All three have a common characteristic. Each is a person who, having received a slap from creation, has remained weak and helpless in some respect in life. You know Nihat's ailments. Besides, it's enough just to look at his face. With his skinny body, his thin little arms, and his face that has nothing but nerves, he's a creature as miserable as a clown. Every other day he gets sick either from his kidneys or his lungs. His house is like a pharmacy. As for Ismet Sharif, you see him. Because of the defect in his neck, his life and morale have been ruined, his body has remained stunted, and he has accumulated nothing but frustrations inside. When he opens his mouth or takes up his pen, he can only pour out the poison the years have collected. Professor Hikmet is also a wretch who has the slightest virtue to deaden the desires nature has given him in more than necessary measure, whose life passes thinking of women, whose face arouses disgust in every woman, even in the places he goes for money. You see, all of them owe a certain amount of hatred to life. All of them have come to this state, yearning and eating themselves for the strength they've lacked since childhood. Looking with envy and impossibility at those who really have strength, they finally accepted strength as the greatest, most worship-worthy existence. Now they're making a theory whose mother is helplessness and deprivation. Those who give birth to such ideas are always groups that feel themselves condemned to be crushed and annihilated. They cry, they scream. If an opportunity falls into their hands, they try to use this power they've artificially acquired in the most savage way. But finally, they're trampled and destroyed under the claws of life's eternal laws. These words had settled in a low corner of Omer's mind, like a strange chemistry whose effect he could only guess at. The night had now become quite dark, and there was an intense fog outside. As one of the friends was leaving, Omer stood up too and bent toward Majida. "Shall we get up?" he asked. They took leave of the beholders and went down the stairs. When they went outside, Majida grabbed Omer's arm with hot hands and trembling fingers. "Bedri was talking so well tonight," she said. "He was a bit wicked." This was all they could say to each other in 10 minutes. This was a good night. The sun was going down. The darkness had settled on both jaws even more with the fog. The fog came inside the ferry boat, and a shale covered everywhere. They went down the stairs again and sat on a little bench pressed against the steamer. Omer looked steadily at Majida as she was melting in the fog. This was the first of their encounters in person, their first warm gathering under the billowing, and a new chapter was beginning in their lives. In this scenario of a great passion beginning on a foggy night.
At this point, from everyone's getting up and going to the hall, they understood that the entertainment was about to begin. Bedri broke off his words. "Come on, let's go and watch," he said. Omer and Majide were under the influence of his words. Especially Omer, perhaps for the first time in his life, didn't feel the need to make fun of words spoken on a serious subject, saw no reason to set his eternal doubts in motion. 23. All the chairs of the small hall were full. Girl and boy high school students, relatives of society members, university girls and boys were settling in with noisy talk. Those who came out of the chairman's room, so as not to displace those already seated, refused the places offered them in the front rows and went to the back. Several zealous young men dragged various armchairs and chairs from various rooms and brought them. The society's 6-person orchestra, made up of amateurs, began to play the Independence March. Everyone stood up and listened. After this, the white-haired chairman went to a temporary lectern placed to the left of the blanket curtains. Pushing aside the decanter and crystal glass that were never forgotten, he began a long lecture on the society's 1 year of work. During this lecture, as in innovation, there would also be a slideshow. 2 young men pulled the blankets aside. Behind them, a wrinkled white screen appeared. The young men trying to operate the machine at the back of the audience just couldn't finish their job and begin. The chairman had broken off his words thinking it was time for pictures and had stepped aside. Because some busybody had turned off the lights, a light murmur appeared everywhere. Those at the machine, too, having at first argued in low voices, had finally begun to scold each other and give sharp orders like, "Hold it there, loosen this." Several people sitting in front went to help them. Even the director couldn't stand it and, leaving his lectern, walked toward the device that just couldn't be made to work. Meanwhile, the black, bulky machine, from which white, bright lights were bursting from here and there, was waiting without losing its composure for the result of the operation. From time to time, scattered images appeared on the white screen across. Large human fingers appeared and disappeared, and a pale light, hopping along, was wandering over the blankets and the lectern. Finally, one of these scattered images gradually calmed down and opened. A group of children arranged for having their photograph taken, and in front of them 5 or 6 adults sitting on chairs who had assumed strange positions because they couldn't quite decide what shape to give their hands and feet, smiled at the faces of those present. It was seen that the one sitting in the middle was the chairman. He himself, pointing at the screen with a long stick he had produced from unknown source, said, "Children clothed by our society." Omer, Majide, and Bedri were sitting side by side. From behind them came the voice of the writer Ismet Sharif in a whisper. "The children's clothes are the same every year. They dress them at holidays and then put them away. The next holiday, they dress others and have another picture taken." Omer asked in astonishment, "Really?" "I don't know, probably so." Leaning to his friend, Bedri said, "He's making it up. He wants to criticize, to make a witticism in his opinion." Omer muttered to himself, "Improper." New pictures and new scenes were being shown, and the chairman was explaining with his long stick. Those who honored our society's spring ball. Ahmed Bey, who donated 40 liras to our society. Now you'll see the graphs. Those who visited our country in a year. The figures are comparative with previous years. The number of poor children whose stomachs we've filled. Hot food was given to all of them at noon.
Toward the end of the lecture, especially during the graphs part, because everyone had sunk into conversation with the person beside them, a light buzzing had begun. The moment the director finished his words, the lights came on and the audience began to rub their eyes. According to the program, typed and duplicated, now there was a monologue. A short, buck-toothed, snub-nosed young man, whose face exuded everything but cleverness, came out in front of the blankets in a very seasoned manner. With the confidence of a fool accustomed to always making those around him laugh, and in a very casual way, he greeted the audience and began his monologue in a lisping accent. He was telling about the bargaining and arguments of people belonging to various nationalities with tradespeople like pistachio sellers, sherbet sellers, or coachmen at a pleasure ground and, of course, in old times. He began with an Albanian. With a very amateurish imitation, he said a few sentences lifted from humor papers. The types that came after, Arab, Laz, Circassian, Jew, Armenian, Greek, Kurd, all repeated the sentence the Albanian had first said, in amateurish imitations more amateurish than each other. Even the simplest and best-intentioned of the audience couldn't stand it anymore, and the comic young man withdrew from in front of the blankets amid applause. Throughout the monologue, the writer Ismet Sharif had kept murmuring words much resembling the performer's jokes right by Majide's ear. At one point, Majide asked herself, "I met this man only once, I think. A while ago, he also clashed with Omer. I wonder where this friendliness comes from." Besides, this lofty intellectual milieu had not made a very good impression on her. From the first day she began living with Omer, she had been looking in these famous and valuable men for great and extraordinary sides, virtues she had seen in no one until then. In return, she was seeing that the only characteristic distinguishing them from everyone else consisted in trampling as they pleased certain rules that everyone observed. Was this such a great thing?
Not listening to a friend who was speaking, snubbing and mocking him, putting one's feet up on the chair across in a music garden, talking at the top of one's voice, from time to time insulting those around and looking down on them. Was this the product of a very extraordinary ability? For months they had done nothing but bring evidence that each was more stupid and untalented than the other, and each proved the rightness of his own ideas. However much Majid forced herself, she couldn't manage to remember even the slightest idea that had left a trace in her head. Only what she had heard and seen about so-and-so's quarrel with such-and-such came to mind. Another difference they had from the people she had known until now was that they looked at a person more boldly, even more impudently, and as if sizing them up, and never saw any need to hide the sparks of desire gleaming in their eyes. And Majid just couldn't find the connection of this with being a great man. For instance, the writer Hussein Bey, sitting in the row before them, who had once given a feast at the music garden, was pressing close to the thin, bespectacled girl sitting beside him in manners not at all appropriate for such a place. When talking to her, he was looking at her as if about to pounce on her, his nostrils dilating and his eyes growing languid. And instead of listening to what the intellectual young lady was saying with great importance, he was studying her throat and lips. Meanwhile, in the middle of the blanket curtains pulled to the sides, a tragedy that brought tears to the eyes was being performed. A 3-act frightful play written by an untalented amateur was being performed by untalented and ignorant amateurs. It would perhaps be a bit unfair to call some of them untalented, because it was clear they wanted to give themselves completely, to affect and show something to the people gathered there. But an immeasurably great ignorance, inexperience, the necessity of imitating bad examples, was putting the work they produced in a pitiable state. Some tried to be a greater artist by talking through the nose. Some thought they would be more effective if they turned to the audience and shouted at the top of their voice. As for the young man lying in a white bed in a state ruined by hunger and tuberculosis, he kept wrinkling his face and swallowing as if his stomach were constantly churning. And to see the impression of these mimics on the audience, at times when it wasn't his line, he was squinting toward the half-light. The woman who came on stage as this patient's mother, despite all her makeup, her long dressing gown and white headscarf, was not an old mother, but a thin, spoiled-voiced little girl.
At the very end of the play, the shriek she let out when collapsing on her dead son's bed, which broke and forked in the middle, almost caused a general guffaw among the audience. Despite this, the applause was by no means weak. Majid had begun to be bored again. She was irritated at both those around her and at those on stage. She was going to suggest to Omer that they leave, but she saw that he too had begun to talk with a girl who was one of his classmates and said nothing. Meanwhile, the society's 6-person orchestra appeared. Majid, wondering what they would play and how they would play it, saw that an ear-splitting dance tune of the season's fashions had begun, and a trembling seized her whole body. The orchestra artists were expending all their efforts to make this piece, whose lyrics and music vied with each other in wretchedness, more terrible than it originally was. It wasn't enough that they all played wrong and out of sync with each other. They were also trying to repeat the tricks of Beolu bars. One, while hitting the drum, wanted to make the mallet do a somersault. The other, with a cardboard horn, was shouting in an English accent, "Come to me, come to my heart, come to my blood," and wriggling with an extremely affected smile, making himself familiar to the audience. When the music was over, Majid took a deep breath. It was as if she had taken off a shoe that pinched her foot. Interrupting Omer's conversation with his friend, "Are we going to stay until the end?" she said. Before Omer, Ismet Sharif gave this answer to her question. "Oh, madam, is it right to run away so early? You have no one waiting for you at home. These aren't very fine things, but one must excuse the children. They're all amateurs. They want to do something." While he was saying this, Majid was saying to herself, "Good God, wasn't it he who was muttering behind me a while ago and making merciless jokes?" At this moment, Professor Hikmet turned to Omer. "Look, it occurred to me, while we're here, let our young lady Majid play something too. We can't find such a high musician all the time," he said. Majid, clutching her husband in horror, murmured, "Are you crazy? Can I play something in a place like this?" Omer laughed. "I didn't suggest it. Why should I be crazy? Tell Hikmet," he said. The society's chairman, who had heard this argument, had also come. He joined in the insistence, but when he saw how firmly Majid refused, he gave up. Meanwhile, some of those sitting in the front had found another poor soul and grabbed him by the collar. They were heatedly suggesting something to a tall man with a long white beard and wearing an overcoat, although the season was summer. Professor Hikmet explained to Majid, "Ali Haidar Bey, one of the old sheikhs. Look, you didn't play, but they'll make him play. He blows the ney extraordinarily beautifully." They took the old man, who everyone knew and apparently lived in this neighborhood, almost by force to the stage. They pushed a chair under him. The poor man, with a sad smile on his thin, white lips, took from its bag the ney that was hanging inside his camel hair-colored overcoat. After stretching his fingers a few times and playing them over the finger holes, he began to play. Majid had given him all her attention. The old sheik, who had closed his eyes from the first sound he produced, was playing without any awareness of his surroundings, withdrawing into a completely different world. If he opened his eyes and looked around, he would immediately see how all connection with the milieu he was now in had been severed. Including those who had forced him onto the stage a while ago, no one was lending him an ear. Some were fidgeting where they sat in a bored manner and making the chair squeak. Some were talking and joking with those nearby in the old fashion. Although Majid couldn't fully understand what the old man was playing, she felt a strange pleasure in listening to him. These sounds she wasn't very accustomed to didn't strike her ears bad at all. Only after the music buffoonery of a while ago, and before such an audience, his stirring his white beard and trembling his wrinkled lips on the black mouthpiece of the ney, forgetting himself, was a pitiable sight. This man, whoever he was, whether he had any worth or not, was doing what he did by giving himself, and seriously. In the midst of a crowd that took nothing seriously and did everything only for show, he was a sad contrast with all his being. Nudging Omer, Majid said, "It's a pity for this man. What right do they have to bring the poor man out and tire him and make fun of him?" Omer said, "True, you're right," and immediately turned his back.
Annoyed at her husband's manner, Majid leaned over a little and saw that Omer had sunken into a very heated whispered conversation with the girl beside him. This friendship, which had been going on for some time without seeming strange to her, this time made her think. She was going to say, "Come on, let's get up. I can't sit any longer." Before there was time for this, the man playing the ney finished his improvisation. Wiping the sweat from his brow with his hand, and taking the congratulations of those around him, which were also somewhat mixed with mockery, went back and sat down. After a thanks from the society chairman, the entertainment ended. 24. Majid was glad, thinking they were going home now. At the same time, under the influence of the convictions she had formed about Omer's friends and milieu, which grew stronger day by day, she was feeling a slight but continuous sadness inside her. She had gotten up from her seat and gone out to the garden. She was waiting for Omer to come and saying to herself, "That girl beside him must be from his old friends. He didn't even introduce her to me. Improper. Perhaps he's forgotten. What a strange boy." At this point, Omer appeared at the glass door of the mansion along with his other friends. Coming down a few steps, he came to Majid's side. "At this hour, we won't be able to find a tram. We'll walk. Besides, many of the friends are also coming in that direction. We'll get a little air," he said. When Majid noticed that the girl she had seen inside was also with them, she asked, "Do they also live in our neighborhood?" "No, I don't know. Probably they'll just take a walk." Majid looked carefully at her husband and said nothing. With the manner of a person who is guilty, Omer said, "Forgive me, darling. Inside, I neglected you a bit. Old friends. We haven't seen each other for months. 4 or 5 years of my life were spent entirely in this milieu. We talked about classes, professors, I don't know. We talked about this and that. Her name is Umid. Did I ever mention her to you? At one time, our Professor Hikmet was a suitor." Majid said, "I don't know." She felt there was no need for Omer to give so many explanations. Perhaps she doubted the truth of these explanations, or didn't want them to be true. For the old days, the old memories to come to life again inside Omer was certainly a dangerous thing. Then he might begin to find their present life boring again. She said to herself, who knows that he doesn't already find it boring. She noticed that Omer had quietly moved away from her side and slipped among his friends coming in a group from behind. They were walking towards Bayazit. It wasn't very late, it could only be midnight, but a damp, sticky air had begun to fill the streets. Majid fell a bit behind and went to the back of the slowly walking group. Omer didn't notice his wife's movement. He was going side by side with the girl called Umid, and with his characteristic heated manner, his hair again falling over his glasses, explaining something. Majid saw that there was one more person coming alone at the back, and immediately understood it was Bedri. Without saying anything, they approached each other and began to walk. There was a distance of 6 or 7 steps between them and those ahead. Majid remembered that she hadn't seen Bedri after the entertainment began. "Were you there all the time?" she asked. "Yes, I was there all the time, only I was staying a bit to the back. Then, when that play began, I couldn't stand it and went into one of the rooms. When I heard the ney sound, I stuck my head out again and looked. When I saw the poor sheik's condition, I withdrew again to the room. I don't much like coming to such places, only Professor Hikmet had said you would come too." Then he assumed a manner as if he knew something and wasn't going to hide it any longer, and asked, "Why are you going along with these people? Why haven't you separated?" Majid shrugged. "I don't know. Omer wanted it that way. We're all going to cross to the other side together," she said. Bedri was in hesitation.
Certain remarks of Professor Hikmet's aroused in me this evening the suspicion that they have no good intentions. Should I go along, he thought? Then, without realizing it, he murmured, "What right do I have to interfere? Her husband is with her." Majid immediately asked, "What did you say?" Bedri collected himself. "Nothing, I was thinking. I'll leave here. Goodbye," he said. While shaking the young girl's hand, he paused again. He still couldn't decide. To go and leave Majid alone with these men for some reason seemed to him like running away from a duty, but on the other hand, he was also thinking that no one had given him such a duty. Finally, if only to have said something, "Watch out for Omer.
It's not he who should protect you, but you who should protect him, he said. Then, hurriedly and in a very low voice, he added, "Whenever you need me, I'm ready to help. Don't forget." And without saying goodbye to those ahead, he separated and turned into one of the side streets. For a while, Majid walked distractedly, unable to gather her thoughts. First, Bedri's words came to her mind. She had heard him say, "Her husband is with her," while talking to himself. What did it mean to protect Omer? What need would she have of Bedri? Then it occurred to her that Bedri's house wasn't in this area, that he too, like them, lived in Beyoğlu, in the Cihangir direction. Why didn't he come along and separate at once? "Aren't we all going by the same road?" she said. The distance between her and those ahead had opened to about 25-30 paces. Laughter was rising from the crowd sinking into the half-light of the street and rolling down the Merchant slope. Majid thought, "Omer has already forgotten he's with me. I don't get angry anymore at such habits of his. I've gotten used to them. Without any bad intention, he really forgets. How quickly he forgot even that cashier business. When I wanted to ask what happened out of curiosity about the poor man, he immediately cut me off. After the state he was in that day, I thought he wouldn't look Nihat and the others in the face. From the second day, they started being friends. Not because he likes them so much. He just can't do it. He can't decide to do anything. Can a person be this afraid of making a decision? Maybe. Why am I thinking like this? Don't I too fear making some decisions?" At this point, she felt someone appear beside her. Starting, she looked to her left. Professor Hikmet had separated from the group ahead, had creeped into the darkness of the walls and fallen behind without being seen. "Why are you walking alone? Why did Bedri Bey leave so quickly?" he said. Through Majid's mind passed the thought, "So he saw that I walked with Bedri for a while behind." And only after that did she notice that in the professor's question there was a hidden, meaningful aspect, a threatening tone that wanted to say, "I know certain things." She muttered through her teeth, "Dog," and left the question of the man beside her unanswered. Although she didn't want to be angry at Omer at all, gradually an annoyance had begun to appear inside her. Seeing Majid's cold manner, Professor Hikmet had immediately turned to serious matters, to the scholarly topics he thought aroused great respect and admiration in those around him. From time to time, he was also talking about the nobility and virtue of the feeling of friendship, the spiritual ease that helping the needy gave, and striking his bone-handled cane hard on the pavement, he was strengthening his judgments. Meanwhile, they had come to the bridge. It was seen that the group ahead had paused, that several of the automobiles in that area had started their engines and approached them and taken some people and gone. Majid quickened her steps. The closer she got, the more she noticed that no one was there but two people beside one automobile. A sudden alarm began inside her, but because she didn't want to show anything to the man beside her, she said nothing. From 10 paces came the voice of the writer Hussein Bey. "Come on, quick, Professor dear." And then, when he made out the comers well, "Oh, so the lady too was left for our car. Omer Bey is in one of the ahead. We'll catch up now." Majid's head had begun to ache, or she thought so. She couldn't find a word to say. To be treated like a woman forgotten, abandoned, would be hard for her. She decided to consider everything natural up to a point and only asked, "Where are we going?" Hussein Bey, pushing the bespectacled girl he hadn't left since the entertainment into the automobile. "Yes, you were in the back. I invited the friends to have a little fun. We're going to a place with music in Beyoğlu. We'll sit for 5 or 10 minutes and watch those who dance." Omer agreed. "Surely you won't be a spoilsport." After putting Majid and Professor Hikmet in the car, he himself sat beside the driver with great humility. Majid was squeezed between the perfume of the bespectacled girl spreading everywhere from her right and Professor Hikmet's bony knee. Her headache, whether it really existed or not, wasn't letting her think of anything.
The Professor Hussein Bey had leaned his left arm on the back of his seat and had sunk into conversation with the bespectacled girl who was leaning toward him. Professor Hikmet was buzzing in her ear with words like, "Have you ever been to such places? It's a very genteel place. A person should sometimes separate from mental occupations and rest in these places. Without knowing these places, one can't say one lives in Istanbul." When the automobile stopped, they all got out. Majid saw no one around. Before them was a bar decorated with electric signs. Through Majid's mind passed the thought, "I'm not going in," but she thought, to have Omer called outside, to argue with him, to continue this argument until they got home, then for days. Besides, what if Omer dug in his heels and didn't come? This too was very possible, and then how pitiful a situation she could fall into among these men. This last possibility broke her hesitation. "After sitting a bit, I'll take Omer and leave. I'll have seen it once too," she said. What really made her angry was not entering such a place, but being left in the street in the hands of others by Omer.
Inside, they saw that several tables had been reserved by the friends who had come earlier. When Omer noticed Majide, he seemed startled. Leaving Umit, very close beside whom he had been sitting, he stood up and greeted his wife. "Majide, forgive me. They stuffed me into one of the automobiles and said you would come by another car. Come, sit beside me," he said. Majide understood that he had already had something to drink since arriving. Suddenly she felt a terrible weariness and immobility inside her. She saw that this evening she would be able to do nothing, say nothing. She had begun to consider everything unnecessary and meaningless. She was a little frightened of this feeling. She thought she had felt the same things once more, somewhere else. Where? She just couldn't remember this, but she sensed it was a feeling connected with some bad events. Her soul, like a boat hopping toward the sea after quickly pushing off from the shore, was drifting away from everything around her, and especially from Omer. Only this drifting away, instead of gradually slowing, was speeding up, going off as if caught in a current. Everything she was leaving behind was rapidly becoming misty and was immediately forgotten. She began to watch with calm and attention as if they belonged to a stranger, Omer's leaning toward Umit, drunken shivers wandering on his face and saying something to her and laughing. The young girl, whose face showed she was clever, seemed to listen to Omer with curiosity and from time to time studied Majide out of the corner of her eye. It didn't escape Majide that there was also a bit of pride in these furtive looks. For her husband to pester someone else like this in her presence was certainly a pleasant thing for that someone else. Majide wanted to listen to their not very quiet conversation, but she didn't understand the words spoken. Omer was trying to convince the young girl of something with some strange similes, roundabout sentences. The other was avoiding accepting something with answers of the same kind. Majide, closing her eyes, drank in one gulp a glass that Professor Hikmet extended to her, despite its bitterness. Her throat and esophagus seemed to catch fire. A little later, a light, sweet smoke began to rise from her stomach toward her head. She was quite aware that there was a smile on the corner of her lips that had nothing to do with her, but she couldn't manage to remove it from there. When she let her eyes wander around, she was astonished. At the distant tables, well-dressed elderly people were sitting. Beside them were half-naked women. She looked at her husband's face, and Omer, turning to his wife, said, "These are bar artists. In a bit they'll do a number." At this point, the writer, Ismek Sherif, got up from his place and went toward one of those tables. Omer said, grinning, "Look at the shameless fellow. He's going to toady to those men. He has no obligation either. It's just habit." Indeed, the great writer, after bowing to the ground, had perched on a chair beside the important gentleman, using only a quarter of its seat. Majide was seeing that he was showing even the bar girls opposite more regard than necessary, and that this should be credited more to the account of the others than of the girls.
The attitude this writer took toward Hussein Bey was also a bit strange. He was practically fawning on this man whom he always found stupid behind his back and whose writings he mocked. That this man who violently attacked all human weaknesses in his fiery writings and was extolled to the skies as the loftiest and most heroic writer by Nihat's hangers-on, should grovel in such places for 2 glasses of Rocky where a possible favor was beyond comprehension. There must certainly be other reasons in play known only to himself. But whatever they were, there always remained inside a person a slight disgust and a thought that no reason, however strong, could excuse such doggishness. The poet Amin Kamil, too, had found other friends at other tables and gone to sit with them. Under the influence of the 3rd glass she had drunk, Majide had relaxed a bit more, and the smile on her lips had spread to her temples. She was looking at everything, herself included, with alien eyes, and finding everything, herself included, a bit ridiculous. With a cheerful, crimson face that had never been seen until then, and in a loud voice, she asked Professor Hikmet, "Who are those sitting at the table the young poet went to?" The professor, who had begun to get quite drunk, squinting his lashless eyes, looked. "Ah, our friends, the sons of Hyrule Bey, the general manager of the advertising company. They're terribly rich. They spend their lives in these places." A little later, laughter began to rise from that table. The poet Amin Kamil was saying something while raising his whiskey glass in the air, and the whole table, including the girls, was laughing uproariously. Professor Hikmet said, "When he's been drinking, he's very witty. That's why he's much loved and sought after in such gatherings. He, too, gets drunk for free and has a good time." Hussein Bey had been annoyed that the 2 friends he had brought along had left his table and gone to toody to others. With one hand he was embracing the bespectacled girl and had rested the other hand on the shoulder of another girl that Amin Kamil had abandoned. He turned to Professor Hikmet. "I'm going to leave these vagabonds here and go. I won't pay for them either. A man brings them along as friends, and without exchanging 2 words, they go and lick other people's boots." Professor Hikmet, making a slight bow from where he sat, said, "You're right, sir. Shall we get up at once? Shall we not watch the numbers?" Hussein didn't answer and called the waiter with his hand. Omer and Umit had become quite drunk and had joined hands. When Majide saw that this scene didn't anger her, she murmured, "I wonder if I'm very drunk." Her head was spinning a bit. Her eyes were cloudy. Despite this, she was in her senses.
She looked again and carefully at Omer and the girl beside him. The girl's blonde hair had fallen over her face. Her light brown eyes had grown smaller. Her rather pretty pointed chin had sweated. When her mouth opened with a broad smile, her slightly dirty but regular teeth were visible. Majide said to herself, "She's looking at Omer's lips too." For a moment she imagined them kissing and felt no excitement at all. While the thought, "Let them do whatever damn thing they like," passed through her head, she collected herself and said, "I wonder if drunkenness kills all a person's feelings." But suddenly her heart was crushed. "I was like this before I drank, now I remember," she was saying. "Even then Omer's behavior didn't make me angry. I had begun to say, 'What's it to me?' This state had happened to me once before. When? I don't know, but it's something very frightening. Hadn't I been like this at Aunt Amin's? Perhaps in a slightly different form. But they were the same feelings, letting myself go and not interfering whatever happens, a feeling showing that my heart had no connection with them anymore. Oh no, has Omer too become like them for me? Impossible. Despite everything, impossible. It's all drunkenness, madness. No, no. Oh my God, what shall I do?" Hussein Bey had settled the bill and stood up. He turned to Professor Hikmet. "Come on, let's go. Despite them, we'll go and have fun somewhere else. You take the lady." With this word, he indicated the girl Amin Kamil had abandoned. "Come on, Omer Bey, we're leaving." Omer and Umit sprang from their places. Omer, out of habit, took his wife's arm. The 3 of them went out at the front. Majide was bewildered to the point of losing herself.
She was struggling to form an orderly chain of thought in her foggy head and couldn't succeed. Majide, her husband, and Umit all got into an automobile together. Hussein Bey, too, had this time taken his bespectacled girl and sat beside the driver. Professor Hikmet and the other lady were left for another car. Just as they were starting, Hussein Bey's muffled voice was heard. He had turned his head back. "Did you see the scoundrel?" he was saying. "Ismet Sharif caught up from behind and jumped into the professor's car. The fellow has certainly had his drinks charged to my account, too." 25. The two automobiles, one behind the other, had come toward Mecidiyeköy at rather high speed. The bespectacled girl sitting beside the writer Hussein Bey said with not very serious alarm, "Oh, we've come to deserted places. Where are we going?" Hussein Bey found it more appropriate to give the answer to this question to the driver. "My boy, take us toward Büyükdere. You can go a bit faster on condition you don't cause an accident." The driver seemed like a sensible man. Without even turning his head, he continued his work. The headlights were sawing the trees on both sides like a saw and toppling them backwards. Majide had seemed to clear up a bit in the coolness of the night. Now, with the effect of the speed, her head was becoming foggy again, and every piece of her thoughts was getting caught on these trees the headlights were chopping up. She decided to leave herself entirely in the hands of events. There was a great confidence inside her. "What can happen? Omer is beside me," she was saying. But she immediately admitted that this courage inside her came not from Omer's nearness, but from certain decisions she had given herself. Only at this moment, however much she tried, she couldn't find what these decisions were. Perhaps she didn't want to find them. After a while, the automobile began to descend a winding hill. Across, above the heads of the writer Hussein Bey and the bespectacled girl, a dark but lively sea was visible. When Majide looked out from the window beside her, she thought she heard the sound of the sea rustling like a field of ripe grain. The occasional passing steamers and the lanterns on the quay were shining with a greenish light like fireflies. Majide felt herself utterly alone. This feeling now seemed to her like something foreign. Before, too, she had lived long years of loneliness, but then she was struggling to escape from it and was doing something. But now there wasn't the slightest stirring in her soul. The feeling of loneliness was giving her nerves a sweet ease, and her head, like a child's body that lies down in the sun and yellow grass after running a long time and getting tired, was sinking into a numbness mixed with fine aches. When the automobile stopped, she was suddenly startled, and for a moment couldn't remember where she was. Omer had taken her arm and was trying to help her down. When she took a step towards outside, her eyes were dazzled by the lights of the car coming behind. Leaning her shoulder against the car body, she stood still. Hussein Bey had told the drivers to wait and had begun to knock on a glass door in front of them. This place resembled a casino that had dismissed its customers. A man in white underwears and undershirt, barefoot and dazed with sleep, opened the door with his face sullen, preparing to curse, and not even bothering to look outside through the glass. But when he came face to face with the writer Hussein Bey, he changed his manner and showed respect, saying, "Please, sir." They all went in together. Including Hussein Bey, there was a weariness and reluctance in everyone. The heaviness of the night and damp air seemed to have calmed the nerves. It was as if they were continuing not to have fun, but to finish since they had once started.
A weakness and dishevelment had come over the girls, too. Their faces had wrinkled, their temporary freshness had passed. Because they were unpainted as befitted intellectual ladies, they more resembled rakish young men. The waiter put on a white apron over his underdrawers and undershirt for some reason, and lighting the electric lamp in a far corner of the dark casino, invited the guests there. Then, going to the buffet, he brought several bottles of raku and a little cheese, bread, and 2 cans of sardines. Ismet Sharif tried to make witty remarks to give the friends waiting in great silence a little cheer. No one laughed except the girl left over from Emin Kamil. Omer was continuing to buzz away with Miss Umit. The writer, Hussein Bey, was continuing to tell the bespectacled girl something. Even Professor Hikmet had assumed a thoughtful manner. In fact, it was often like this. He would make excursions and entertainments with many great intentions and many arrangements, but after drinking a few glasses, he would writhe in a strange sadness and hopelessness. It was as if he needed the help of drink to understand his own nature, and his head, which when sober thought itself capable of everything, under the influence of alcohol was freeing itself from delusions of grandeur, from impossible aspirations, and returning to real and bitter life. They were pouring raku down their mouths which had begun to grow numb, one after another. Majide was drinking every glass extended to her, but this time not with pleasure. She was smiling with a bitter meaning, as if scolding someone. At one point she got up from her place and looked around. The waiter jumped up from the chair he was sitting on a little way off and showed the toilet. As soon as Majide opened the door, she was met by a sharp smell of urine. Everywhere, even the walls, was bright yellow. On the left were 2 faucets, and above them 2 dirty mirrors, and on the right 2 small doors. She pushed one of them. This place smelled worse. Going back out and standing at the faucet, her eye caught the mirror. At first she was astonished. There was no change at all in her face. Through her head passed the question, why did I think I would see a completely different face? She couldn't find an answer. The faucets were extremely dirty. Disgusted by touching a small piece of soap, she washed her hand only with water. A towel hanging between the 2 faucets, with its wet and sticky appearance, was thoroughly turning Majide's stomach. But the sharp smell of this place had helped clear her up a bit. Just at this moment the door was pushed. Expecting one of the young girls to enter, Majide saw instead the writer Ismet Sherif appear with his short stature and crooked head. As if astonished to find Majide there, "Oh, madam, excuse me," he said. Majide tried to go out without answering. Ismet Sherif, blocking her way, said, "I was very upset, Majide Hanum." The young woman asked without thinking, "Why?" "By the impropriety Omer has done. I was really very annoyed toward a person like you." Majide said to herself, "My God, what base and stupid ways he's taking. I suppose he saw me come in here. Yes, of course. Professor Hikmet, by taking a mean Camille's girl for himself, left this one out in the cold. Omer is also neglecting me. We're both considered vacant." While she was thinking these things, narrowing her eyes slightly, Ismet Sherif had pressed closer. I, as a writer, a man accustomed to seeing human souls close up, saw that a tragedy of self-respect was being played here this evening, and immediately suffered as much torture as you, he was saying, and with every sentence he was approaching a bit more. Majide thought again, a tragedy of self-respect? How simple men sometimes are. They think that a woman who has begun to feel anger, even hatred toward a man, immediately wants to find other men and throw herself around their necks. This fellow probably thinks this method will pay off. He pesters a person with whom he hasn't even exchanged 5 sentences and says words showing he's interested in her. I wonder if all men think us this stupid. Omer is having fun with someone else, and because I've been annoyed at him, he corners me in a toilet vestibule, and who knows what's passing through his head. While thinking about the situation she was in so finely, she didn't notice that by remaining motionless, she was giving courage to the man before her. But Ismet Sherif's penetrating eyes were accepting the young woman's waiting and hesitation as an inner struggle that would end in permission. He wasn't going to expect such a woman to throw herself around his neck without any coyness or thought. While moving his hands, he had touched Majide's fingers several times and had felt certain strings inside him stretch and come to the point of snapping. Simple but very clear desires were seething in his head. With both hands he seized Majide by the shoulders. The young woman took a step back, and her back touched the wall. At her small movement, Ismet Sherif, who rapidly withdrew his hands with no guess what kind of habit and assumed a position as if protecting himself from a slap, became emboldened when he saw that the woman before him was again looking at him with calm and pressed closer. His hands were on Majide's shoulders, and his face was a hand's breadth from hers. In his eyes was desire, threat, pleading, everything.
Majide, unable to make even the slightest movement, had leaned her back against the wall and was looking with attention and astonishment at this face right under her nose. What she saw was truly frightening. On a crooked head trying to stand straight, there was hair parted on the side, sparse and gray. Beneath this hair, gleaming under the 25-watt bulb, a dirty skin the pink of a scar was visible. In the forehead part, which seemed to be a continuation of the same skin, puffy and oily flesh filled the spaces between the wrinkles running all the way across. His honey-colored eyes were moving slowly like those of a beaten cat, and with a very open, very animal expression they were asking for something. The pores at the tip of his nose had enlarged, and fine oils had oozed from them. His long, blunt nose, with animal movements much resembling those in his eyes, seemed to stretch and shrink.
His whole face, down to the roots of his beard that had begun to come out, was red as if scalded and glistening with oil. These oils, mixing at the corners of his lips with remnants of appetizers, were assuming an even more disgusting aspect. As his upper lip, trembling, was drawn toward his nose, a yellow, long row of teeth and several parsley leaves stuck to his gums were visible, and a terrible smell, produced by the mixing of rocky and canned sardines and stomach juices, was hitting the young girl's face. Instead of doing anything, Majide couldn't keep from leaning against the wall and watching this face and sinking into thoughts that chased one another. This man and the others, all of them together, how they had found themselves in 5 or 6 hours. The great masters who before the entertainment had been talking on topics each loftier than the other, who didn't want to come down to earth from the world of ideas, who nourished an exemplary contempt for base desires and passions, they had sunk degree by degree to the state of a hungry animal and had pressed up to her like this, to within a hand's breadth of her nose. Majide was seeing that not the smallest particle of the things that make a person human existed in this fellow now standing before her, and the strangest thing was that she wasn't astonished at this. Yet until now she had thought that the things stuffed into a person's head and melted there would enter our souls and our smallest cells, would save us from being animals like this and make us something else, something cleaner. She was still of the opinion that it ought to be so, and she said to herself, these people weren't anything else to begin with. All their words, all they read, all they wrote, all they thought were lies. But not everyone has to be like this. There may be people whom it would be impossible to see for a moment in this state in life. While saying this, she sensed she was referring to someone, but she didn't want to admit even to herself who it was. The writer, emboldened by Majide's calm, tried to seize the young woman's head with his hands, but he felt himself pushed violently from the chest, which he hadn't at all expected. He stumbled, held on to one of the doors on the right, and stared after the woman who was going out without any hurry. When Majide came and sat down in her place, she saw that except for Hussein Bey and Omer, everyone was drunk to the point of losing themselves. Professor Hikmet, who had sat down beside her, had rested the head of the girl left from Amin Kamil on the table. He himself had leaned back in his chair and kept belching. When he saw Majide, he smiled. He tried to throw his arm around the young woman's neck. When he couldn't manage it, he began to mutter, "What would it matter, young lady? You count as our sister." He was saying things like this, and with his hands, with their frightening nails, he was holding on to the chair Majide was sitting on. At this point, the young woman's eyes met her husband's. For a while, they looked at each other. Omer drew from his wife's look a questioning meaning. He thought she meant to say, "What is this, Omer? Why don't you want to put this fellow in his place?" Leaning toward her, in a voice astonishingly sober and smooth, he said softly, "What can we do, darling? You see his state. He's not himself. At the same time, he's my teacher. Well, not really. He counts as one. Besides, how shall I say?" Lowering his voice even more, he added, "You know my habits. I owe him 10 or 12 liras. How can I rebuff him?" When Majida heard these words, she seemed to shudder. At this moment before her was Omer in all his identity, Omer whom she had known for months, whom she loved,
whom she didn't admire, and whom she now found far from her, very far. She understood him very well. The man who laid another girl in his lap beside his wife, then suddenly, thinking of his debt of a few kurush, was ashamed to say a word, who forgot his wife on the roads, but loved that same woman enough to give his life, who at this moment would faint with hatred and disgust at hearing the name of a man, but the next day, simply because he couldn't bring himself to do otherwise, would walk arm in arm with him, while fleeing into jokes, into attacks that weren't serious, so as not to show his feelings. The Omer who would forget his real feelings was stark naked before her. She had never seen him this close. She understood her husband, still loved him, but she was preserving with an ache inside the distance she had been feeling since evening. So at such a moment, at the moment when she had given her definite decision that everything must end, that it could no longer continue this way, it was fated to see Omer so clearly and so close. 26. The next day, when she opened her eyes, she found herself alone in bed. Omer had gotten up quietly without waking her, dressed and gone. It was approaching noon. Through the open window, a terrible heat was penetrating and making her neck and under her eyes sweat. She jumped down, slipped on her slippers, and going to the faucet, splashed cold water on her face. There was no heaviness or tiredness at all in her body, no buzzing at all in her head. She hadn't expected to wake up so lively and fresh after last night's events. Now she remembered everything very well and was thinking without getting angry, without laughing. She and Omer, leaving the others at the tavern, had slipped outside and walked for a while by the sea. Day was about to break. From the sea, which stretched out flat and looked as heavy, dark, and bright as mercury in an earthen bowl, a salty, sharp smell of seaweed was spreading. They had gone quite a way, stumbling on the broken quay and without saying anything. Because Majida was accustomed to Omer starting to talk and explaining at length at such moments, she was expecting it any minute, but this time she wasn't hiding herself that a little bit of unwillingness was also mixed in this expectation. If her husband began to talk, perhaps he would try to explain many things and to change the convictions in Majida's head, and perhaps he would succeed in this too. But Majida sensed that whatever happened, an unchangeable decision had been made somewhere deep inside her, and every remedy would do nothing but postpone this decision a while longer. Omer didn't open his mouth at all. Only when Majida's foot struck a stone and she stumbled, he caught her arm, and the young woman started as if a wounded spot had been touched. Omer always caught her by this arm, always in the same place, and always in this manner. Then it seemed strange to her to think of this event like recalling a sweet memory belonging to old times.
Here was her husband. The same man was beside her and was holding her arm as tightly as before. It was also certain that this man loved her no less than before, or differently. Then what had changed? Majida was afraid that what had changed was herself, and that she was doing Omer an injustice. Yes, yes, she thought. This boy was always the same thing. He was this from the first day. I knew this too. It's not right not to tolerate now what I tolerated then, but what can I do? After walking quite a way, an automobile passed beside them. Signaling, they stopped it and returned home. Omer paid the car with the 2 liras he had taken from Professor Hikmet when going to the entertainment the night before. Even while coming quite fast on the deserted roads and in the cool morning, Omer hadn't opened his mouth, but the moment they entered the room, seizing Majide's hands, he said, "My darling." Majide looked at her husband's face. Although she thought she was expressing many things with her eyes, she was doing nothing but smiling with a little reproach. Omer, taking courage from this, said, "Majide, from now on we won't go anywhere. Not to music gardens, not to entertainments, nor will we invite friends to our home. I'm going to cut off relations with all my acquaintances. I want to begin a completely new and more meaningful life. I'm going to strangle this cursed devil inside me." Majide wasn't forgetting that she was listening to this kind of talk perhaps for the 10th time, but she also had no doubt at all that Omer at this moment was, as always, completely sincere.
Despite all her decisions, she was afraid she would fall into one of her usual moments of weakness in the face of her husband's words, and especially his passionate manner. She didn't want such a thing at all. This time she had no intention of wiping away all her anger, all the pain that had accumulated inside, with feverish kisses. Indeed, Omer too seemed to sense this. A silence settled on his manner. The moment they got into bed, they both fell asleep. Now when Majida woke, she was seeing that her husband had gotten up quietly after an hour or two of sleep and gone. A terrible heaviness came over her inside. Going to the kitchen they shared with the madam, she made herself some tea and prepared a little breakfast. After filling her stomach, when she looked at the clock, she saw it had approached 4. There was nothing extraordinary going on as she had thought last night. Despite this, she was bored. The lightness she had felt when she got out of bed had passed very quickly. She said to herself, "It's probably the effect of the alcohol." She wanted to keep her thoughts as far from Omer as possible. It occurred to her that there was nothing in the kitchen to eat for the evening. She rummaged through her purse. She had about 20 kurish. Because they had been getting this and that from the grocer on credit, they could get through today with this. She dressed slowly. When she went out to the street, it had come to 6 o'clock, and a crowd smelling of sweat and hurrying had begun to fill the avenues. Before stopping at the grocer's, Majide wanted to take a walk. Many evenings at this hour, she would walk towards Galatasaray and usually meet Omer. This time, too, she walked as far as Tepebashi, then crossed to the opposite sidewalk and turned back. Greek songs were coming from the garden beside her. When she came to Galatasaray again, she suddenly started. 15 or 20 paces ahead, someone who resembled Omer was going. He was walking arm in arm with a woman who wore white high-heeled pumps on her bare feet. Majide quickened her pace a bit, but in the crowd she seemed to lose them. From behind, she thought the woman resembled Umit. Then she found this thought ridiculous. It was impossible that she would be walking around Beyoğlu in this getup. At this point she saw them again, about 30 paces ahead. They had pressed quite close to each other. Majide put all her attention on the woman, but because the distance was rather far, she couldn't make anything out. She quickened her pace again, and bumping into passers-by came as close as 10 paces. Her eyes caught on the woman's pink bare heels. These belonged to a rather old person. Every time they pressed on the heel of the pump, their lower edges turned a pus-colored yellow. Her arm hanging down from her short-sleeved blouse was bright red and had pores visible from afar. They were bringing their heads together and talking. Majide paused for a moment where she was and took a deep breath. It was certain that this woman was one of the coquettes encountered at every step in Beyoğlu. She was astonished at how Umit had first come to her mind. With a sudden decision, she quickened her pace again. She had lost those ahead. She was afraid of not finding them. She was almost running and making passers-by look at her. Finally, she saw them again, and this time she came as close as 4 or 5 paces. At this moment, both of them entered one of the cinemas on the left side. Without even looking at the pictures or even the name of the film, they went up to the ticket window. Majide noticed that all the intentions in her head had flown away in an instant. She was thinking of nothing but running away at once, getting as far away as possible.
The more she advanced toward home, almost at a run, the more the feeling of nausea inside her increased and became material. Some dirty images wouldn't leave her eyes. She was thinking of their images in the box and was stamping her feet on the ground. He's certainly done such things before, too. Then we lay side by side. He rubbed against me. He took me in his arms, in the same arms. What a filthy thing! What a filthy thing! She muttered. She felt her voice was stuck in her throat, and her gullet ached as if she had been shouting and yelling for a long time, and her mouth had dried. She was looking at passers-by with angry eyes. Suddenly she discovered that all the people in this avenue had always been walking around grinning, and she was angry. The smells that hit her nose as she passed in front of shops were also annoying her. A peach smell spreading from a greengrocer was mixing with the naphthalene of the haberdasher beside it, and both together with the smell of fried smelt coming from who knows where. The burnt gasoline fumes left behind by the passing automobiles were also joining with these and sticking to Musiday's face, and the young woman was running her hand over her cheeks and nose, as if brushing away cobwebs that caught on her face while walking among trees. By the time she came home, she had completely calmed down. She immediately took her bag and began to stuff her things into it. Since she had left Aunt Emine's house, nothing had been added to these but a couple of pairs of stockings. Her brown sweater was still there, but her shoes of the same color had been thrown aside and had turned white with mold. She suddenly straightened up. She asked herself, "Where am I going? What am I going to do with these? To Balıkesir? To Aunt Emine's? What do you mean?" There was no place to go. But who knows, perhaps there was. While thinking this, she wasn't at all excited. What else could she do? As when she left Aunt Emine and stood in front of the door not knowing where to go, a moonlit sea came to life before her eyes. The bright and mysterious sea that she had sat in the rowboat with Omer and watched, that she had at first been afraid to touch and then dipped her hand in up to the wrist. She gave her bag a kick. The underwear scattered on the dirty carpet. "What's the need for these? Stupidity," she said. She took a stack of paper from the cupboard at the head of the bed. Although it hadn't yet grown completely dark outside, she closed the curtains and turned on the lamp. Going to the table, she began to write hurriedly with a pencil. "Omer, I'm leaving you and going. You know how painful this will be for me, that I have no one in life but you. I know that you, too, have no one but me. Despite this, I'm going to leave you and go. Ever since the day I left Aunt Emine's house and followed after you, there has been a strange fear inside me that it would be like this. However much I tried to hide this from myself, it would find an opportunity and appear again in my head and upset me very much. I thought about the reasons for this fear. During our life together, which has passed 3 months, I searched for what had to be done so that this moment wouldn't come. Finally, I saw there was no remedy but to leave myself in the hands of coincidence and life. I don't know if there's any need to tell you. Omer, my dear husband, we are 2 people whose sides don't resemble each other in any way, who have no common thoughts and views. Who knows what reasons caused coincidence to unite us? You said you loved me. I believed this. I loved you too, and how I loved you. There's no change in my feelings today either. But why I loved you, this I couldn't find, and it was this that made me think, that made me doubt the continuation of our life with you. I just couldn't know why I loved you. I won't say I didn't admire your habits, the things you did, but I didn't understand them. You too can deny that you didn't understand many things of mine. That being so, what strange force had bound us to each other so firmly? Although I understood from the first moment that we were people of completely different worlds, what was it that kept me here and filled my heart with joy when I saw you? Could it be that devil you always speak of, and on whom you load the blame for every action of yours? In recent days, I too began to be afraid of this. Until now, I had always been accustomed to doing the things I thought about and found right. This time, it really was possible that the force binding me to this life, of which I couldn't find any right or sensible side, was a devil hidden inside me. This possibility alarmed me considerably. To come under the command of some forces in life besides my own thoughts and decisions was something I could never bear. At the same time, I saw that for as long as I was with you, for some reason I couldn't use my will. To be subject to you, to your will, wouldn't be hard for me, but there had to be at least some smallest common point between us. I had to find at least some of the things you did right and good. To keep repeating things I could never do on my own, simply because of being subject to a force I didn't know, made me think, and finally made me give this decision I had been fleeing from for months. Omer, if I knew that my staying would have the slightest effect, the slightest benefit on you, I certainly would stay.
Don't deny it at all, and don't think I'm thinking wrong. All your love for me, all my influence on you couldn't change you the least. When you were with me, you were the best, sweetest, and most reasonable person in the world. The moment you left, you would return to your old state, and perhaps angry at yourself for having submitted to me, would go even further. Time, instead of improving these ways of yours, took them to worse. I saw that even though I sat right beside you, looked into your eyes, I couldn't affect you. Who knows, perhaps you and those around you are right. Perhaps as a person rises, he must be like this. But despite all my effort, I couldn't warm to the life I was in. I couldn't understand this life. I couldn't see that it was much different from my old meaningless existence, from my utterly empty childhood and school life. I know I'm not a very clever, ignorant girl, but if there were somewhat strong and beautiful sides in you and those around you, would this prevent me from seeing them?
Wouldn't I want to learn many things, to be able to think better, to see what I couldn't see? When I came among you, I found none of these. Your only difference from the neighborhood women among us, or at Aunt Amin's, was that you talked a bit more and more incomprehensibly. Now, when I think about it, although for 3 months I've listened to the arguments and lectures of those various friends of yours, I just can't find what I learned. Despite this, there was something that bound me to you. Although your exterior was the same as those around you, you seemed to me completely different. I was seeing that you didn't like these friends, this milieu, these rotten creatures, that you were bored. I hoped that one day you would become a completely different person. This hope of mine, which strengthened a bit in the first days, gradually disappeared completely. I understood that you couldn't find in yourself the courage to suddenly settle accounts with the people and milieu you had been among until this age. I didn't have the strength to give you this courage. When I said, "Leave them," you would say, "Whom shall I cling to?" I, poor Majid, whom could I show you? What? There must be something more right and sensible than this life, but what it is, I don't know either. Therefore, I couldn't help you. Perhaps you were thinking completely different things when you took me and brought me to your house. You thought I would open a new world to you. I disappointed you. I couldn't be a guide to you, only a companion, but neither of us knew the way, and we could do nothing but be a burden to each other, confuse each other. Now we must separate. As I said, if I knew I would be of the slightest use to you, I would bear everything and stay. But I see that your salvation lies in solitude. Still, even today, I'm convinced that after floundering a while longer, you'll find your way. But you must be alone. No person must get tangled in your feet. Only if we had met a few years later, then our life might have taken a completely different shape. Then I would submit to you and enjoy it. But now, knowing it's of no use, to be a plaything of things I find wrong and meaningless, despite all my love, is impossible. Irmer, I keep talking about you. The reason for this is that I really think of you more than myself. I don't know what I'll do. More correctly, there's only one thing to do, and I don't want to know it either. I'm a person who has tried to do no injustice and wrong to anyone in my life, and who has been upset at injustice done even to others as if it were done to myself. To do something to myself that it doesn't deserve at all, to allow this heavy and irreparable injustice, will be hard for me. But what can I do? When I came after you, I left everything. I cut off my connection with everything. Besides, what I sacrificed wasn't such a great thing either. When you took me from Aunt Amin's door, I had already cut off my connection with my old life. Then, too, I had rushed into the street without knowing what I would do. To return to Balikasir, to my sister and brother-in-laws, seemed to me terrible and impossible. I was in a wretched state, but there was a hope inside me that I hid even from myself. When I found you waiting in front of the door, it was as if I had known it would be like this. Without saying a word, without taking into account what you would think of me, I came with you.
I took gladly, believingly, a step that's very hard for a young girl to take. I don't regret these things. No one had forced me. I found it right and did it. But now, what Irmer will be waiting for me in front of the door? Who will speak of his love to me in dark streets at midnight? You had turned the bitterest day of my life into the happiest day. While going with a man I barely knew to a place I didn't know at all, desires that excited me were bubbling inside. Now I'll go out and leave again. Where? I'm not taking my suitcase and things with me. One can go without underwear too to the place I'm going. But I won't lose hope until the last minute, until the minute I do this greatest injustice to myself, which has done me no wrong. I'll try to find strength by hoping that everything can change. Irmer, I have only one request of you. You see how calmly and sensibly I am writing. Never consider yourself responsible for my fate. You are guilty not toward me, but really toward yourself. Try to correct this and attain a new life. I'm sure that if you are left alone, you will accomplish this. And there won't be need for this solitude either. Perhaps a strong and knowledgeable person, a friend, a beloved, will take your hand and show you the way. I'm going as a bit of victim of accident, you might say. If an automobile hit me, if the rowboat I was in capsized, or if lightning struck the tree I was sitting under, would it occur to me to hold anyone responsible for these things? That's how little blame I find in you, too. Because I know you did many things on my account, I even hold myself a bit responsible. For instance, if it weren't for me, your head wouldn't have struggled so much over money matters, and perhaps you wouldn't have done that to the cashier. Or, although I don't want to say it here at all, it came to the tip of my pen. Or you wouldn't have felt desires toward other women because of being attached to one woman and taken some street woman beside you and... Majid slowly put the pencil down on the table. She clenched her teeth.
Finally, unable to control herself any longer, she collapsed on the papers and began to cry. She stayed like this for a long time, perhaps 15 or 20 minutes. She wasn't very emotional. She was shedding silent, unrebellious tears as she had cried for her father's death 3 months ago. She raised her head again. She wiped the tears on her cheeks with the back of her left hand and, taking up the pencil, crossed out the last line she had written. After that, in a trembling hand and very hurriedly, she continued, "Many more things come to my mind to write. What's the use? If we sat and talked for hours, it still wouldn't seem like ending. But how little we talked after we began living together. Didn't we have anything to say to each other? Why? Why didn't we talk things over at length? Perhaps then many things would have been different." "That's enough now, Omer. I'm not angry at you. I know you too well to be angry at you. Besides, I love you. I love you without knowing why I love you. I'll take this love with me everywhere I go. Goodbye. I kiss your beautiful lips. Don't be angry at me either. I couldn't do it any other way. Goodbye." The tears were continuing to trickle down her cheeks. She arranged the papers she had written one under the other. She glanced around the room lit by the red lampshade. She felt she had an attachment to this furniture, which she had never much loved, piece by piece. Even the thick curtains, greasy where they were handled, were warmer-faced this evening. It was as if everything was pulling her from some side and trying to hold her back. On one corner of the table was a teacup left from noon. A fly had attacked the dried sugar in its bottom. It was taking off and landing, and sometimes staying for quite a while. Majide fixed her eyes on that creature and was lost in thought. At one point, her usual why question dropped from her lips. Why? What was the need for all this? What had she done? For what fault of hers was she being punished? And at this point, she thought she hadn't been entirely sincere in the letter she had written and left. She wasn't not angry at Omer at all. How could she not be angry? How could a person older in years, who had read more, who had seen more things because he was a man, do things as thoughtless as a child's, and thereby finally give occasion for another person to be sacrificed?
Majide was thinking of herself as a stranger and was practically defending a poor soul who had been wronged. Besides, she was feeling that somewhere in the letter she had written she hadn't been sincere. But before there was time to think about this, she heard footsteps running up the stairs and immediately gathered all the papers and stuffed them under the quilt. Chapter 27. It was Bedri who quickly opened the door and entered. His face was deathly pale and excited. Majide startled. She had never seen her old teacher in such an agitated state. After Bedri looked carefully at Majide's face, "You've been crying, so you've heard the news," he said. Majide didn't understand anything. Bedri certainly didn't mean to say that Omer had gone to the cinema with a woman. The young man, struggling to regain his composure, continued. "Now there's no use getting alarmed and confused. We must think calmly and find a remedy. I'm sure Omer has no connection with this business. It's not his habit to poke his nose into such things. He's been burned in that dog Nihat's fire." When Majide heard the word Nihat, she seemed to wake from sleep. She sensed something terrible and taking a step towards Bedri. "I don't understand. What Nihat? What's happened? I haven't heard anything," she said. Bedri startled. "How can that be? Well, why were you crying then? So you haven't heard? Of course, how would you hear? It's only been an hour or two." Majide became more alarmed. "Tell me, what happened? Has something happened to Omer?" "Yes, just as he was about to leave his office, they arrested him. Many of Nihat and the boys with him have also been caught. They called Professor Hikmet too, but the fellow found a way and slipped out of it. At least he wasn't arrested. He has influential friends. They must have intervened." Majide, holding onto a chair, asked, "Why? What's the reason? Is it the cashier business?" Bedri said, "What cashier?" He couldn't immediately remember this incident Omer had once told him about. Majide continued to ask insistingly, "Where did you get the news? Couldn't you learn the reason? Where is Omer now? Can we go and see him right away?" Bedri, showing Majide a chair, "Sit down. Don't be alarmed. They're at the police station. It seems they'll stay there tonight. It may not be possible to see them. It wouldn't be right just now. Let's learn what the business is. I'll take care of it. The moment I heard, I came straight here. One of Nihat's friends told me. I learned from him, too, that Professor Hikmet was released." After looking at the young woman's face for a while, he continued slowly, "That it should be like this is a terrible thing, something completely unexpected. Who knows where you went last night? Was Nihat with you? He wasn't. Of course, they separated unannounced at Bayezid, together with the boys around him. I don't suspect anything else. Besides, the boy who gave me the news also let out a little bit. It must be something connected with these matters. But what did they do to go as far as arrest, I wonder? You're sure Omer wasn't involved in anything, aren't you? Nihat and the young men around him used to come here often, but they did nothing but meaningless arguments."
Well, we'll understand all this. We'll learn everything. If I were sure you'd keep your calm, I'd go right now and find out. But I'm afraid to leave you alone." Majida shook her head with a smile, meaning there was no need to be afraid. Bedri said, "All right, I'm going. Wait for me. If I'm late, I'll come tomorrow morning. I'm going to cross to Istanbul. If they won't let me into the police station, I'll try to find his friends and so on and learn something. Goodbye." He extended his hand. They looked into each other's eyes. Majida wanted to say, "I trust you," and she thought that the eyes of the person before her said more, other things. Bedri ran down the stairs and left. Majida was thinking nothing. She had become dazed as if from sleep. Only now and completely was she feeling the weight of the events that had followed one another since last evening. The room, which a while ago had been pulling at her skirt and not wanting to let her out, had grown narrow enough to suffocate a person. The window opened not onto width and infinity, but like the mouth of a well, onto darker and more suffocating places. The fly that had been sucking the sugar in the teacup was sitting motionless on a corner of the tablecloth as if it had fainted. Majida, who a while ago had been thinking, "Even this creature has the right to live, so why don't I? Why?" now wanted to leave the room and the fly and go to an open place to get air filling her lungs. She turned off the light and went out.
She wanted to walk in streets with few people, but the avenues were crowded and bright. She walked toward Shishli. She was taking hurried steps. Several white-trousered, curly-haired young gentlemen who saw a woman alone on the road at this hour tried to follow her. Majida, quickening her pace even more, escaped from them. The heroes had considered it too much trouble to run and sweat to obtain a woman. When she came to the road going to the Freedom Monument, she slowed down. The road and the air had somewhat relieved the tightness inside her. At a place where the houses ended and country casinos were visible in the distance, she sat down on the grass at the side of the road. Here she was met with thoughts suddenly attacking her head, and the first idea that came alarmed her. "I was about to do Omer a great injustice with the letter I wrote and left," she was saying. "Fortunately, it won't reach his hands. The moment I get back, I'll tear it up. How did I mistake a complete stranger for Omer? But his clothes, his hat, then his walk and his talking with his head tilted a bit to one side, from behind, how much they resembled him. Is this enough to mistake a man at a distance as close as 5 or 10 paces for one's husband? I don't think so. So I must have found it natural, even likely, that Omer would be walking around in such a situation and with such a woman. I didn't hesitate for a moment. Why? Have my judgments about him reached a state that makes me make such mistakes? Perhaps. I must tear up the letter at once. Certainly. But is what I wrote wrong? Even if these events hadn't happened, wouldn't it have been possible to leave the letter just as it was and go? There I wanted to tell not an incident, but a whole piece of life. I made the account of our 3 months together. Yes, and on the condition that there not be the slightest part that could be called too little or too much. Just because I was wrong about seeing Omer with a woman? In fact, because Omer has been arrested, is it possible to change a single thing I wrote? Haven't events and people remained all the same? In fact, doesn't this arrest incident prove how right my thoughts were? Or rather, how Omer was blindly dragging himself to disaster, or rather letting himself be dragged. This business that has befallen Omer has thoroughly shaken me. His pitiable state comes before my eyes. But does all this bring me close to him again? Do I believe that a common life with him can again be led? One must be completely sincere. Everything depends on this. No, I don't believe. Oh no. Everything has really ended. When she came to this point in her thoughts, she drew in her breath noisily like a hopeless child and continued to mutter to herself. A while ago, before Bedri came, I was thinking that somewhere in the letter I had written I hadn't been sincere. Where was it? Yes, it was the parts where I said that this time when I left Omer's house I had no hope, that no secret feeling was giving me courage as when I left Aunt Amina's house. Did I have no hope? When I said I'll hope until the last minute that everything can change, did I mean nothing? For instance, one must be very sincere, this time with myself. For instance, Bedri. While writing those lines, I wonder if I didn't think of Bedri at all, without realizing it or something. Or did this idea appear in my head when Bedri came and said Omer was arrested and showed close interest in me? Perhaps. I don't think I remembered him while writing the letter. Well, then why am I dwelling so much on this matter now? When Bedri left me last night, he said something like, "I'm always ready to help you." How did he know? How did he guess? What a humane manner he has. He's as upset about Omer's misfortune as I am, perhaps more. Someone else, after all these incidents, would even have been pleased. Isn't he at all pleased? No such thing can be sensed from his manner. Yet he's not very skilled at hiding his feelings. But how beautifully he can talk. That entertainment evening. Which entertainment evening? Wasn't it just last night? At just this hour? It seems to me as if months have passed. Last night he said such beautiful and true things. These famous and learned men hadn't been able to pull the wool over his eyes. So it's not required that everyone be like that and admire them. Perhaps Bedri knows what we don't know,
that there must be something other than this meaningless and empty life, and what that other thing is. If he knows, if he too sees that those higher than our Aunt Amina's and our neighbors in Balikasir don't necessarily have to be of the Ismet Sharif or Professor Hikmet breed, that it's also possible to live more sensibly, more humanely, and the ways to attain such a life are known to him, what an extraordinary man! Yes, not losing himself when he has so many troubles on his head, his bearing with a friend like Omer's every manner, his most unbearable treatment, the attitude he has taken toward me and the interest he has shown without expecting anything in return. Many more things show what a thinking, feeling person he is, who acts according to decisions given after weighing and measuring these. He has never said anything to me, never taken an attitude that would be unbecoming to Omer's friend. But there's a side of him that is more important, and the more I think about it, the more I like it. He didn't play a role either. He didn't shrink by trying to hide his feelings. He didn't avoid from time to time laying out old memories and letting it be sensed that he was still under the influence of them. But despite this, he didn't try to take advantage of the friendship and trust shown him by revealing any desire or hidden purpose. Majida got up from her place. Again, with hurried steps, she took the road home. There was a possibility that Bedri would bring news and not find her at home. But was it Bedri's news that was giving such speed to her steps, or was it him himself? She forced out and expelled this question that wanted to appear in her brain. Bedri came toward noon the next day. Majida had spent the night rather excitedly and hardly slept. For the first time since she had begun living with Omer, she was sleeping alone. She couldn't dare to get under the quilt. She lay down in her clothes. Although she would seem to doze off from time to time, she would wake up at the smallest crack or a sound in the street, raise her head, and wait for Bedri to bring news. Towards morning she had slept for about an hour and been awakened by the shriek of a woman calling the vegetable man from the window of one of the houses across. From that moment until Bedri came, a terrible torture of waiting began. To pass the time, she made practically a general cleaning, starting with making her bed. She shook the tablecloths, went to the kitchen and washed the accumulated dishes. She reclassified the laundry in the mirrored wardrobe, and holding Omer's shirts and socks in her hands for a long time, thought. She paced up and down between the window and the door. She climbed on the table and dusted the lampshade with a cloth. She went to the window again and, leaning out to her waist, surveyed the street. Waiting and alarm had settled in her chest like shortness of breath. She could neither read a book nor understand anything from the sheet music she leafed through, nor, despite all her effort, put a morsel in her mouth. Finally, unable to stand it any longer, she rushed out to the street. She wanted to meet Bedri on the way. She was walking with quick steps and expecting him to appear from every corner. As she approached a corner, her heart hopped faster. When she understood that no one resembling Bedri was in the parts of the street she could see, she felt as if she had been slapped, and until the next corner, hopes would appear anew inside her. She felt she couldn't walk any further. Perhaps Bedri has come by other roads and is waiting for me at home, she thought, and ran back. There was no one. She sat down at the table. Covering her face with her hands, she stayed for a long time and didn't notice Bedri quietly coming in. The young man in a soft, also somewhat affectionate voice, as if reluctant to disturb her. "How are you? You waited for me a long time, didn't you?" Majida quickly pulled her hands from her face. Without getting up, she greeted him by nodding her head. Bedri, who had thought he would encounter tearful eyes, was astonished at the calm but somewhat aged expression on Majida's face.
Let me first tell the essence of the matter. Then we'll come to that too, he said, and without waiting for Majida's answer, he continued. Nihat and the young men he had gathered around him, because of youth, ignorance, aimlessness, and also somewhat from the desire to get ahead, had begun to publish various magazines and brochures to monopolize love of country and nation, and to shower insults and slander all around. You know this. At first, these publications, which had no definite target and gave the impression of the unnatural eruption of some passions that hadn't found their way, in recent days took on a systematic character. This struck my eye too, like everyone else. These heroes who used to conduct their arguments shouting in coffee houses, on ferries, on the roads, who considered it a swaggering thing to state their ideas openly and, if necessary, defend them with their fists, suddenly, for some reason, took on a mysterious identity. When 2 or 3 of them got together in a coffee house, they would put their heads together and talk in whispers. If a strong attack was made on their ideas in an argument, instead of answering their opponents, they would content themselves with a confident smile, meaning, when the time comes, we'll show you how many corners the world has. And finally, they were associating with some adventurer and mysterious fellows whose nature until now couldn't quite be understood. One of these, that tartar-faced fellow we sometimes saw with Nihat, is also among the detainees. Anyway, there's no need to give too many details. These enthusiastic young men, some knowingly, some unknowingly, have fallen into a perfect net. While thinking they were expressing and writing their own ideas, they had become the interpreters, the pitiful playthings of foreign and barbarous opinions. While thinking they would defend the lying and insidious worldview that was instilled in them, they hadn't known they were digging the pit of themselves, their nation, and humanity. And finally, they had gotten into business that could be called service on behalf of another state. According to documents that have been seized, lists of people they considered opposed to them in the country were made and given to mysterious hands remaining behind the curtain. Many people were classified according to the direction of their thinking, their blood, the lineage of their 7th ancestors, or their birthplace, and registered in ledgers. Meanwhile, quite a bit of money swindling had also gone on. Only the big shots benefited from this, and the other poor novices shouted for the love of their patron saint. In fact, the matter came out from there. Several idealist youths who sensed that although there was a money game going on, nothing was being let them smell, exposed the business. You see, disgusting things. I don't think Omer has any connection, only he's afraid that if the cashier business comes out because of the 250 liras he left at Nihat's house. It's not quite right to say he's afraid. He's in a strange state. He's changed overnight and has become more worried about the cashier than about himself. After weeks, even months have passed over everything, this manner seemed strange to me. Besides, there was a quietness in his whole manner that I wasn't accustomed to until now. He seemed very thoughtful. Then, when he mentioned you, he just couldn't finish his words. Majide asked, "Is he worried about me? What does he say?" Bedri, wrinkling his face, "To tell you the truth, I didn't understand much," he said. When your name came up, he sank into long thoughts. "The Majide matter must be settled now," he said. I asked, "How so?" He didn't answer and changed the subject. I had thought he would be more emotional. He isn't. I wondered if he was frightened. I looked, and he's not alarmed about his arrest. He's sure he'll be released. Perhaps this state is the beginning of a somewhat more sensible life. Majide, fixing her eyes on a piece of dust on Bedri's collar, was lost in thought. She was wrinkling her brow as if wanting to get out of a complicated calculation. After a while, as if wanting to bind the person before her with her fixed gaze, asked, "Do you think Omer will change?" Bedri gave an evasive answer. "In what way? Why do you ask?" "No reason. I wanted to learn your opinion. What do you say?" "I don't know. He might change, but—" "Yes?" "It takes a long time." "I see." She suddenly got up from her place. Making it clear she didn't want to talk further on this subject at the moment, she said, "Come on, let's go and see Omer. They'll certainly show him to me." Bedri had been expecting this suggestion. They went out together. At the detention center, it wasn't hard to see Omer. Majide noticed that her husband had changed considerably and immediately looked for the reason. His beard had grown a bit, but this could be considered his usual state. No, there was another transformation, another meaning in his eyes, in the lines of his face.
First he extended his hand to Majide, then to Bedri. In the whitewashed visiting room there were 2 wooden chairs. Omer wanted to seat his visitors and remain standing himself, but Bedri gave him his place. Majide looked at her husband with a slight smile, but the smile Omer began as an answer stopped halfway. That he was holding his facial muscles in such a strange tension as to cause discomfort was upsetting and paining Majide.
None of them could begin to speak. Bedri found it more appropriate to leave the husband and wife alone and went to the guard standing a little way off. Despite this, neither Omer nor Majida could approach each other, and the longer this distressing silence continued, the more they felt that something had broken between them. Majida remembered that in the letter she had written yesterday there was a sentence in the form of, "Didn't we have anything to say to each other?" And with great sorrow she thought, "Perhaps we didn't. Look, like strangers. I'm the same. Why?" The first day we met he had talked so much without knowing me, without knowing whether I would listen or not. Always like that. He begins wonderfully and immediately drops it. Perhaps from laziness, perhaps from not knowing where to take it. Finally, just to have said something, "Are you very bored, Omer? When did you come here?" she said. There was no time to be bored. The investigation continued until midnight last night. Early this morning we were sent here. Are you very upset? Oh, come on. They've already begun to understand that I have no connection with anything. Only I pity the state of Nihat and his gang. The heroes have turned into mangy cats. Each finds the blame in the other. Already today they've started to fight. The brave men who were going to sacrifice their lives for friendship and their cause are now trying to sell each other to save their own skins. To see them in all their helplessness and filth is a sad thing. Majida was listening carefully and meanwhile thinking, isn't there anything to talk about concerning ourselves? But all the blame for this strangeness couldn't be hers. Here was Omer too continuing to keep his distance and wandering over subjects not concerning themselves. To establish this, contrary to what she expected, didn't cause Majida any pain at all. Was it so easy to see that Omer was beginning to distance himself from her? But what right did she have to be angry at him, even to be astonished? Omer standing before her, with his small eyes lively as always, his hair falling over his forehead, stirring his beautiful lips even when he was silent, he was giving her none of the old excitements, the old desires. She was listening to her husband with a polite interest as to a distant relative, a friend just met, but in him she was finding only very small traces of the Omer she was still in love with, whose image she kept alive in her head and perhaps always would. At the guard's signal, they stood up. They parted calmly, even somewhat in a friendly way, but Majida noticed on Omer's face, who accompanied them to the door, the contractions of a smile stopped halfway, just as when they came, and until they got home, even longer, she couldn't drive this image from her head. 28. Majida, always together with Bedri, was visiting Omer twice a week. Inside her were again those contradictory feelings she couldn't analyze. When she didn't see her husband, she thought that she loved him considerably, but that it was no longer possible for them to live together. But when they came face to face, she was accepting that there was very little connection between the man she loved and this Omer, yet despite this that it was impossible to leave him in such a situation and part, and even after Omer got out of here, it would be necessary to try to drag out their lives together for a while. The first investigation had been going on for 15 days. According to what Bedri told, every day a new matter was coming out. The affair, in general, wasn't a terrible thing as it had been thought. It consisted of 5 or 10 stupid young men becoming the tools of some swindling, adventurous, and sold-out men, with the dream of saying tremendous words, writing pieces, and thereby preparing great positions for themselves. Each considering himself the most powerful critic, philosopher, historian, poet, politician, and youth leader of the future, even of today, and all of them together having caught an incurable megalomania, these ignorant and cowardly youths were crying before the examining magistrate, complaining to the gendarmes, hoping for help from the guards, and writing secret letters to the court, informing on new partners in crime or new crimes of existing partners in crime. Majida was learning all this from Bedri. Lately, Omer wasn't talking about himself or about others. He only fixed his eyes on Majida's face and was silent, or talked with Bedri about nothing in particular.
Majida decided that there was no need for this indecisive situation to go on any longer. She would cut and throw it away and think afterwards what to do. In a day they planned to meet Bedri at one of the coffee houses in Bayezid and go to Omer. She also took along the long letter that still hadn't been given to its addressee. She intended to leave it when parting after seeing and talking to Omer without showing it to the guards. She left the house towards noon. She and Bedri would eat at a cookshop together. At 2 o'clock they would stop by the detention center. For as long as she went by tram, she avoided putting her hand in her pocket and touching the letter folded into 4. Whatever happens, I mustn't do this. To strike this blow at the time when he's so helpless, perhaps in need of me. But what blow? What need? It's he whose face wrinkles when I go to visit him. He who doesn't find me worthy of a single word. He who was first to bring out that he's distancing himself from me. No, I'm not angry at this. But why is he doing this injustice? I'll certainly give him the letter. I'll also tell him when I wrote it. Let him understand that I made my decision before he did, and I made it without any connection to this arrest. Can I say I'm not angry at all? But it would affect anyone, to be right and yet be considered guilty. I wonder what he has in his head about me. At every visit, toward the time we are about to part, he whispers something in Bedri's ear, and Bedri agrees. I sense it's something concerning me, but I'm ashamed to ask. Bedri has worn out in these affairs and made many sacrifices without any obligation. For 15 days, it's he who's been supplying money to Omer and me. It doesn't take clairvoyance to know that the few lira Omer gives me every visit come from Bedri. He hasn't started earning money in prison, but Bedri is ashamed to offer money directly to me.
She got off the tram. The Bayezid coffee houses were full. Passing among the tables and chairs, she looked for Bedri. She couldn't see him anywhere. If he were here, he'd certainly see me, she thought. The eyes of those sitting at the tables, fixed on her, were disturbing her like strange hands wandering over her body. While looking around bewildered, she saw in one of the corners Professor Hikmet and his friends gathered in a group. The poet Emin Kamil, the writer Ismet Sharif, they were all together. The writer Hussein Bey was playing backgammon with the white-haired chairman of the Charity Society. Madida's eyes met the professor's. The young woman, with an old habit and the bewilderment given by a disrespectful crowd that looked at her as if to devour her, smiled and took a step in that direction. Professor Hikmet immediately turned his head and began to watch the backgammon game with extraordinary great attention. From the movement of his lips, it was clear he was saying something to those around him. Indeed, the several other people who had noticed Madida also turned their eyes in other directions and tried to assume innocent manners. The young woman was completely bewildered. At first, she couldn't make sense of this rudeness from the swaggering, friendly, self-sacrificing, and mature scholar who 5 or 10 days ago had shown her somewhat more regard than necessary. But when she remembered that she was the wife of a detainee, she began to laugh. "My God, they're afraid of me," she said. As on the entertainment night, this time too she was neither angry nor astonished. She thought that she hadn't expected anything else, that these men were strangers to true humanity, as she had written in the letter now in her pocket. A terrible desire appeared inside her. She was looking for a milieu whose name she didn't know, which she was unable to describe. She wanted to leave the coffee house and go at once, and then find and nestle into a place where she would never meet these men. When she turned back, she saw Bedri, who was still on the road and approaching her, smilingly signaling. Both of them, saying they weren't hungry, gave up eating anything. Together they began to walk towards Sultanabad. Madida, unable to restrain herself, said in an excited tone, "If you had seen the state of those professors and writers, the moment they noticed me, they immediately bowed their heads and set to muttering." Professor Hikmet probably said, "Don't look, she's coming towards us," because all their necks stiffened and their backs arched up like cats. Do you know what came to my mind? When I was 4 or 5 years old, I would sometimes go into my grandmother's room, and when I saw her praying, I would walk around her trying to make her talk. The poor woman would try to fix her eyes on a certain place, and as I went to that side and looked at her face, she would make great effort not to see me, and finally would begin to read the prayer verses in a loud voice and as if threatening. Her manner seemed to me extraordinarily funny.
Well, the manner of these gentlemen of ours reminded me of that. With an effort as amateurish and funny as my grandmother's, they were trying to turn their eyes in other directions. But I was also a bit at fault. I was about to go over to them to ask whether they had seen you. Bedri was listening with a smile. When Madida finished her words, he began to speak in a low voice, just as in the room of the society chairman on the entertainment evening. "It's too much even to be angry at these men, Madida," he said. The young woman noticed that he was addressing her only by name, but there was in it the tone of a teacher, an elder, rather than intimacy. Madida felt that this was better, because she couldn't bear anyone but Omer to speak to her familiarly. In fact, she no longer wanted even Omer, and she thought there was no part in her soul sensitive to such sweet and caressing addresses. Bedri continued, "All these men are struggling in a great contradiction and duality. None of them is living in harmony with the position or rank they carry on their backs and are obliged to maintain. Their heads, whether in terms of intelligence or in terms of their half-baked knowledge, are in a state needing pity. Their personalities are like a rag bag. Everything about them is borrowed. Every quality, every conviction of theirs is borrowed. A simple person, for instance, an illiterate peasant, a laborer, an ordinary man, is a much more perfect whole than these men. Because that man, for instance, Hassan Aga, thinks as Hassan Aga, lives like this. His judgments are the result of certain experiences life has given him and are according to himself. When he talks, there's no one before him but Hassan Aga. But none of these gentlemen is himself. Everything they put forward as ideas consists of the destroyed forms of the undigested, strange, contradictory bits of knowledge they have haphazardly stuffed into their heads. For instance, it's impossible to talk with Mehmet Bey as Mehmet Bey at all. If you're going to talk about politics, you find before you such and such a French newspaper or that dictator's speech. If you bring up music, you encounter some infidel's book or some Muslim's article. Even saying what food he likes, he's not Mehmet Bey. He can't say anything without thinking about how important men should like food. Very often he's under the necessity of not having two words agree with each other. Because if the ideas he has heard or read and adopted about literature are those of such and such an author, his knowledge about music, by chance, is acquired from another writer diametrically opposed to that one in worldview and art conception. These spineless pieces of information and convictions constantly break off, separate from each other, constantly change their relations to their owner. Because in none of them have ideas and knowledge become personality. None of them has thought of anything but collecting material to show off. None of them has understood that what makes a person human is personality. That all sciences, all experiences serve only to secure this. That's why when speaking of this kind of people, we constantly hear words that don't agree with each other. While one says he's stupid, another says clever. While one says he's amoral, another says virtuous. Judgments are given like this side of him is good, but that side is rotten. That a person is a whole with his knowledge, thoughts, logic, morals, in short, everything, no one has yet understood. However different a face these various sides may show in a person that unite at one point and create a harmony.
That point is what we call personality. That's why I'm bored by being friends with these half-borrowed, pitiful, and ridiculous men. On the other hand, an 8-year-old child I give piano lessons to, if his family hasn't made an effort to turn him into a bird at this age and has left him to develop in his natural state, is in my eyes a more interesting creature than many great writers and thinkers. A waiter, a boatman, in terms of having personal ideas, of making what he has seen and learned his own, is superior to and more valuable than all these intellectuals of ours. When talking with him, I learn many things, and I see a person before me, not a sad and chattering puppet. You thought they were something from a distance, but gradually you saw what kind of stuff they are. Don't be astonished at all. Even excuse their impudent and aggressive manners, because although they're not even an ordinary person, when they're also given the rank of intellectual, and when they're forced to maintain this title with unimaginable tricks in order not to lose their position and respect in life, Quite naturally, they'll become swindlers, become immoral, and by constantly exposing each other's worthlessness, they'll create the conviction that worthlessness is fundamental. Fortunately, not everyone is like this. There are also those who walk on steeper roads, but in return want to be a person that can be called human. Perhaps very few, but there are. Don't forget that the most frightening thing in the world is to lose hope. That those I'm speaking of are few and haven't yet fully shown themselves can't require losing hope that one day the good, the true, and the valuable will be dominant. Those who today live singly here and there and work, when they unite tomorrow, will become a force, and they will hold in their hands the most powerful weapon, the weapon of being right. Majid was looking with astonishment at the man beside her. Suddenly she noticed that she had grabbed Bedri's arm and had been walking like this for who knows how long. She had grabbed him from the same place she always held Omer, a bit above his elbow. She quickly withdrew her hand. Sensing that Bedri was looking at her with reproachful eyes, she turned her head to the ground. A man had talked at length right beside her, but this time, unlike when she listened to Omer, she wasn't involuntarily falling into an intoxication. She was seeing that certain knots in her head were being untied, that her will, instead of vanishing, was growing stronger. Meanwhile, they were in front of the detention center. Majid suddenly remembered the letter in her pocket. Her breath seemed to be cut off, and she clung again to Bedri's arm. When they went in, they were met with news they hadn't expected. A guard who knew them approached Bedri. "You'll see Omer Bey, won't you?" he said. He asked, "You're to stay, the lady is to go. He wants to see only you. If the lady doesn't go, he says he won't come out." Both were astonished. Majid collected herself more quickly. "All right, you stay, I'll wait for you. Wherever you want, you'll tell me what was the cause of all this." After arranging that Bedri would find her at one of the coffee houses across from Sultanahmet Square, she went out of the room with quick steps and holding her head a bit more upright than necessary. The guard brought Omer. Again his beard had grown. Signaling with his hand as if he were sick and had no voice, he called Bedri. They sat on two chairs facing each other. Omer began to speak at once. "Bedri, I must be brief. I don't have time. Listen to me without any objection. If you love me, which I don't know, and if you love Majid, which I guess, you'll do what I say. I'm not going to talk about decisions thought up and given in a moment, as usual. I've been on this matter for 10 days. For 10 days, I've been settling accounts with myself. A terrible deficit has come out. Don't joke, I'm speaking very seriously and truly. I'm approaching 30. I thought about what I've done until today. I couldn't get a result other than a 0. Is there anything as terrible and shameful as having done nothing in life? Until recently, I would say, I'm not doing anything bad, and would try to clear myself. But events have shown that my not being bad was a matter of chance. The opportunity hadn't come. There had been no necessity. Indeed, at life's first trip, I tumbled over. To be good doesn't mean not doing anyone harm. It means not carrying inside oneself the stuff to do harm. It seems this bad stuff existed in me in large measure. Perhaps it's in everyone, but the one who is human knows how to tear it out and throw it away, or strangle it. To leave it untouched is to give occasion for it one day to raise its head. I'm not going to preach morals to you, only I'm going to say that I myself, before anyone else, am astonished at how a person who passed among friends as possessed of immeasurable intelligence and ability has spent such a meaningless and utterly empty youth. At first, I wasn't aware of this. Among friends who considered themselves possessed of immeasurable intelligence and ability, I was living with my back against a sacred and proud stupidity and thinking that merely by this I was doing something important.
I had neither an aim nor thought. My intelligence was expending all its strength on the present moment. An apt retort, a sharp witticism was worth all truths.
As a natural result of such a day-to-day intellectual life, I was falling into contradictions, absurdities, even improprieties. I had found a permanent culprit for these kinds of words and deeds, which I didn't properly know whether I wanted or not, but claimed I didn't want if the result came out against me. I called this the devil inside me. I loaded onto it all my actions whose defense I was afraid to undertake, and instead of spitting in my own face, I considered myself worthy of affection and care like a victim who had suffered injustice, a freak of chance. But what devil, my friend? What devil? This is the invention of our pride, our stupidity. The devil inside us is a not very cunning escape route. There's no devil inside us. Inside us there is helplessness, there is laziness, there is lack of will, lack of knowledge, and something more frightening than all of these, the habit of avoiding seeing the truth. With our slack brains, unaccustomed to thinking, even pausing for a bit over anything, and with our poor will, which we finally lost over time by not seeing any need to use it, we're tossed in all directions like a rudderless boat in life, and when we capsize, we look for the blame in unknown forces, in influences above human will. This would have gone on like this, but chance brought Maside before me. I'm not going to tell you how I loved her, how much I loved her. I think no one in the world could feel the same things with the same strength. I saw in her some qualities that I had looked for in many people for hours and couldn't find, and assumed didn't exist. In her I found a person unlike us, who appeared as she was and was something. Shouldn't I have immediately corrected myself, become worthy of her? I couldn't do it, and I attributed this helplessness to the devil inside me. But I was lazy and without will, nothing else. I wasn't accustomed to taking my animal sides in my palms, to acting with my head. I found some simple, childish liberties more important than being human. However much I loved, staying attached to one person seemed strange to me. I couldn't keep from looking attentively at women I saw in the street. Despite this, I didn't fall as much as I feared. This wasn't because of my manliness, but because of the influence of Maside's personality on me, which existed even if I didn't want it. But on that entertainment evening, the business got out of hand. When I saw our old friends there, girls we had studied with, chatted with in corridors, played with on outings, as living representatives of a period of life that had a place in my memories, I immediately forgot everything. Perhaps Maside has told you. I drank and I became foolish to a degree that shouldn't be done beside a person who loves you. My wife would have borne even this, if the business had consisted only of foolishness. But I went further and became vulgar. I became disrespectful, and I left Maside, who had come to the point of being stifled by the filth of the surroundings, utterly alone. There's more. I showed that this milieu that disgusted her wasn't at all foreign to me, didn't at all bore or disgust me. This couldn't be repaired. I'm not stupid. I immediately understood that everything was over, and that it was no longer possible for Maside to approach me trustingly. I knew that all the promises I would give to myself and to her would be ridiculous, because just a few hours earlier, in the room of the Charity Society, while listening to you, I had sensed that some new truths were appearing in my head and had decided to weigh and gather myself anew. The giving of this decision and the forgetting of it were one. Now I myself, before anyone else, don't believe in myself. I'll change completely, certainly. But when? After a struggle lasting years? Or will I keep on carrying this meaningless existence without ever succeeding? Whatever happens, to make Maside participate in such a life is a crime. I can't ask her to walk together on this road whose end I don't know. In fact, even if she wanted it, I wouldn't accept. In these last days, when I called myself to account, I also saw that I was so loaded with sins that I couldn't look an honest person in the face. Look, where is the cashier? Although I said nothing to you, I searched for him, found his house, and walked around in front of it. I saw nothing but a haggard-faced woman and sad children.
Where is he hidden? Is he wandering about cursing people, or has he sunk into slumbers in some sea, waving his white hair together with the green seaweed? A person can throw off all this filth only alone and by beating himself, by picking at himself, but alone, without splashing anything on anyone. Here are the wedding papers between me and Maside. They haven't been finalized yet. There's no need for them anymore either. I'm tearing them all up. Only let this small identity photograph remain with me. Such a small weakness shouldn't be begrudged. It might be said, what is the young woman to do without you? Where is she to go? I'm sure you won't say this. You'll settle everything. Do as you wish. If you want, take her. Keep her beside you like a sister. If you want, marry her. Don't consider me as existing in the world. We'll go to completely separate roads and separate worlds. I'll try to make a man out of a piece of rubble. One day, maybe it was 10 years ago, a teacher of mine said to me, "You're spending your intelligence like a prodigal." True, I squandered my intelligence recklessly, and finally I went bankrupt. Nothing of mine is left. I used to think intelligence was a stuff inexhaustible like radium. I didn't think it was something that grew and developed by human hand. I wanted not to be a man, but to be interesting. Not to do something, but to rise to a place from which to look with contempt on those who did things. Yet today, what am I in the midst of infinite time and distance? I'm a creature more unimportant, more worthless, more unnecessary than a worm, than a root of couch grass. Omer fell silent in an exhausted state. His mouth, his eyes, even his skin had dried and tightened and had taken on a look as if they would crack at any moment. Bedri wanted to take his friend's hands and caress them. Omer, immediately pulling back, said, "I'm going to be released today. The order came from the public prosecutor's office. The director of the detention center is doing the paperwork. I'm going to go out now. That's why I sent Maside back. I thought if we go out together, maybe I won't be able to part. Otherwise, I would have wanted to see her one last time, and how much I would have wanted to." His voice was trembling. His eyes were fixed on the whitewashed wall of the room. With a great effort, he collected himself. "You understand, don't you, Bedri?" he said. "Neither you nor Maside ever look for me. Don't begrudge me this favor. Perhaps I'll go to Balikasir. Perhaps I'll withdraw to some other corner and struggle with myself, or plunge among people unlike those in our milieu and try to begin a new life. Only all my connection with my past days must be cut. Who knows, perhaps on a distant day, as completely different people, we'll meet again, and perhaps laughing we'll extend our hands to each other. There's no need to say about Maside. I leave her to you with complete trust. I know you love her as much as I do, and truly, that you can protect her more than I can. You'll see, gradually she'll get used to you, but it's necessary to wait a while. A man has given her very bitter experiences. Without forgetting these, she may not want any other man, whoever he may be, to come too close. You'll understand and think about all this better. Treat her like a doctor. There's no more extraordinary creature in the world than her. Bedri, I swear there's nothing more precious than Maside. Know her worth." He immediately stood up, turned his back, took the release paper the guard extended, and walked toward the door.
Bedri was coming behind him. When they got to the street, they stopped. Omer extended his right arm straight out. Instead of grasping this hand, Bedri threw his arms around the neck of the man before him. He felt Omer clinging to his body, and that during this the young man's whole body was trembling. After they parted, without saying anything, Omer plunged into one of the narrow and steep streets that descended toward the sea. Bedri walked slowly toward the coffee houses where Majid would be waiting. He was thinking not about what he would do, how he would tell Majid these things, but only about Omer, his friend Omer, the Omer whom Majid still loved and probably always would love, and despite everything he found him happier than himself. When the young woman saw Bedri, she got up from her place. "What happened?" she asked. "Omer has been released, but—" He searched for words, thinking for a while. Then he turned his face away and murmured, "But he's gone off. Never look for me, neither you nor Majid," he said. "He wants to be alone, to try a new life. He doesn't feel himself strong enough to bear the responsibility of two people." He fell silent again. Majid too was silent and looking at him. Without saying anything, they began to walk side by side. Finally, Bedri said, "It was obvious this would end like this." Majid murmured, more as if to herself, "Yes, it was obvious." Bedri wanted to say something else, but couldn't dare. Seeing his lips move, Majid asked, "What did you say?" "Nothing. Now we'll go to your place. I'll take Omer's things and leave them at a place he'll stop by, then—" He was stuck again. Majid was looking ahead and listening. Bedri took courage from this. "My sister is at death's door," he said. "The doctors say she has a day or two left to live. After that, will you move to my house? My mother will find consolation in you." Then he took fright as if he had said something meaningless and out of place, and he waited with fear for Majid's answer. But the young woman said in a very natural voice, "Why are you losing hope? Your sister is young. I'll look after her." With his words just now, Bedri had explained that he still hadn't forgotten his sister's notorious visit. Majid therefore added, "I've forgotten everything." She was seeing how upset, how embarrassed the young man was, and she pitied him. To give him courage, she took his arm. They walked from Sultanahmet toward Alamdar Slope. At one point, Majid felt she might feel something pulling at her nape. A strange voice was telling her to resist this feeling. But unable to bear it, she turned her head back. Behind them, from a distance of 15 or 20 paces, Omer was coming. The moment Majid turned her head, he turned back. Now, with his head bent a bit forward, he was again going back up the hill with slow steps. Majid paused. She had let go of Bedri's arm. Her heart wasn't pounding like mad. 1,001 images, scenes, people, smoke, colors were passing before her eyes. But this state lasted only a moment. She immediately collected herself. Holding on to Bedri again, No, let's go," she said. The young man shook his head with endless sadness in his eyes. "Yes, let's go." After walking a few steps, he turned and looked, and saw that Omer had disappeared. "You won't be able to forget him," he said. "You won't be able to part from him." Majid studied the man beside him with thoughtful eyes. Then, putting her hand in her pocket, she took out the letter she had written to Omer. "It's not like that, Bedri," she said. "I had already decided to part from him, despite everything." Extending the paper folded in 4 to the man beside him, she murmured, "But it's necessary to wait. A long time." The end.
You've been listening to Devils Within Us by Sabahattin Ali on Holoreads. A haunting reminder that the greatest battles are often fought in silence, inside ourselves. If this story resonated with you, subscribe to Holoreads for more timeless audiobooks. Until next time, stay curious, stay aware.